Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Today is likely going to be another active afternoon and evening with a potential severe weather outbreak on our hands. We have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings already, and our first tornado warning as well of the day, which is back over here in Ohio near Mount Gilead and Cardington. This is a supercell that is currently moving to the east and will be approaching Chesterfield, Waterford, and as well as Batemantown. If you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is for Morrow County in Ohio, and this storm's currently tracking to the east at 45 miles per hour. This is a fairly discrete supercell, so we'll have a favorable environment here of producing a tornado over the next half hour or so. We have to really use the terminal radar site to see how much this is rotating, because the other radar sites are just so far away. Our main area of rotation is going to be currently located over Highway 61 and is coming up right now towards Chesterville in Ohio. Pulaskiville is also in the path of this, in I-71. So if you are in this area, make sure again that you are seeking shelter, getting away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. And again, the tornado threat for today is not overly high, but we do have a potential at least for a couple of tornadoes, as we are expecting there to be enough wind shear, and our storms in general should be discrete enough for there to at least be an isolated tornado threat. So we definitely have to keep a very close eye on this storm as it continues to track off to the east. There is actually a camera, I think, in this area. There's one going to be just to the south of this storm, so I'll keep an eye on it and see if there's anything on that. As of right now, though, it is radar indicated rotation. We have a lot of other severe storms ongoing, and we are expecting severe weather to only ramp up over the next few hours. Just outside of Cleveland, Ohio, we also have a severe storm right now producing damaging winds and a potential for large hail that is coming up towards Strongsville, eventually going towards Parma, and the Cleveland area is in the path of this storm. So if you're back over in Cleveland, at least be ready for some damaging winds, maybe even a low-end tornado threat as this storm moves into your area here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Back over in Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, it is a mess right now. We have storms literally everywhere producing hail and wind. For the most part, Nashville's about to get hit by a severe storm here just over the next few minutes. The worst of this storm is actually moving into downtown Nashville right now with at least a threat of some damaging winds. This is a live shot on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Nashville, Tennessee right now of the storm rolling in, and you'll notice it is very ominous skies as of right now. It actually, you can see the, like, again, the leading edge of the storm. This is your outflow boundary that is currently moving into Nashville. This storm's going to be capable of producing at least some level of damaging winds as this moves in here over the next few minutes. So be ready if you're in Nashville for at least a threat of damaging winds. And then back up near Bowling Green, Kentucky, we do have a storm that is also producing some damaging winds and hail. And look at this storm. This is a really impressive looking storm up here. Again, just kind of your typical springtime severe storms producing hail and wind back over here in southern Kentucky. And again, this is near Bowling Green. Really phenomenal shot here of this storm rolling in. Again, down here in downtown Bowling Green, Kentucky, these storms right now are mainly producing a threat of hail and wind, moving in the direction of Brownsville, just outside of Smith's Grove, and this is coming up towards Munfordville and just south of Morgantown. So be ready for that if you're in this area. But again, really impressive shot of that storm right now moving to the east. Back over in southern Tennessee, again, we have a mess of storms over here near Pulaski, Lewisburg, and as well as Shelbyville. These storms are all producing a threat of at least around $half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We do actually have a report coming out back over in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, that there's a tree down at Stevens Road. So just a heads up, if you're back over near Stevens Road, there's at least a tree down in that area. And this is all from our damaging wind and as well as our hail threat that is moving across southern Tennessee. Back over near Florence, Alabama, we also have another storm producing damaging winds and hail. Again, pretty ordinary stuff right now happening across Alabama and Mississippi. The tornado threat here, at least for the time being, is on the low side of things. Back over near the Mississippi River Valley, even more damaging winds and hail currently happening, and these are all very slowly moving to the east, so be ready for that if you're back over near Greenwood, just around Lake Providence, Louisiana. Damaging winds and hail will be a concern here over the next few hours. And then back over in Texas, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in place, and I do expect that our severe weather threat will really start to ramp up over the next couple of hours, with damaging winds and hail being our main concerns, but there's also a chance for a couple of tornadoes, especially out of our initial supercells that fire. Connor Croft, bottom middle of your screen, is located near Burnett right now, which which is where we had a tornado yesterday, and we could actually end up seeing another tornado in this general vicinity as we go later into the afternoon. I'd say our most favorable environment for a tornado in Texas today will be where I just circled. So Killeen, Temple, back through Austin and Round Rock, right near our outflow boundary. That is where I do think there's another chance for a tornado or two this afternoon. Back over near Houston, Texas, we also got some big storms that have been firing off. None of these are really that significant. With that said, we actually do have a little bit of broad rotation developing near Crosby right now, just off to the northeast of Houston. So I would not rule out an isolated tornado threat out of one of these little storms that have fired off in southeast Texas. So be ready for that. Back over in Nashville, we have a special weather statement. The storm's no longer severe, but here's a live shot in Nashville of the storm rolling in, and you can see the wind is starting to pick up. Very top right of your screen is the shelf cloud, and again, this is not a super intense storm anymore, but it is producing at least an isolated threat for damaging winds as this moves in. So once again, this is a live shot of that rolling in. Let me go back to, let's go back to Bowling Green. This is a really impressive shot. I wish we could pull this up on one of the cameras. Bowling Green has again, a really impressive shot here of this supercell that's rolling in. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main concern here near Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. This is a huge storm here. I mean, this is, again, big hailstorm, big windstorm as well. Plenty of lightning with this as well. One second. Somebody just said they can feel the ground shaking. That is interesting. Probably from the lightning, if I had to guess. Overlay says tornado warning. The tornado warning in Ohio was just canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning. Look at that. That was quick. That lasted not very long. We did have a tornado warning, and it looks like they've canceled it. So no longer any tornado warnings. The tornado warning that we had, again, was on the storm just south of Mansfield. That had now has a tornado possible label. Again, it's not a really strong area of rotation. This storm at least has a mesocyclone, though, so there's a chance it could produce an isolated tornado. Our main area of rotation is about to cross over I-61 here in the next few minutes. So again, this isn't really too concerning of a storm, at least for the time being, but there's at least some broad rotation that's going to be moving into Waterford, Fredericktown, Amite, and Butler here over the next few minutes. So if you're back over in this area, be ready again for damaging winds, hail, and there is, again, a tornado possible label on this storm. By the way, we do have a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches, and we've gotten some new ones as well. I just want to quickly go over some of the ones that we have. So this is one of them. Back over in Kentucky, southern Ohio, and as well as eastern parts of Tennessee is where we are expecting at least some scattered hail, damaging winds, and also a potential for frequent lightning. Low tornado risk in this area for today. If you're back over in Texas, this is an area that we are expecting at least some damaging winds and hail. There's also a couple of tornadoes that will be possible. This is just south of Dallas, Fort Worth, near Cleburne and Gun Barrel City. Back over near Palestine, Waco, Killeen, College Station, Conroe, Houston, and also near Austin, Texas, and San Antonio, where we are expecting the threat again for some scattered apple-sized hail, damaging winds, and again, a couple of tornadoes being possible. This is a region that we could see hailstone sizes as large as the size of softballs. And then back over in our severe thunderstorm watch for Ohio and Pennsylvania, this goes until 7 o'clock tonight. Scattered hail up to 2 inches is possible. Scattered damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour is also possible. And then frequent lightning is going to be a possibility. So again, all hazards of severe weather are on the table today, including the threat of significant damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. If you have not already seen, we have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather, which is in place for a fairly large area, including Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, all the way back through Texas, where significant damaging winds, large hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes is going to exist. This is our damaging wind threat for today. So again, notice mostly going to be scattered damaging winds here across the board. Again, from Kentucky all the way back into Texas, there's a 30% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. So make sure that you're hatching down trampolines, protecting loose lawn items as well. Also, our large to very large hail threat is also another concern, mainly in Texas. We actually could see some pretty big hail today. Similar to yesterday, we had some storms producing softball-sized hail. That is going to be another possibility today, back across much of Texas, including Waco, Austin, and Killeen, similar areas that we covered yesterday. Those storms are expected to really ramp up here over the next 60 minutes or so. So be ready for hail to become a big concern here over the next hour. And then our tornado threat for today, it's a little pickle that goes from Kentucky and southern Ohio all the way back into Texas. We had a tornado warning in Ohio, which is not actually in our technical 2% tornado risk. But no matter what, this is an area that we are going to be keeping an eye on, at least for a potential for a couple of tornadoes. So keep an eye on the skies if you're back over there in Ohio. Let's go back to the Bowling Green storm. Once again, this is producing half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a live shot on the radar mega cyclone port of this storm right now, rolling in. And again, the clouds are looking pretty nasty out here. A nice little structure to this storm, huge rain shaft here. Could also have some hail back in here as well, just beyond the mountain range, just above this parking garage in downtown Bowling Green, Kentucky. Thank you, Durango and Texas, for becoming minimum velocity members. Also, Texas Skies with the super chat says, I got aviation alert for Mezzo Kingwood to Liberty. Are we talking about Texas? There will definitely be some turbulent skies back over in Texas today. That is for sure. We have, again, pretty strong winds aloft, too. Our jet stream's pretty strong, so we should continue to see at least some turbulence out there, especially with our jet stream being a little bit stronger, too. And one of the biggest things when it comes to aviation is our jet stream. If it is strong enough, we are going to have some problems when it comes to turbulence, and also storms going up. I mean, again, never fly into storms. If you're a pilot, I learned this in college. Do not fly into storms. It's a terrible idea. Hey, Tiffany for the super chat. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio right now. We got a storm right now rolling in. Again, this is mainly damaging winds. Main area of damaging winds is near I-80 coming up on North Olmsted and going into Parma. So be ready for that if you're in Cleveland area. Again, I think damaging winds, again, should be our main concern across the board here. I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this storm unless one of these storms can get latched to an outflow boundary, which even then, that's pretty low chance as of right now. Just stay away from windows as this storm rolls in here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Also, this is back over in Ohio, or southern Ohio. We have a lot of scattered storms that have fired up here over the last hour. None of these are currently severe. Our main concentration of severe weather is mainly in Tennessee and as well as Kentucky. And we are starting to see, again, a big swath here of damaging winds and hail across areas just south of Nashville, going up towards Murfreesboro and Shelbyville. So be ready for that if you're in this area. There should also be some camera views. I'm going to check out. We do have a couple more cameras in southern. Let me check. We have some in southern Tennessee. There might be a decent little look at that hailstorm. Give me 1 second on that. Actually, Brett is out there. Let me see if Brett has something. Let me get Brett on here. So once again, back over in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. Got a large rain shaft off in the distance. Big storm right now moving off to the east-northeast. A couple other shots. This is also just back over in southern Kentucky. These storms are not super tall today, but they are going to be producing some hail. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation on this storm either. It should be mostly a hail threat as this moves in. Back over in Nashville, we actually are getting a big surge of wind right now. So this is a storm that was severe. It is producing at least some gusty winds right now, moving into Nashville, and it's actually pretty windy. This is not far from severe limits right now in Nashville. This actually could be warned for severe weather. This is actually pretty strong. So this is live in Nashville. We were able to see the downtown area not too long ago. Now you can't even see it. It is completely, it's not visible anymore. You can barely, maybe faintly make out some of the buildings back here, but the visibility's dropped definitely under a mile. And the wind has definitely picked up here just over the last few minutes. And this is in downtown Nashville. It is definitely windy, and there's no severe warning on this, just for gusty winds right now. Thank you, Ann, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is also back over in Pulaski, Tennessee, which is a little bit further down to the south. And you can also see this on one of the HAZ cams. It is also somewhat windy here. This is also included right now in a severe warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, bottom of your screen. This is currently tracking towards Cornersville, and it's going to be moving in the direction of, it's going to try to be moving in the direction of Fayetteville here over the next few minutes, but very low visibility as of right now. Also, this is another live shot back over in Pulaski. So this is actually looking at the ground level. Not very windy on that particular camera. The other camera was looking in a different area in Pulaski. Let's go back over to Nashville. Still pretty windy in Nashville. There's no warning. Alex says, what are the chances of some type of tornado watch or warning in Bowling Green, Kentucky? I would say the chances are pretty low. The storm rolling through right now is the main concern. And that's mainly for hail and wind off to your north. All right, wind is starting to calm down just a little bit. Again, it's been raining a lot here over the last few minutes. Looks like maybe even some small hail coming out of the sky in Nashville. I know we probably have some people tuning in from Nashville right now, but this is Again, what the storm pretty much looks like out there, just a good idea to stay away from windows, even if the storm is not current. Oh, actually, they did put a severe warning on it. So there's now a severe warning for Nashville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The main area of actual wind is actually going to be back up just north of I-40. That's coming up towards Hendersonville right now, south of Gallatin. So we are, again, seeing some pretty high winds as of right now, and a little bit of hail coming down as well, mostly just small hail at this time. And this should continue for a little while. So, again, if you are in this area, just be ready for damaging winds in the Nashville area. There are some cameras also, I think, near the highest area of wind. Wow, it is windy. Look at this. So, a live shot on one of the cameras a little bit further off to the north. This is on the northern side of the warning. This camera is shaking a lot. The winds are definitely strong. I wouldn't rule out that we have some sort of, I wouldn't say microburst, but at least strong area of downburst winds right now here, just off to the north of Nashville in Tennessee. This camera is shaking a ton. I don't know if this camera's just loose or if it's just the wind. It is really windy. Look how windy it is at the top of your screen. I need to figure out what the camera name of this is. Let me get this camera name. We're going to put it full screen in a second. It is very windy in Nashville. This is definitely 60-mile-per-hour winds, if not even a bit higher. Could be upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds here on the north side of Nashville. Even got a school bus going by. You go full cam to this. This is what it looks like full cam. Again, very windy right now. This is near Music Valley Center, by the way. If you're, or Music Valley Village is where this is currently near. Again, very windy here just over the last couple minutes. And it looks like it is starting to calm down just a little bit, but that was definitely a huge surge of wind here just over the last couple minutes. That's at least 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds going through Nashville. And it's still going. There's also another view on the Tennessee traffic camera. You can see the rain curtains going left to right. So it is definitely windy here. This is right along State Route 155 for reference. And it is still going. There's at least 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds right over State Route 155. Coming up on Lakewood and Old Hickory in Tennessee. It's also approaching the Gaylord Springs Golf Links. So there's a golf course here that this is coming up on right now. What's funny is that if you go even like a mile or two further south, so we're on State Route 155 right now. If you even go like a mile or two further south of where this is, there is almost like no wind, like in this particular area. But like this is where our highest winds are. And you can clearly see that on the bottom left of your screen. So we are definitely at least getting 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming up on Mount Juliet right now. And it is continuing to be, it's definitely very windy here. It's literally not letting up. This is our main area of wind. This is probably near 65 to 70 miles per hour. Hey, Milena, for the super chat. I appreciate that. No problem at all. Wow. It is just non-stop windy here. Once again, this is a storm producing around 60, possibly up to 70 mile per hour winds coming up towards Lagarde, Martha, and Mount Juliet, just outside of Nashville right now. The worst of it has gone through Nashville now. By the way, if you are in Nashville or even in central Tennessee, you're not quite done yet. We got another line of storms coming your direction here over the next half hour. We're going to keep an eye on this. We've already had a lot of damage reports as well across parts of western Tennessee. So just a heads up there, a lot of damage reports back out here to the west. And it is still very windy here. I think the camera's just loose, but it is definitely still windy out here, just north of Nashville. Starting to calm down just a little bit. Once again, line of storms currently moving across half of the state right now. Again, be ready for damaging winds if you are in these areas, as well as large hail. Also, there is a report of golf ball sized hail in the Nashville area. So heads up, if you are in Nashville, there's actually up to golf ball sized hail currently falling here. This is actually a bit more significant for the hail core. The main hail core is going over Brookview Estates, coming up on Lavergne and Smyrna. So we have, again, up to golf ball sized hail falling. Gladeville's in the path of this, going towards Lebanon. This is, again, a more concerning storm than initially thought. Again, there was literally no severe thunderstorm warning on this like 5 minutes ago, so this is taking a bit of a turn. If you're back over near I-40, again, be ready for that. And again, when I talk about hail, obviously it can be destructive, and in this case, it can be damaging. It can damage roofing, it can damage vehicles, and it's definitely a concern for how highly populated this area is. So definitely keep that in mind if you are in the Nashville area. Also, there is a camera, believe it or not, I'm going to put this on the bottom right of your screen. There is actually a lake back over near Mount Juliet. We've actually had this on stream one time before, and we're going to have it on again because there is going to likely be a big ripple effect on the lake and as well as high winds in the next few minutes going through this area. So we'll definitely have to keep a close eye on that. Also, this is what it looks like right now in Columbia, Tennessee. Oh, that's the wrong button. That's what it looks like in Columbia, Tennessee right now, back over just to the south of Nashville. There's a couple of different views here of this storm rolling in, but back over near Spring Hill. This is one of the fire station cameras on the radar mega cyclone port. Very ominous skies. Low clouds as well on the left side of your screen. Almost looks like a wall cloud trying to form there. I don't think there's a whole lot of rotation with this storm, but definitely an impressive looking storm here. Shout out to Defiance for the $10 super chat. What does Pittsburgh look like for tonight? If we're talking about Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, the main concern should be damaging winds. And good view here of this storm. Also a little bit of lightning here that is rolling in. Gusty winds out in front of it. Large lowering out here in the distance. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Again, if we go back to radar, this thing isn't really rotating. It's just it's an area of wind, but there are low clouds here. Again, I don't really expect a whole lot of a tornado threat unless these storms get a little bit more discreet. These are kind of messy as of right now here, just to the south of Nashville. Back to the 3-cam view here. Once again, if you are in Nashville, we are getting reports of up to golf ball sized hail. In addition to that, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour are possible. Our main area of wind is coming up on Lakewood right now, moving towards Briarwood, which is a community just northeast of Nashville. And this is also going to be coming up on LaGuardo and Martha. So be ready again for damaging winds around 60 and quarter-sized hail. And then back over north of Bowling Green, damaging winds and hail is a continuing risk here in and around Morgantown. Let's go back to the Bowling Green camera. It looks like it's pretty tame as of right now. Yeah, it looks like it's all right for right now. So, yeah, just south of there, not anything too crazy. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. I am looking at Jasper, Texas on KPOE. There's an area of convergence just to the north, probably 2 or 3 scans away from a tornado warning here. The rotation is supported in the upper levels of the storm. It just needs to come together a little better at the surface.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So back over here, just north of Houston, this actually could get tornado warned here in the next few minutes. Hook echo on radar and an inflow. We did mention this at the top of the stream. Looked like it could do something, and it looks like it's actually trying to do something now. Velocities have come together a little bit just over the last few minutes, just to the southwest of Dayton, Texas. So be ready for a potential tornado warning here in the next few minutes if you're northeast of Houston. Back over to our other radar site, which Riley was alluding to. You can definitely see the rotation here on radar. So this is near Sheiks and Highway 90, and it's going to be tracking down. It's really not going much anywhere. It's trying to track east. So it is a very slow moving storm as of right now. Again, going in the direction of Dayton. Just north of Houston. Back over north of Jasper, Texas also. Oh, actually, I think he was talking about Jasper. Wait. Yeah, all right. Jasper is the one he was talking about, but honestly, that one looks concerning too. The one just south of Jasper also has a similar look to it. So one near Jasper, Texas has a little hook on it as well. And the velocities are definitely trying to come together on this storm. So I'll have to keep an eye on this for potential tornado risk as well. Back over near Browndell. So back over in Browndell, be ready for that. But again, that one north of Houston, honestly, is not far from producing a tornado either. It's a live shot back over near Manny, Manny, Louisiana. This is looking at the severe storm out in the distance. Again, ominous skies in Manny. We do have a little strong storm off to the northwest of Manny. A little live shot of this storm. But again, there is some rotation right now near Sheik, so I'll have to keep an eye on this. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for Texas. And we are expecting the Texas threat of severe weather to ramp up here over the next few hours. The severe threat will increase through the afternoon. Severe hail and wind gusts are the main concerns. A watch will likely be needed in the next few hours. They have mentioned that there will likely be a severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch. Very large hail is possible, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. And in addition to that, there will be a potential for a couple of tornadoes in this area for Rock Springs, Junction, Sonora, and as well as Ozana, Texas, just to the south of Big Lake, off to the west of Kerrville. Main area of rotation, again, back over north of Houston, is kind of tracking towards Liberty. Be ready for that. There's a little bit of rotation on that storm that we need to keep an eye on. Back over in Monroe, Louisiana, we also have a severe storm rolling through here. That is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So be ready for this if you are in the Nashville area. Thank you, Nash, for the super chat. I am not meowing for the camera, but thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Tom, for the super chat. Mahakali, not really chasing. We'll keep on the side of the southwest. Yeah, stay safe out there. Also, back over here in western Tennessee, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Clarksburg and Lexington. This is mainly for the threat of damaging winds. So 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are heading in the direction of Lexington. It actually looks pretty ominous right now on the Lexington camera here. So your pretty typical springtime stuff out here in Tennessee, but it's actually, again, the storms are actually fairly, let's say, widespread, but they are definitely numerous right now across this entire area. Also, back over in Nashville, this warning still warned for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We did have a report of golf ball-sized hail near Nashville. If we still have that, it would be coming up on I-24. Doesn't look like we have as large of a CC drop anymore for hail, but we are continuing to at least see a threat here of damaging winds and also a little bit of, again, large hail. By the way, this is a live shot back over in New Prospect, Tennessee. We do have severe warnings in the vicinity. Again, damaging winds being the main concern. This is another one of the HAZ cams in Tennessee. Honestly, the storms today, they're probably going to be a lot of structure when it comes to at least shelf clouds. We should probably at least see a few shelf clouds here across the board, especially with the lines of storms that we have with the one east of Nashville. That one's going to likely produce a threat for at least damaging winds, which again, a lot of the time with a shelf cloud, that is what we see is damaging winds. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning just northeast of Bowling Green. That is now for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is tracking the direction of Munfordville. So Munfordville, you are in the path of at least some golf ball sized hail. Again, the hail threat is not super high across this region, but we could see some large hail. Back over just to the northeast of Columbus, we have a wider range right now of damaging wind and hailstorms over here. We had a tornado warning to start the stream back over just to the northeast of Columbus, and I honestly wouldn't rule out that we get a tornado warning at some point on this storm. A little mesocyclone popping up on radar here, heading in the direction of Utica, Martinsburg, and Gambier, and Howard is also in the path of this. So be ready for a potential low tornado risk out of this storm as it moves to the northeast. This storm was originally tornado warned, but is really now not really rotating a whole lot, mainly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over in Mount Gilead, Ohio, there is a report from a trained spotter of golf ball-sized hail. So we've at least had some hail in that area. Back over in Cleveland, severe storms are rolling through right now, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern. The storm east of Beechwood is near an outflow boundary. I don't think we're going to see a tornado this far to the north, but definitely keep an eye on this storm if you're back over near Middlefield, Chardon, or Lenox Township. That storm's currently going to be tracking the direction of northwestern Pennsylvania. Storm over New Prospect looks, again, pretty decent right now. At least has a cool structure to it. Back over in southern Tennessee, the one near Pulaski is actually no longer severe. So where the storm is no longer severe. Thank you, Derek, for the $10 super chat. Rumor has it. What? Excuse me? I don't think that's true. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Also, appreciate all the congratulations. Yeah, by the way, guys, I didn't realize this, but I'm actually graduating with my bachelor's degree in meteorology on Monday and not Tuesday. I originally thought it was Tuesday. So, I mean, if it was Tuesday, I would have shown up and, you know, nothing would have been happening. I'm not gonna lie, I would have been pretty bad. I would have probably not got my diploma. It would have just been like a no-show. That would have been really bad. I legitimately thought it was on Monday, so or a Tuesday, I mean. So I guess I'm graduating a day earlier than I thought, so I guess that's a good thing. It's going to happen faster, but I mean, Monday we have a slight risk of severe weather, and unfortunately there's no chance of me going live on Monday, so because I'm graduating. So but Monday is really about back out in West Texas. The only like thing that I'm at least happy about is at least it's not a super populated area, like luckily this isn't like the entire Midwest or the Ohio Valley or something, but there is a slight risk of severe weather in Texas and New Mexico on Monday. So let's just hope the weather stays tame on Monday, because otherwise I will be at graduation looking at radar and very upset. This is back over in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. Again, we've had some hail going through this area. Got a large rain shaft. So far, Bowling Green's kind of been narrowly missed by our severe storm. I remember like a couple weeks ago we had a bird on one of these cameras. That was kind of cool. I don't think we have a bird anymore on these cameras. Just to the south of Nashville, let's see. Looks like mostly wind right now. I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this, but we are monitoring a very low chance for a tornado out of this line of storms as it continues to move towards Lebanon and Cookeville. Let me check back in on our Texas storms, but before then, Tupelo. Our favorite Tupelo, Mississippi. There is a severe thunderstorm warning here. Just for damaging winds. Up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. It's actually pretty ominous here right now. Let's go over to the HazCam here. That's what it looks like in Tupelo, Missouri. The storm's going to be producing damaging winds as it moves into Verona, Okolona, Smithville, and Fulton. Just outside of Tupelo. We also had quarter-sized hail recently reported in Tupelo. Thank you, Lee, by the way, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Did I say Missouri? I meant to say Mississippi. Tupelo, Mississippi. Keep that on the bottom left of your screen. Actually, let's go back to, let's back over near New Prospect, Tennessee. This is actually, again, a really cool view of the storm. We are keeping an eye on that lake view. There is going to be a storm rolling into Old Hickory Lake, Tennessee, which is just outside of Nashville in a minute. We should see the ripple effect on the lake here in a minute once the severe storm rolls through. A really cool live shot here. We'll go back over to... Also got a big storm over Monroe, Louisiana right now. I'm trying to see if we can get a camera view of that storm. We have a few cameras there. Forecast for Pittsburgh. It should be mainly a damaging wind risk in Pittsburgh today. Low end threat for large hail.
A new tornado warning.
All right, we do have a tornado warning in Texas. This honestly is not surprising. This is the storm north of Houston. This is in Liberty County and Harris County in Texas. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm is rotating right now near Sheeks. It is coming up on Wadley and going in the direction of Dayton, Texas. So if you are in any of these areas, make sure that you are getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is basically paralleling or kind of near Highway 90 right now, moving to the east. All right, so our main concern, again, being damaging winds and hail, but there is a potential for a tornado heading up towards Dayton, Texas. Main area of rotation is near Sheeks. The velocities on this radar site have not been overly impressive in the last few minutes, but our main area of rotation is just off to the west of Heeks. And actually, look at this. This is actually pretty strong rotation. Likely have a rotating wall cloud of some sort right now, moving into Sheeks and Wadley. So tornado threat, very possible as this goes towards Dayton, Texas. Just around South Dayton as well. Northeast of Houston, once again. This is a little pop-up storm that we have that is definitely rotating in the mid-levels. I'm not sure as much about the low levels, but definitely have some sort of wall cloud rotating there with how strong the velocities are there. Let me see if we have a camera here. Might be able to verify that we have a wall cloud if I can see if we have some sort of camera. Hey, Thomas, for the super chat. Hoping for no tornadoes in Munfordville, Kentucky, near Bowling Green. I don't think you're going to see much of a tornado risk in Kentucky today. It is a low chance. Not zero, but just stay weather aware just in case something does happen. Oops. Once again, we do have a tornado warning here just north of Houston, Texas. This is once again for Harrison, Liberty counties. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Shelia, for becoming a member. I'm still looking to see if we have a camera. I'm trying to figure out where Houston is here. There might be like some sort of stationary camera here on Route 90. I do think we have a wall cloud of some sort. That'd be my guess. There's so many traffic cameras. Where is this? It's northeast of Crosby. Where is Crosby on the map? Near Dayton. All right, we do have cameras in this area. Let me see if any of these have any shot of it. The velocities, again, near the surface are fairly weak on this storm. It is more about the rotation that is aloft, because it is pretty strong. If we go back over our terminal radar site, we are definitely seeing a pretty strong area of rotation here near Sheiks. It's coming up on Wadley again right now. So that's our main area of rotation that we have. There are multiple cameras here, but I don't think any of them have a view of it. It's unfortunate. And this is a shot from inside of our tornado warning in Dayton. This is one of the Texas traffic cams. It actually looks like it's flooding. So I don't know how much rain they've seen here over the last hour, but it looks like they've seen quite a bit of rain. Go back over to radar here. The storm isn't really moving very fast, so there's at least some minor flooding happening here. But yeah, once again, this is a tornado warning cell. Seek shelter near Sheiks and Wadley. If you have any friends or family in the path of this, make sure they're aware of it. It is a very slow-moving storm moving east at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Long-term going towards Liberty, Dayton, and Deceta, Texas. The storm that's north of Jasper, Texas, that had some rotation, has weakened over the last few minutes. Not seeing as much rotation there, but we will continue to keep a close eye on that storm as it continues to move off to the east. And then back over in central Texas, we do have some storms firing off back over near Waco, with damaging winds going to become a concern here pretty soon. Also a threat for some large hail. So keep an eye to the skies if you're back over in central Texas. Let me get this camera on here. This is in Monroe right now. This is Monroe, Louisiana. We do have a hailstorm and a windstorm moving through right now. There are reports right now of up to golf ball sized hail in Monroe. This is a live shot from downtown. Definitely windy, definitely raining. Some hail probably coming down. We don't have any hail quite yet. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Anything major for Dallas-Fort Worth? Probably not. I think our window for severe weather is already kind of winding down the DFW area. Our main line, this is like the main area of storms right now in North Texas, and it's not even in North Texas. Mainly a line of thunderstorms right now pushing down to the southeast, heading in the direction of Waco. But we are expecting some big storms to fire up over the next hour or two here in and around the Killeen area, so be ready for that. If you're back over here in central Texas, big hailstorms and the potential for a couple of tornadoes will definitely exist. Also, back over near Nashville, we have had a severe storm here producing damaging winds. Generally speaking, though, our damaging wind threat's not as high as before. Should stay around 60 miles per hour, moving in towards Lebanon, Gladeville, and Smyrna. That is our main concern in this area. Looks like this camera, by the way, has gone down. That's back over in Monroe, so possibly some power outages there near Monroe. Lag? There shouldn't be any lag. Should be crystal clear. Once again, tornado warning is north of Houston, Texas. You are in this warning, seek shelter. The storm could produce a tornado at any time. By the way, this back over, I believe this is Tupelo. It's getting pretty windy over here in Tupelo, Mississippi right now. This is a live shot. Storm's currently producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And quarter-sized hail moving through Tupelo, Mississippi right now. Most of our storms right now are mostly producing damaging winds and hail. Again, low tornado risk. Thank you, David, for the $5 super chat. I live in Dayton, Texas, where the new tornado warning has been raining for 2 hours. No wind on ground level. Can't make anything out of the sky. Thank you for the report, by the way. Yeah, that storm over there in Dayton, again, it's barely moving, and it's probably not going to move really much anytime soon. There is definitely rotation, though. I mean, this is definitely deserving of a tornado warning. No doubt about that. The velocities are honestly pretty strong right now, right along Highway 90. What are the threats for Austin, Texas? Mainly going to be a large hail and damaging wind threat this afternoon. Yes, this is a tornado warning again north of Houston, but it's not going towards Houston. We are going to be watching for more storms to go through Houston, though, later today. This is what the future radar looks like just over the next few hours. There's gonna be a lot of storms, and they're gonna be everywhere. I mean, this is gonna be a really messy day of severe weather. Like, we're gonna have a bunch of storms kind of just everywhere here. But again, across the board, we are mostly just talking about damaging winds and hail. There could be a few spin up tornadoes, though, especially if any of these storms are able to latch to a boundary. It's gonna be very messy. Almost everybody, though, here across South and Southeast Texas will see some level of severe weather this afternoon. So, or at least some level of storm activity. Maybe not severe weather, but at least some level of storm activity. We do have an enhanced risk of severe weather for a reason. Again, mainly because of the coverage of our storms, but also because of the severity that we could see. Again, large hail is definitely one of the bigger concerns. Let me go back over to the SBC outlook. So across Texas, Louisiana, I mean, this again, a massive enhanced risk of severe weather goes all the way back up into Kentucky and Tennessee. Our main concern across the board will be damaging winds and large hail. Again, a few tornadoes are a possibility. Our slight risk of severe weather goes all the way back up into Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. So make sure that you're staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts. Did notifications get sent out, by the way, today? I'm just curious. Did anybody get notifications for today's stream, or did it just not notify anybody? Hey, Tom, for the super chat. Storm heading towards Cyprus is starting to intensify. I don't know what. Are we talking about Cyprus, Texas? I did not get notified. W. I guess that's why. It's bad to say. Usually we have a lot more people watching. I'm pretty sure notifications just did not get sent out for like half the people. W. Did you tweet on Twitter, by the way, Riley? On Facebook? Can you do that real quick? Hey, JD, for the super chat. Unwarned tornado in Ohio. Let me look at radar here. What was that again? Is that Toledo or Butler? Butler, Ohio. I don't really see much here. The velocities are honestly pretty weak. The storm was tornado warned actually to the very beginning of this stream, but the velocities are not overly strong as of right now. I'm not too concerned about this storm. Just stay weather aware. Again, the main concern should be damaging winds and hail. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado. This environment, though, in Ohio is not as favorable for tornadoes today. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values, which, if I can find where I put that, we do east. We look at our significant tornado parameter values here across the board. They are not that high in Ohio. Like there is an environment here where we could get a spin up tornado if one of the storms can stay discreet enough, but our low level wind shear is not overly impressive here in Ohio today. Back over in Tennessee, we could have a more localized increase of a tornado threat over the next hour or two, including areas like Mississippi and Alabama, but it's going to be conditional on our storm staying a bit more discreet. Like they're not really that like discreet right now. Everything's really messy across the board. So I think our tornado threat is really going to be contingent on any storms latching to some sort of outflow boundary. And then back over in the southern plains, it's a pretty similar sort of story. Like if you're in the southern plains, we're talking about again just again an environment where we could see a tornado just like yesterday where we had a large tornado, but generally speaking it's going to be contingent on a storm being near some sort of outflow boundary. So I'm not too confident that we're going to see, like, again, tornado outbreak is very unlikely today, but I do think there's still a chance for at least a couple of tornadoes, and they could pretty much happen anywhere. Today's a day where, you know, a tornado or two could happen basically anywhere across the board. So back over in Tupelo, Mississippi, we still have a damaging wind threat right now moving through Verona. Tupelo moving towards Fulton and Smithville. and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is the main concern. Back over north of Houston, Texas, we still do have a tornado warning near Dayton. This goes for 10 more minutes. The velocities on our main radar site are pretty weak. Once again, the rotational loft has been pretty strong, which is why they have tornado warned this. Likely have some sort of rotating wall cloud or something like that here that is moving in the direction of Dayton, near Wadley, and South Dayton. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This tornado warning should continue at least for the next few minutes. I don't think they'll cancel it unless something dramatically changes here in the near term. I'm going to see if we have any other cameras in some of these other warnings. Thank you, Joanne, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. It's actually a decent view. Back over... Let me put this on the bottom left. If I can. I cannot. This is a camera back over just to the east of Nashville. This is a storm that is producing damaging winds. Pretty ominous skies right now on the Tennessee Dot Smartway traffic cam. Cars are zipping along here. But that is an area that we are still watching for damaging winds. There are some cameras near this tornado warning, but they're all on this road, and there's literally no view of this, so I'm just letting you guys know there's literally no view of this tornado warning right now. But if we have a tornado, it's pretty much stationary right now near Sheiks. I highly doubt we have a tornado just based off velocities. They've been fairly weak here over the last few minutes. It's a very stationary storm. Flooding is definitely going to become a concern, and I would expect that we'll get a flash flood warning for this storm at some point here in the near future. You think Georgia will get any bad weather? Georgia should at least see some isolated damaging winds and hail later today. Very low tornado risk, though, for today. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of a tornado risk in Georgia. Put this on the bottom left. This is back over just southwest of Nashville right now. The winds are about to pick up here. This is an area that is currently seeing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Just outside of Murfreesboro. Hey, Charlotte, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Flooding in the Houston area. That's pretty common. We are sitting at 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. The warning that's back over in Tupelo was just upgraded. It is an observed threat now for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, heading right along I-22 near Smithville, also heading in the direction of Red Bay and Belmont, just west of Hamilton. So be ready again for damaging winds as the storm continues to push to the east. By the way, this is Connor currently waiting for storms to initiate back over in Texas.
There we go. There was a non-family friendly moment. Sorry, guys.
I don't know what family friendly moment he's talking about.
Bad.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, yeah, ad revenue is the only reason I was even able to chase for a while, so. Amy, welcome to Only Storms.
Waco, Texas should be mainly hail and wind this afternoon. It's going to be a very messy setup. A very messy storm setup this afternoon across the board. Once again, tornado warning is northeast of Houston, Texas. Nothing confirmed as of right now. Radar indicated rotation. Velocities have been broad over the last few minutes. If we have a tornado, it's going to be over near Sheiks, near Wadley. Again, very slowly drifting towards Dayton. Also got some storms attempting to fire off here in our area that we are likely getting a severe thunderstorm watch here soon. So we should have that here pretty soon. Thank you, Dominic, for becoming a member. Once again, this is the main severe thunderstorm watch that we have in Texas right now is this. This includes Waco, Cleburne, Palestine, Conroe, Houston, San Marcos, and San Antonio. This is mainly for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and apple-sized hail is likely. A couple tornadoes also possible this afternoon, so be ready for that if you are in Texas. We are about to get a new severe watch within the next probably 15 minutes or so, which would include some areas back over in kind of southwest Texas in the hill country. Let's say a time lapse on the radar mega cyclone port in Pickens County. See the shelf cloud rolling in. Kind of a cool little view of this storm rolling in. I love time lapses of storms. That's like the best thing. Oh, look at the cow. You guys see the cows on the time lapse? I don't know if you guys can see that bottom left of your screen. It's kind of out of the shot almost. They're kind of roaming around though. Kind of a cool view. And then there comes the wind. A little bit of spin in the clouds. Not really anything tornadic, but see the clouds kind of spinning around there a little bit. Got a lot of weird motion with our storms today. It's, again, a lot of our storms are we're going to generally track east, but they could pretty much go any direction, like initially. We've had some going north, we've had some going east, some going south. You know, they've been kind of going in all different directions today. Thank Robert for becoming a member. So apparently one of our storm chasers, Bryce Shelton, or Tornado Pagey, kind of both of them, they were on our stream yesterday. Apparently they're near the international border right now near Mexico to chase some storms. There is actually, if you look at the future radar here today, our main threat might actually be, like, at least for our southern plains threat, it actually might end up being right over here, kind of in Mexico. So... But honestly, like, we could get some pretty crazy storms later this afternoon off to the west of San Antonio. So I'll have to keep an eye on that near Rock Springs going towards Uvalde. San Antonio and Round Rock and Killeen and Waco. We are expecting a bunch of storms to fire up over the next couple hours, especially near Austin and San Antonio. So definitely be ready for that. This area of storms back over in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Mississippi and Alabama will continue, by the way, for the next several hours. Damaging winds being the main concern. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos of today's storms, you can send them in to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. See if we have any other shots of these storms. This is another one over in northern Tennessee on the radar mega cyclone port. Very lush out there. Again, we've had a lot of rain recently in Tennessee. Very lush trees and all that, and grass. Another ominous view. Actually, look at that right there. A little lowering over there on the right side of your screen. This is back over in Smith County. This is the storm near Lafayette. I think that was the right camera, right? Or is this a different one? Was that Gainesville? That was this. It's actually a little kind of lowering there on the right side of your screen. We have Smith County. I just put it up on here. Kind of a cool shot of the storm. Thank you, Timotheus, I think, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Adam with the $10 super chat. Has Youngstown, Ohio looking later. The last two missed us. Generally, it's going to be just scattered storms in Ohio with damaging winds and hail. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary happening in Ohio today. Wouldn't rule out, though, an isolated tornado threat. Also, thank you, Black, for becoming a 2-month member. It's pretending to be a rainy day in San Angelo. There you go. Stormy outside in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thank you for the report. This is back over in... Let's go to Chattanooga right now. This is back over in Chattanooga. Nothing severe as of right now. Do another live shot down here. Tennessee has so many cameras. That's what it looks like in Chattanooga. So you don't have to go outside to look at this. It looks like an ordinary storm in Chattanooga, but... Thank you, Mr. Bill, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Pretty ordinary stuff, though, down there. Definitely interesting, though. These storms off here in northern Tennessee, again, I'm not really expecting much of a tornado risk, but we've seen this time and time again. Again, we sometimes get wall clouds, even with storms that never produce tornadoes. That's very common. It happens probably, I don't know exact percentage, but probably a good 50 to 70% of storms that don't produce tornado, like, I'm trying to put this in the right words here, but, like, there are a lot of storms that have wall clouds that are tornado warned, but never actually produce a tornado. It probably happens with, like, 80% of our storms, so... Definitely an interesting shot, though, there. Wow. It's back over in, let me get the exact location here. This is near Scottsville in southern Kentucky right now. Very elevated storm. As you can tell, our lifting condensation level is well off the ground, so this storm is well off the ground here. Large rain shaft back there as well. But when it's this elevated, this usually never produces a tornado threat. Very, very rarely will we get something like that, especially with how small this storm is on radar, but kind of a cool shot. You can see the curvature as well. That is of our outflow boundary that is pushing this storm from west to east. So kind of a cool shot here in southern Kentucky. Huge shout out, by the way, to Paul with the $80 Venmo. W's in the chat for Paul. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your dedication. You become my family's #1 source of all things weather. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Paul. And also thank you, Gwen, for the $15 PayPal or Venmo, excuse me. Sent my mom in San Antonio your stream, keeping her updated as we lost power briefly last night. I appreciate that. Don't forget, by the way, you can always share our stream on Twitter, Facebook, all those platforms. We do post a link to our stream in the thumbnail on our platforms every stream, so you can always just share it easily without having to like get the link off of our YouTube or anything like that. Always do appreciate you guys getting the word out there. Again, we do provide commercial-free weather coverage here on YouTube. Also, the tornado warning has now been canceled in Texas, so we no longer have any tornado warnings. That storm, though, is still producing some pretty big hail, and there is a tornado possible label on it. The storm's actually intensified over the last few minutes, despite there not being a tornado warning. There is actually a hook echo and an inflow, and it's right on the outflow boundary. This thing could actually try to produce another tornado threat here soon. Velocities aren't very strong, but if it can latch to the boundary, we could definitely get a tornado there just north of Baytown, northeast of Houston. Area of rotation starting to try to intensify a little bit. This is on the terminal radar site. They've also just upgraded this warning. It is now up to 2-inch sized hail. So we have basically limes falling out of the sky right now near Dayton, near Highway 90. That little white and black core is right over 602 in Wadley. Definitely producing some big hail right now near 99. Also, shout out to Margaret with a $20 Venmo donation for re-sparking my interest in weather. That's awesome. Appreciate that. I'm glad I can re-spark your interest. What county did we see a lowering? That was in Smith County, Tennessee, which I'm not expecting a tornado risk out of this storm, but there was at least a little wall cloud. It's another view of the storm from a different perspective. You can actually see this is your storm right here. I know it might not be clear to see, but that literally is your updraft. Like, it is a singular cell. Very little wind shear. Not really a storm that's growing in size very much either. Hey, Chaser, for the $5 super chat. How's it looking? Cleveland, Ohio looks pretty stormy. Mainly going to be damaging winds and a little bit of hail. We have quarter-sized hail that's actually been reported just to the west of, or just to the east of Cleveland. We have, let's see. Should be another, let me try to go back down here. Wow, this is actually kind of cool again. This back over on that storm in southern Kentucky. Very ominous skies. Way back there, it looks like just kind of some scud cloud. Almost looked like a funnel, but we're not going to probably see much of a tornado risk in Kentucky. Kind of a cool view of this storm, though. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued in Alabama. For now, we are using the Spanish version because Riley decided to send me the wrong version of the watch. We got to translate this. Looks like some ping pong ball sized hail is possible. Some scattered damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour, and frequent lightning is possible. All right. So I think that's what that says. I'm pretty sure this is what it says. I used to take Spanish, so 2 million people are in this watch. I think that means 709 escuelas, which I think is schools, and then 54 hospitals. Hospitals. I think is how you say it in Spanish. This goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. Gotta love the Spanish watches. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning near Waco, Texas. I think it actually includes Waco. It does. If you are in Waco near I-35, we got damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour and a little bit of golf or quarter-sized hail, excuse me, possible with this storm. It's currently moving down to the east and southeast. Hey, Charlotte for the $5 super chat. What's it look like for central Louisiana? It's going to be mostly a damaging wind and hail risk today. Very low tornado risk. Shout out to Timothy with the $20 PayPal donation. I really appreciate that. Back over to the northeast of Houston. Once again, we do have a big hailstorm that is ongoing near Dayton. This is up to 2-inch sized hail right now. Tornado possible labels on this storm. We could get a new tornado warning at some point on this. Velocities are still trying to come together again. Near Liberty. Liberty. Barely moving, though. Flash flooding is definitely a concern with this storm as it barely moves to the east. It's currently moving east, I think, at like 5 miles per hour. Let me double check, though. Moving east at 15 miles per hour. Thank you, Dana, for the super chat. North Carolina outlook. North Carolina is mostly going to be isolated hail and wind. Better chance of severe weather for sure tomorrow.
Again and start rolling.
Yeah, I really am liking the look.
Back over. I'm trying to get the camera on here.
In terms of everything.
It's back over in Manny, Louisiana. This is a storm that just went severe. This is right along the river where damaging winds are currently occurring, right along the river near Highway 6. It's warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Pretty windy here along the river. Right, actually, Riley, I got it. I'm good. A lot of cars along this bridge. I think this is Highway 6, if I'm not mistaken. Also, this is Storm Chaser James Hannum, if I'm saying that name right. This is back over in... I think I had the location. I think this is Southern Tennessee. One moment. We don't have his location tracker on here for some reason yet. Put Manny on the bottom middle again. This is back over in northern Alabama near Ardmore. Pretty ominous skies here. A little bit of a wall climb maybe formed there on the left. Let me go back to radar. That's what it looks like on radar right now. Pretty cool view of this storm rolling in. Back over in Manny, Louisiana. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Dana says, I live in Dayton, Texas, Highway 602 and 90. I'm not seeing any hail. I live in Dayton, Texas. Yeah, I mean, the hail is going to be back off to your west. It's not actually there yet. That's probably why you're not seeing it. Our main area of hail is going to be located just off to your west. See, this is Dayton on the bottom right of your screen. This is the hail core. It's mostly west of you right now. Hey, MP for the super chat. Tonight's San Antonio risk. It'll be mainly hail and wind. Low tornado risk will also exist. Cool little storm rolling in. We'll keep James on the bottom right of your screen. And again, we got Manny in the bottom middle of your screen. That is in... actually, I'm going to put Manny on the bottom left camera. Let's do that. Flip it around. Yeah, stay safe. If you're in this warning northeast of Houston, this is, I believe, still Harris County here. It's mainly hail right now. There's still a low chance of a tornado. You can actually see on the CC radar, there's quite a bit of hail falling right now near Dayton. So, moving up towards Liberty. So once again, James Hannon in northern Alabama right now. Keeping an eye on him. A little bit of a shelf cloud rolling in here. Very kind of scuddy looking right now. They just issued a severe warning for where he is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Houston just got a tornado warning. There is no tornado warning in Houston. It's not even a storm in Houston. The only storm is off to your northeast. We had a tornado warning earlier, but that one's already been allowed to expire. David says Groundwind is picking up in Dayton, Texas. Any way to send any videos? Yeah, you can send them the videos to me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That's like the best way to do it. Or you can message me on Facebook, but preferably over Twitter. We more frequently check Twitter than Facebook on streams. I'm actually going to see if anybody sent anything in. The storm is huge. It is massive. This is a massive storm. This is, get the link here. This is from Gallatin, Tennessee, from Swaggy. Some of the hail falling down there in Tennessee. Pretty small hail, peas, or cheese curds, if you will, falling out of the sky. Looks pretty small. Cheese curd sized hail falling out of the sky here. Back over in Gallatin, Tennessee. If you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Please at me, by the way. Don't message me because I do not check messages. This is back over in Manny, Louisiana. Storm's clearing out a little bit. We had a lot of wind and a lot of hail. You can see a little lowering, it looks like, on the left or right side of your screen. Kind of low clouds. I wouldn't say it's like a wall cloud or anything like that, but definitely some low clouds. Rotation is fairly non-existent on this storm, or storm area near Manny. Hey, Daniel for the $5 super chat. Also, shout out to Matthew with a $5 Venmo donation. How's Knoxville, Tennessee looking tonight? Knoxville should be mainly a damaging wind risk. And that's not really tonight. It's going to be in the next few hours. So what's going to happen, I'm going to put the little future radar loop on here just for like Tennessee, Kentucky. We can do other states too, but this is what it looks like by 4 to 5 o'clock. Notice how we have a line of thunderstorms moving across pretty much the entire state here near Lexington, Richmond, back towards Chattanooga and Huntsville. This should be mainly damaging winds. I don't really expect there to be much of a tornado risk there near Knoxville, but if you're back over in Knoxville, be ready for at least some severe weather sometime around 5, 6, 7 o'clock. And then eventually by about 8, 9 o'clock, the storms are out of your area. So, and then tomorrow there's another chance of severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center actually issued now a slight risk of severe weather for parts of the mid-Atlantic tomorrow, from about Philadelphia back into Charlotte, where more elevated threat of damaging winds will exist, in addition to some large hail. We're not going to be live tomorrow. Today's really the probably the last day of the stretch they'll be live until probably Tuesday, I think, of next week. Hey, Riley, did you want to show your cat? I was going to put it on, but all right. Hey, Cassie for the 4 months. This is Riley's cat at the top left of your screen. Or was showing off his cat. W. All right. You think the storm near Decatur, Alabama could spin up? I don't know where Decatur, Alabama is. I'm going to keep it a buck. Let me find Decatur. Oh, it's literally this storm. There actually is a chance. I know James is on this storm. There actually is a little mezzo there. It might be hail. It might be some level of hail contamination too, but I would not rule out a potential tornado risk with this as it goes up towards Brookmead, Priceville, Mooresville, and Triana. It's also going towards Huntsville. So definitely be alert if you're in this area. This storm is definitely trying to rotate. We also have a camera in Decatur. We actually have a camera in Decatur. Let me pull that up. Put that bottom left of your screen. It's on one of the virtual rail fans there in Decatur. Yeah, there's a little area of rotation. Not much. Velocities going away from the radar are pretty weak. Going towards the radar is pretty weak, but maybe a little weak area of circulation coming up into Decatur right now. I think the tornado risk with this is very low, but definitely not zero. It's also producing $half size hail. And a good amount of lightning. Moving to the northeast. Shout out to Blake with the $20 PayPal donation. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping us updated. I appreciate the generosity and thank you for the support. Was Riley's cat name? Bro, he has like 15 names for it. You'd have to ask him. He has like a billion names. 2-inch sized hail, by the way, reported over in Vina, Alabama. You don't usually see 2-inch sized hail that often in Alabama, but that is a recent report. Back over near the radar site near Amory and Hatley, we do have a line of storms right now pushing in with damaging winds being a possibility. Also a little bit of quarter-sized hail. Not really much of a tornado risk with this line as it continues to push east, but we are keeping an eye on it. We also are getting more damage reports near Tupelo, near Verona, Mississippi. There is a report of a tree that fell onto an occupied vehicle. There are no injuries being reported. That is good news. But there was a report there in Verona, Mississippi. This is literally from the last 30 minutes of there being a tree that fell onto a vehicle with people in it, but no injuries. And then back over in Shannon, Mississippi, several reports of trees down on County Road 506. Definitely don't want to see trees falling. The storm back over near Dayton, Texas is still producing some pretty big hail. The hail core is not as large as before. If you're on the south side of Dayton, that is where the greatest amount of hail is currently falling. And then back over here near Wadley, that is where we're watching for at least some broad rotation. It's been very weak. It's been very broad. We are still monitoring a potential for maybe a brief tornado with this storm just to the northeast of Houston. Back over near Waco, Texas. Again, line of storms currently pushing towards I-35, producing damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. This is currently tracking to the east. Hey, Trisha of the super chat. Is Riley's cat a polydactyl? What's that even mean? Is that a breed? I don't know what that means. This is back over in northeast Tennessee right now. We got a storm that's coming in here. And low clouds, but not really any tornado concern with this storm as of right now. This storm is near Red Boiling Springs with damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. Cool view of this storm from that camera. Let's see what the other one has. All right, let's go to this camera. This is near Whiteleyville, I think. Kind of suspicious clouds, sus clouds, if you will. Nothing tornadic, though. Extra toes? I don't think it has extra toes. I could be wrong. All these live streams this week have officially put the Weather Channel on notice. There's a new sheriff in town. We've gone live, I think, every day here for the last... I don't know how many days in a row we've gone live for. It feels like every day for the last, like, 5 or 6 days, though. I think we've gone live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think it's 5 days in a row. Why have we gone live? No, actually, 6 days in a row, at least. Thank you, Eric, for the $5 super chat. Go live 24/7, 365 days a week. If I went live 24/7, I don't know if I'd ever have time to do anything else. Unless we just had our stream up and, like, I would be doing other stuff or something. Like, I do want to have a 24/7 live stream, but it wouldn't be, like, me on it all the time. Back off to the west of Louisville, we do have a severe storm coming your way with damaging winds up to 60. And a quarter-sized hail that's going to be moving in here pretty soon. Be ready for that. Thank you, Salty, for the 1 month. Let's go back to Ohio. We got a bunch of storms firing up right now in and around Ohio. Mostly just quarter-sized hail right now across the board in Ohio. Back off towards the West Virginia and Ohio border. We also have damaging winds around 60 and quarter-sized hail coming in there. And then back over in western Tennessee, we've had a line of storms. This has been kind of weaker here over the last little while, but it is still producing a threat of damaging winds. Wow, look at this. This is a big shelf cloud. This is in Parsons, Tennessee and Decatur County. Sheesh. A big shelf cloud. I'll try to put that on one of our camera spots. There's a big shelf cloud rolling in. Hey, Tom, for the $10 super chat. Make sure you have smooth jazz for the 24-hour stream. We're going to get some music that would make somebody fall asleep. Some, like, really soft piano music going. Cool little storm, though, here rolling into Parsons. Damaging wind should be coming in here over the next few minutes. Hey, Bill, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is Cheese Curd doing okay? She is actively sleeping to my right. She is chilling. The storm isn't even severe, by the way. Just a storm rolling through. It's another view of this storm rolling in. This is a bit of a different perspective from Decatur. Again, in Decatur County and Decaturville, Tennessee. Shelf cloud rolling in. Got a couple different views of it. We'll go back to the other one. It's gonna be we're about to be underneath the shelf cloud here in a second. It should be producing at least some gusty winds around 50 miles per hour. Show us the cat loaf. She's not even cat loafing right now. I'll show you guys a photo though. Hope you guys can really see her. Her eyes are she puts her paw over her eyes because the light is so bright. I don't know why she sleeps there. She has so many other places that she could sleep. Will we finally get rain in Florida soon? I think you guys will this upcoming week. I think you're going to start to see some rain here soon. I legitimately think there will be some rain coming up here soon. I know it's been really like quiet in Florida, but I do think with our new weather pattern coming in with the 2 bowling ball, or I don't even know if you call it bowling ball, but really our mega block weather pattern should lead to at least some level of rain in that area. Back over in Ohio, there is a little area of rotation again trying to develop near Mount Vernon. That's heading towards Jelloway, Glenmont, and Kilbuck in Millersburg. So that's right over Highway 13 right now, moving to the east-northeast. Be ready for at least a threat of damaging winds and hail. There is a potential also for a tornado out of this. Let me see what the terminal radar site's showing. There is definitely some rotation here. A terminal radar site doesn't show a whole lot. There's a small little mesocyclone on this, though. Definitely have to keep an eye on this for a potential tornado risk going to the east. Everything else, though, in Ohio is mostly just hailstorms. Those are kind of just bubble-up thunderstorms. East of Cleveland, we still have a damaging wind threat moving in the direction of Greenville, Pennsylvania, and Meadville. Linesville's also in the path of that, just south of Lenox Township. Then west of Louisville, damaging winds up to 60 is going to be moving into your area here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Be ready for that storm. Also, we haven't really talked about South Carolina, but just to the south of Greenville, South Carolina, we do have a damaging windstorm here. All outflow boundaries that are shooting off from these storms, so I don't expect much else other than damaging winds and hail out of these storms. The tornado threat, again, really anywhere in Georgia and as well South Carolina is very low today. I'm not expecting much of a threat there. Also, back over near Huntsville, this is a storm that has had a little bit of rotation. It's not really that impressive, though, as of right now. Very low tornado risk coming up towards Huntsville in Alabama. This is right now rolling through Decatur. And this is a live shot right now indicator on the virtual rail fan. Just raining right now, but wind might pick up here in the next few minutes. This is going to be coming up on where the highest winds are, so we'll keep an eye on that. And back over in Florence, it's mostly just damaging winds too. Back over near Tupelo, just east of Tupelo, Mississippi, going up towards Hamilton, Alabama. A little line of thunderstorms has developed, mainly producing damaging winds. It's a broken line of storms, so not super organized. As long as it stays broken, our tornado threat should stay low, but definitely not zero out of that line of storms. It's a little interesting. Higher wind, we're starting to get some higher velocities just south of Manny in Louisiana. It's like a little area of convergence maybe trying to come together there near Florian. Good amount of lightning as well. Keeping an eye on that. Also, Connor is now coming up on a storm that is forming near Menard in Texas. Let's go ahead and go over to Connor here just for a moment, see what he's talking about. Now I'm going to sip on some tea because I want to. So this is what it looks like right now near Menard in Texas. Or it's not, he's not quite to the storm yet, but he's probably about 10 minutes from at least seeing the storm more clearly. Mostly just some small hail and gusty winds.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, no, we're in agreement there. I'm just coming in 15 minutes. So
Connor is hunting for hail.
I'll be meeting up with you guys at some point since I-10's really our only road. So.
Max, you should call your members Velociraptors.
Yeah, I agree.
I just don't think so.
These storms are supposed to be the start of whatever line that goes down through San Antonio and goes all the way down. So storms will more likely fire, and it just depend on, what side of the
Hey, James and Hyper from coming to minimum velocity members.
Yep.
So again, Connor currently coming up on this storm here that is just fired. We are expecting at least a conditional round here of a tornado risk across Texas. Kind of like yesterday. Again, I'm not saying we're going to see another large tornado or anything like that, but it is definitely a possibility. So we'll be keeping a close eye to the skies. And back over to the south of DFW. Again, we do have a line of thunderstorms that is pushing towards Waco right now with mainly a damaging wind risk. Be ready for that if you're in this area. Damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour is the current concern on this line. Some hail also coming up on I-35. You're between about Cleburne towards Hewitt. Be ready again for that threat of hail and wind. What about the Alabama coast? Alabama coast, probably not going to see a whole lot until like late tonight, if you even see anything. Mainly a damaging wind risk. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. This back up near Campbellsville and Greensburg, excuse me. That is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Overall, though, severe weather in Tennessee is actually, I mean, we literally, what's kind of surprising is that we have no warnings right now in Tennessee at all. Despite us having some pretty decent looking storms, there's actively no severe thunderstorm warnings. If there's any view of anything on any of these cameras. Here's a storm rolling in. This back over in northeastern Tennessee, back over the Haydenburg Fire Tower. I see the scud clouds here again. Not really much motion when it comes to rotation. Generally speaking, I'm not really expecting a tornado risk again to be that high in Tennessee, but I see there's at least a little bit of scud cloud activity there. This is what we call sus clouds. The severe weather for the $5 super chat. What tornadoes do you think are the top 3 strongest? I don't really have like a list of that off the top of my head. I just don't have a list of stuff like that. I can really only I can only refer to stuff that I've actually covered, because like that's stuff that like I've seen in real time. Like in my opinion, the strongest tornado that we've ever covered literally happened like 5 days ago. That big wedge tornado that happened back over in what was it called? Nebraska. I don't know why I can't think of things right now. Back over in Nebraska. That was crazy. I honestly think, and again, this is not live, this is from the other day, but I personally do think this right here was our like the largest tornado that we've ever covered. It was literally just a huge tornado. It was 1.25 miles wide, and it was honestly probably the strongest tornado that we've ever covered too. The velocities on that were insane. I mean, the gate-to-gate shear was like 80 to 200, I'm pretty sure, when that was happening, so... The scud cloud here on the right side of your screen. This back over in northeastern Tennessee near the Haydenburg Fire Tower on the radar mega cyclone port. This is what we call sus clouds once again. This is what it looks like on radar right now. Actually, we got a hail core on this thing. Got a hail core right now moving right over Red Boiling Springs, coming up on Midway. Decent little hail core there. Kind of little scud stuff coming up here. Definitely some rising motion. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. So whenever, I mean, if you're talking about like general criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning, we need damaging winds up to at least 58 miles per hour and then at least quarter-sized hail. Looks like a glitch. This is not a glitch. This right here is just literally just scud clouds. At least indicates that there's some moisture and a little bit of rising motion. And what was that bird? Bro, what is that bird? Is that a... I don't think that's a bald eagle. Anybody know what that bird is? What the heck? Got a PDS bird sighting over here. That bird like literally almost went across the camera. I kind of wish it was like not flying so fast. Hawk? I don't think it was a bald eagle. Bald eagle. It looked like a hawk. A butterfly. That's a big butterfly, bro. What? Alright, everybody's saying hawk. That was kind of funny. That was so random. That's like our second bird sighting, I think, now. Out of nowhere, jump scare. We actually got a big surge of wind right now heading towards Winchester and Huntland in southern Tennessee right now. Damaging winds are picking up on this storm. We'll have probably a live shot of this storm here relatively soon. I'm going to see if we have any other cameras. This storm's definitely producing damaging winds. This is probably one of the more intense storms that we have right now in Tennessee. The velocities are very high right now over Fayetteville. This is south of Murfreesboro for reference. Yeah, so this will be coming up towards Winchester. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll have a camera coming up looking at that probably here in a few minutes. Are you still doing the Lake City tornado documentary? It is planned to be done at some point. I mean, we haven't even started it for the record, but I do plan on having that done hopefully by the end of the month. It's just whenever the weather gets quiet. I honestly think the weather's gonna be really quiet in the middle of May. It looks like it's gonna be dead. So like it could change, but it does not look very active. This is back over on James Hannum, back over in let me get the exact location again. I think this is northern. He's back over near Harvest right now, just outside of Huntsville. So Huntsville storm has been producing a potential, at least, for some damaging winds. There is a low tornado risk on this as it comes up towards Huntsville. Should have a better shot of that here in the next few minutes. And Connor's also coming up on a storm in Texas, so we should have a live view of that here in a moment. I'm ready for a break. I think everybody's ready for a break. This is what it looks like beyond like today, you know, over the next like few weeks, months, that sort of, or not months, next few weeks. Yeah, let's forecast what's happening in July real quick. This is what it looks like as we go into early next week. We're gonna have another low pressure system eject over the Rockies. I expect the return of severe weather to be pretty significant in the southern plains, at least on Monday and Tuesday. And then by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it honestly doesn't look too crazy. Looks kind of quiet at least. And I don't see anything large scale, at least in the near term horizon, beyond what's happening early next week. So we're probably going to get at least some level of a break from severe weather here soon. New severe thunderstorm warning east of Waco, Texas. This includes just outside of Groesbeck, south of Corsicana. This can be for 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as quarter-sized hail. This is another video. This is from BGBG on Twitter. Let me pull this up. It's over in Newberry, Ohio. Look at all the hail coming down in Newberry, Ohio. Hail no. It's a lot of hail. Hey, Brandon, for the super chat. Following you since your channel was tiny, bro. Congrats again. I know I said this before, but going to college. Well over 1 million subscribers. I don't know how you do it. I don't know either. But I'm graduating here in a few days, so that's a lot of hail. Hey, Cody, for the super chat. When do you think San Antonio is going to get hit? Probably within the next few hours. If I were to guess for San Antonio, it's basically any time between about... you could see storms pretty much at any point today, but I would say the best chance of you seeing storms in San Antonio should be from about like 4:30, 5 o'clock up until about 9 o'clock tonight. And that'd be the main timing for this area. Also, thank you, Cody, for the super chat. Been following you since early last year. Appreciate everything you do. I live in Northwest Arkansas, and you covered the evening in May last year with 7 or 8 tornadoes and 1 supercell. We've had a lot of crazy storms recently. And also last year. Last year was honestly a really crazy year. This year, honestly, like if you compare both the years, like last year was crazy when it came to all the events we had. We had so many severe weather events. This year, I just feel like everything's been way more significant. We've had way more significant severe weather events, in my opinion. And I think it's just a very different kind of flow, I feel like, this year. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. Oh, I already read that. Never mind. Thank you, Mary, for the super chat. Thanks to all you do. How's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania looking? Should be mainly a damaging wind risk over in Pittsburgh today. A little bit of large hails possible too. Nothing like what we saw the other day with that big mesoscale convective system, but what's actually interesting is we have tennis ball sized hail falling in eastern Ohio right now. You do not see this very often. We have a scatter spike on radar near Flushing, just outside of St. Clairsville, coming up on Martins Ferry and Dillonvale. You got tennis ball sized hail falling over here in Ohio. You don't see that like ever. It's actually pretty rare. It's coming up towards, that'll actually be going in the direction of Pittsburgh, so probably more towards Washington, probably going to stay south of Pittsburgh, but nonetheless, kind of going in that general direction right now. Some big hail, though. That's a big hail spike. This storm's literally just formed in the last, like, 15-20 minutes. Scatter spike, yeah. Whenever we have like a spike like this on radar with the hail core and the radar beam is coming from the other direction, that is a scatter spike. Very typical radar signature whenever it comes to having some sort of big hail falling. So this is actually very common. Thank you, Nicole, for the super chat. How bad do you think the storms heading towards the Louisville, southern Indiana are going to be? I don't think they're going to be too bad. Again, just mainly a damaging wind risk over there. We do have I think a severe warning right now just outside of Louisville. Yeah, we still have a severe warning just outside of Louisville. Should be mainly a damaging wind risk here. I'm not sure what is going on with let me go to James. He's underneath the storm right now in Huntsville. It looks very ominous. Seems like there's some traffic here. Curious to see what we can see with this storm. This is the one near Huntsville, Alabama. Keep an eye on him. Yeah, Riley, can we use that camera that's in hashtag reports? Can you look real quick? Waco looks insane right now. Do you guys have any photos of Waco? Actually, we have a camera in Colleen. It's not showing anything yet. I do think the Waco storm is probably gonna have a big shelf cloud. This thing is just an entire line of storms right now moving across Texas. If you guys have any photos of Waco, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Probably has a big shelf cloud on it. Not see any photos yet. Thank you, Ron, for the super chat. Order 2 t-shirts. Hope they come here before the mail strike in Ontario. Hopefully they do. I didn't even know that was happening. Thank you, Cassie, for the super chat. I want to say this daily. I wish we had Max during the Iowa 2020 derecho. I wish I even knew that we could do live streams on YouTube related to weather in 2020, because honestly, I had no clue. I mean, I used to do live streams on Facebook, but that's obviously vastly different. Waco always has shelf clouds? Pretty much. It's very common, especially this time of the year. Right, I don't even know what that site is. I don't know. Do we have any other cameras in Decatur? Apparently there's like a wall cloud or kind of like at least a scuddy lowering here coming up near Huntsville. Trying to see if we can show it though. I know James is coming up on it right now. He's behind a lot of traffic. We might see it right here. This is what it looks like. He's coming into this storm right now. This is back over near Huntsville, Alabama. This one looks like in Woodbury, Tennessee right now. We got a big storm rolling in here. This is on a mountaintop. Storm rolling in right now. over the mountain here. Look how fast the clouds are racing too. The cell tower on the left side of your screen too. We have Woodbury on. Camera's actually moving here. They're moving the camera. It's the radar mega cyclone port. This is on Short Mountain, by the way, in Woodbury. It's a Short Mountain, Tennessee. Storm isn't really rotating, but it has a lot of rising motion. A lot of scud cloud coming in here. This camera's about to get absorbed by this thing. Camera operators watching the stream, they might be. Here comes the wind. It's picking up a little bit. Winds are definitely picking up here. This is again on Short Mountain. This is the DeKalb 911 camera again near Woodbury. This is not even a severe storm, just a strong storm. Winds are pretty strong though here on the mountaintops. Usually on these mountains, you do get higher winds, especially with our low-level jet cranking a little bit more here. Also, this is James back over in Huntsville, Alabama, coming up on a severe storm that is currently producing at least some level of damaging winds. Keep an eye on him. Let me get back to this live shot. Wind is still very strong here on the mountaintop here in Short Mountain. We are actually up, believe it or not, we are currently sitting at, is that 32 severe thunderstorm warnings? My thing's blocked out. We have 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. I added you on Twitter. All right, I'll check it out. Our wind's gotten a little bit calmer here. Yeah, we got a couple things from Waco. This is from, I think, Joshua. This is over on Discord. Huge shelf cloud near Waco. This is a gnarly storm. Look at that. It's near Waco, Texas right now. That's crazy. This is a massive shelf cloud. Got a little IHOP pancake on the top too. It's sticking out. You guys have any other photos? Again, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Back over on the Waco, Texas storm. Big time shelf cloud on this thing. Storm's producing 65 mile per hour damaging winds, by the way. The IHOP pancake makes a return. Like, make sure you at me on Twitter. Don't if you at me, I'll be able to see it. Otherwise, I cannot see your photos. It's also from Aiden over in Huntsville, Alabama. Of the storm rolling in here as well. Huntsville, Alabama is an area that we're watching for at least some damaging winds rolling to your neck of the woods here pretty soon. It's also over in Waco, Texas. This is from Biz on Discord. Look at this. I need to get this like full cam here. Let me do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make this full cam. Oh, maybe not. Let me do this. This is what it looks like in Waco as well. Again, another viewer, Biz in Waco, Texas. That is a huge, gnarly shelf cloud rolling into Waco right now. Next to a Jack in the Box, by the way. Possibly the most mid-fast food restaurant out there. Once again, producing 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Tornado threat is not 0 out of this line, but it is definitely on the lower side of things. So we have a camera come up and clean. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Coast Hada. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. We have a bunch of severe warnings. I mean, we have 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. They're pretty much everywhere right now. Pretty much everywhere. Mostly for hail and wind. But we got warnings literally everywhere. Also, we got a new one for the Louisville area. That's for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. Be ready for some high winds in Louisville. You can see some flying trash cans as well. We do have a... let me get the meter on here. We do have... One moment. Trying to find which folder it is. This is your trash can meter outlook for today. You're gonna have to take a walk and find out here across the Louisville area. Could I mean, if the winds were any higher, they could go gone forever. But be ready for some high winds here in and around the Louisville area. Also, for reference, today's flying trampoline meter risk is at a medium risk. True story, we see flying trampolines pretty much with every severe weather event, and I bet we've already had a few today, so. I don't think we have a toilet paper meter thing today, but apparently it's a medium risk. This was for, that's literally for winter storm, so that's kind of crazy. It's a medium risk today. Our meters do speak truth here. They're very truthful. See if there's any camera views of anything. I don't know if that hawk is okay. We saw a hawk earlier in the stream. I'm not sure if that thing is good or not. We haven't seen it on the camera. This back over in Northeast Tennessee, kind of a little cool view here. It's near the Buckman something. That's in Rickman, Tennessee. We're gonna see if we have any more shelf clouds anywhere. We're getting a lot of shelf cloud intercepts across the board today. Not seeing any right now. Waco's getting hammered. Stay safe in Waco. Again, Texas is definitely going to be one of the main concern areas for today. So far, no tornado threat as of now with really any of these storms. The one actually near Kingwood's trying to come together again, though. Or this is a new storm near Kingwood. It's actually a rotation on both of these storms right now. We got a little bit of rotation near Dayton, and we got a little bit near Kingwood. So two different storms that are trying to rotate right now. This is from Alex. This is a drone shot back over, I believe this was in Columbus, just north of Columbus. This was on our tornado warning, I'm pretty sure, earlier. We actually had a wall cloud. This is a drone shot of that earlier. What a beautiful shot. Also, the cloud to ground lightning strike. Sheesh. Thank you, Penguin, for the super chat. What quantitative values are measured to indicate the toilet paper meter? Asking as a confused West Coaster. It's I mean, the toilet paper meter is literally based off of if a winter storm is happening in Texas. That's basically what it's based off of. If it's happening in Texas, it's going to be mayhem. Absolutely everywhere. Lights are flickering in Waco. Thank you for the report. Once again, if you do have any photos or videos, you can send them to me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I think we got more coming in. We actually got hail and flooding in Waco. This is from... Give me 1 second to pull it up. This is from Revelation Quilts. I think their name is. Waco is honestly getting probably hammered right now with the wind and whatnot. There's actually some flooding here too. This is probably from yesterday's threat too. Yesterday we ended up having some heavy rainfall in the Waco area. It was mostly down to the south, but even some flooding here in their backyard. And also, again, a lot of hail on the ground. Doesn't look like anything super large here, but probably in the ballpark of quarters, if I had to guess. Oh my goodness. This is a lot of hail. Holy crap. There's, I mean, it's literally almost accumulating hail in Waco. Look at this. This is almost... This is hail-covered grounds over here. In Waco. So hail is covering the grounds here. It's basically snowing. Toilet paper meter might be necessary now. Back over here in near Waco. Stay safe again in Waco, Texas. It definitely does not look pretty. By the way, this is NATOcast outlook for tornadoes today. So far has definitely not panned out, but just in case you are curious, they have a 10% risk across parts of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi, which again has not panned out so far. Could change, but see if we have anything else here. That hail's crazy though. We definitely got a lot of hail here in Waco. Once again, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you have any photos or videos. This is also a photo from Jen on Twitter of a bunch of hail on the ground in Hillsboro, Texas. Hillsboro is a little bit further north of Waco. This is an area that we're just talking really about strong storms, but plenty of hail on the ground here as well. So this storm's definitely pretty impactful right now near Waco. Again, we've had a huge shelf cloud as well on this storm. This is probably going to continue to produce some significant severe weather over the next hour or two. As it continues to track towards Groesbeck, Marlin, and just outside of Temple. And once again, this was just a few moments ago, back over, I don't know where the photo went. And it's gone. Thought I had the photo. Yeah, this is from Biz. This is, again, the huge shelf cloud rolling into Waco. So this is definitely a pretty ominous storm. I do wish we had like a chaser or something on this. It's more about the structure and also the hail that's coming out of it. But nonetheless, pretty crazy storm here. Back over near Waco. And it's really moving right down into downtown Waco right now. We definitely have hail, by the way. There's literally a hail spike on radar here. We have a scatter spike right over Waco. So definitely some significant hail just south of West. Right near I-35. Just outside of Killeen as well. We got another storm rolling in. We actually, this back over in Killeen. A little scuddy, kind of lowering there. Try to get Killeen on the screen. This is honestly, like yesterday in Killeen, we had that large, or just outside of Killeen, we had a large tornado. This is not the same thing, but we actually do have a little, like, kind of lowering that's trying to develop. It's basically in the same area as yesterday. This is when I first, before I went live yesterday, this is the first thing I looked at, was this Killeen camera. And yeah, I mean, this is honestly pretty reminiscent of what we we had yesterday, just not as organized as before. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're receiving quite a few reports from the Amory, Mississippi area that there are trees down. I don't know if we had a locally higher of intense winds around that area, but it does sound like everyone's okay. There's just a lot of debris in the roadways.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So some debris, if you will, back over near Smithville. We have a couple of reports there just north of Amory. Again, a lot of trees down. There was also a tree back over near Verona that fell onto an occupied vehicle, but there were no injuries, thankfully, back over near Tupelo. And so this line of storms that is producing some damage in terms of trees falling down, wind damage in general, is right now moving into the direction of Florence, going towards Athens, Fayette, Columbus, and just outside of Starkville. So again, this line of storms continuing right now to push to the east over the next several minutes. I don't know why the Colleen camera isn't coming on. Once again, back over near Waco, Texas. We got a big hail core right now right over the town of Waco. And we've already had a lot of photos and videos coming into this storm. It's been pretty crazy. Again, stay away from windows if you're in this area. Quarter-sized hail, at least quarter-sized hail, and as well as 65-mile-per-hour winds are likely as this storm continues to track to the east-southeast. This is, again, a line of thunderstorms. Looks like Connor is coming up on a supercell that's forming back over near Junction, Texas. Has a little mezzo, actually, on it.
Well, let's see what this one does.
Have to keep an eye on this one. It's tracking towards Route 83 right now. Pretty ominous skies.
It's gonna depend on,
Thank you, Addictive, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's gonna follow I-10, then I can't really ignore that since it's I'll actually be able to stay on a storm for multiple.
Is Louisville going to get hit? Louisville's about to get hit by at least some damaging winds over the next few minutes. All the way back up near Louisville, we actually have had a recent report of a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust in Corydon, Indiana, and this is heading right into Louisville over the next few minutes. I'm not sure the winds are as strong as before, at least for the Louisville area. The southern storm definitely still has more intense winds. That is moving towards Mount Washington, Jeffersontown, and Linden. So that is the main concern with this line as it continues to push east. Back over in Ohio, the big hailstorm that we've been seeing here over the last hour that's heading towards Pennsylvania. This was warned and is still warned for tennis ball sized hail. We've had some recent reports of golf ball sized hail in New Athens, Ohio. We have a bunch of storms once again across eastern Ohio right now. None of these are really rotating, but we are expecting the threat of damaging winds and hail to continue.
On the front.
It's back over to Connor.
I prefer something a little bit further west, but this is it. This is it. Well, I'll accept it.
He's accepting his fate here. By the way, we do have an idea. We are thinking about getting Connor more involved in our live streams, also being able to talk to us directly and stuff like that. What do you guys think about that? We've had Connor for almost 2 years, I think now, or at least a year. No, it's been about a year and a half.
Yeah, it's definitely dark up there.
Here's what you guys think.
We'll see if they severe warn it.
I think we're also going to have them on most of our streams in the future, too.
They probably won't.
It's been kind of in and out recently, but...
I would love to get a flash flood coming down one of those washes. That'd be awesome.
By the way, the new SPC Outlook just came out. We'll show you guys that in a second.
Highway right here. Take this north towards this storm a little bit. It's the closest thing we got, so.
This is the latest SPC Outlook for today. This is back over across the United States. They've just released the new Outlook. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. This is a level 3 out of 5 risk of severe weather from Kentucky into Texas. And slight risk goes from New York all the way back into South Texas, and then a marginal threat back into New England. Our main concern for today still remains damaging winds. We still have a 30% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. Again, from Kentucky back into Texas, large to very large hail is a possibility as well around Waco and also back near Killeen. And there's also a potential for a couple, maybe a few tornadoes here over the next few hours, mainly from Kentucky back into Texas. So make sure that you're staying weather aware, having multiple ways to receive alerts. It is a large pickle today for our 2% tornado risk. We currently have 41 severe thunderstorm warnings. Holy crap, what is going on? How do we get to, we go from, we're at like 25, we're up to 41 severe thunderstorm warnings across this entire area. Now, I wasn't even paying attention to how many warnings we had, but we have 41 now. We have about half a dozen in Texas. Again, line of storms right now moving into Temple, Killeen over the next few minutes. That's what it looks like in Killeen right now. Got a storm rolling in with some damaging winds. This is almost the highest amount of warnings that we've ever had. Oh, we're down to 31 now. But yeah, that was almost the highest amount of warnings that we've ever had, which is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Back over around Houston, we've been watching a bunch of little storms firing up with mainly hail and wind. There's actually a little bit of rotation back over near Columbus, Texas. That's near I-10. It's basically moving very slowly to the east right now. Northeast of Houston near Kingwood, the rotation's been increasing just a little bit on this storm. More of a hail threat though right now, northeast of Kingwood. Probably going to be talking at least about $quarter to $half sized hail there. It's going in the direction of Dayton. I know Dayton, Texas has already had a lot of rain, and unfortunately more rain is to come here over the next hour or two. Back over in western Louisiana, damaging winds and hail are continuing here. Back over west of Winfield, this is all pretty much tracking to the northeast. And then if you're back over east of Rayville, near Delhi, we also have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds happening near Epes and Delhi, west of Vicksburg. And then back over along the Alabama-Mississippi border, line of thunderstorms right now stretching from Columbus and Starkville back towards Florence, with damaging winds continuing to be the main concern, and there's also a little bit of hail with those storms. Back over near Huntsville, damaging winds is the main concern near Huntsville. That's going to go up towards Scottsboro and their radar site. And then near Winchester, the damaging wind threat has been a bit more significant in this area. We do have a camera, which actually, this is a live shot. We're going to probably see some high damaging winds here in the next few minutes. It's on the Franklin County EMA on the radar mega cyclone port. Try to see if we can get this on a camera view here in a second, but storm is rolling in pretty quickly here. Got the shelf cloud overhead. Should have some damaging winds in a moment. Hey, Daniel, for the $10 super chat. Congratulations on graduation. I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you. So damaging winds should pick up there in the next couple minutes. This is a very ominous view back at the University of Tennessee Space Institute. Got a shelf cloud rolling in just beyond the trees right now. What's for lunch today? That's a great question. Definitely not Panda Express. Just had that yesterday. I don't even know what I had for lunch. Not gonna lie. I think I had a chicken sandwich. Connor found a peacock? What? Oh, Connor found a peacock. Look at that.
Where you going, boy? Come here.
It's Peacock Intercept out here near London, Texas. Thing is running.
He escaped finally. He finally is escaping.
Bro ran for his life. Did not trust Connor.
I was just like following this turkey along the side of the road. Turkey's more interesting than the storm, so.
I don't think he's wrong about that.
2.0 here.
Yeah, I was.
PDS Peacock. Look at this storm coming over here again in Tennessee. This is back over near Tullahoma. Let me check Winchester real quick. Winchester's getting windy. We got definitely 50, 60 mile per hour winds here. Someone call Jordan. Jordan Hall needs to be called about the turkey situation. Apparently Jordan's run over a snake now and some other stuff, bro. He's run over like everything. He had a list on Twitter. I don't know where it is, but he had a list of stuff he ran over. So once again, a shelf cloud rolling over here at the University of Tennessee Space Institute. Thank you, Hellcat, for the 10-month membership. Appreciate that. Getting reports of hail striking homes right now in Waco, Texas. This is once again back over in southern Tennessee. Here at the University of the Space Institute, or University of Tennessee. Pretty cool little storm rolling in here. Reed is a tornado warrior. I actually talked to Reed today, believe it or not. I did talk to Reed Timmer a little bit today. Congratulated me on getting my degree. Had a little discussion maybe about him being on our streams at some point in the future. It's always a possibility. Never know. Waco is scary right now. Let's see if we got any other photos coming in from Waco right now. This is a photo from Waco. Just looking at the clouds more than anything. Pretty ominous skies. Jesus. It's a video from Garrett's Sporting Goods here, back over in Waco. A lot of hail coming. Again, this storm's producing a lot of hail. I just don't think it's that large. There's been a lot of hail falling down. It's been piling up also pretty quickly. Got some leaves flying and coming down too. A lot of videos of hail in the Waco area. Probably this is the, can this stuff stop blaring into my audio? This is back over in Waco as well. Again, this was sent in by Caesar Ray on Twitter. There's just that, I mean, this is again in Waco. There's just so much hail on the ground. I don't think it's, again, that large, but there's a lot of hail. And if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We're keeping an eye on Twitter for all that stuff, especially in the Waco area. It's been pretty crazy. It's back over at the UT Space Institute here in southern Tennessee. The wind's about to pick up here. This is a storm that's producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's picking up right now. Let me go back over to look at Connor, actually. It's on the storm that's currently not severe near Junction, Texas.
Bro is calling it a day.
So I don't know who that was, but he's calling it a day and it just started. Look at Colleen. Colleen is windy right now. This is in Colleen right now. You can see the flags. It's back over in Colleen, Texas on the bottom of your screen. It is actually pretty windy right now here. This is a storm producing damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour. There is a little bit of hail in this storm too. It is very windy. Colleen is definitely bad. I mean, this is actually windier than I thought it would be. It's probably around 60 mile per hour winds or so in Colleen. This is again the radar mega cyclone port here. Thank you, Albert, for the super chat. I really recommend Cracker Barrel for chicken and dumplings. Bro, Cracker Barrel has some of the most mid food. Honestly, the breakfast can slap, though. It can slap. It is still very windy here. So again, a live shot in Killeen, Texas. We've had some big storms here rolling through central Texas the last couple days. This is a line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, moving into Temple, right along I-35. Moving towards Marlin, Groesbeck as well. Off to the west of Houston, we do have a storm here that's had some broad rotation near Columbus. We're keeping an eye on that for a potential tornado threat. And then back over near Kingwood, just an elevated storm at this point with hail and wind. No tornado risk at this point for that storm. Back over to Connor.
I just hate roads in Texas.
Near Junction, Texas. A storm that's trying to organize right now. We have 40 severe thunderstorm warnings again. Holy crap. Hey, Daryl, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Let's get the cameras rolling here.
Just out of
They actually just issued a severe warning for hail and wind on this storm that Connor's on.
Okay, there's a wall cloud trying to form over there. I might go down the road a little bit.
So we do have a wall cloud attempting to form. There's a very small mezzo on it. So we'll keep an eye on him. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in Alabama. For Birmingham, Gadsden, Coleman, Decatur, that's mainly for a mix of hail and wind. Connor still has a pretty good shot of this.
Sing my hey, it's severe warned. Hey, let's go.
Bro celebrating over a severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you, Shepard, for the super chat. First Bucky's, now Cracker Barrel. Come on, bro.
Let's go, chat.
Cracker Barrel is just like... It's...
We got a severe warning.
It's kind of whatever, you know? It's just... We're up to 42 severe thunderstorm warnings. What is going on? Pretty crazy looking storm here again. Connor was mentioning that there is a wall cloud on this forming. This might be the one to try to produce a tornado in Texas today. Back over near Junction. Is that the most? We're up to 43? Bro, if we hit 50 today, that'd be insane. And it's honestly possible. I don't know how much more time we have to hit 50. We got 3 minutes to get 7 more severe warnings. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're at 43 right now. This is, I'm pretty sure, the highest number of severe warnings I think I've ever been live for. Like, it's everywhere. This is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. None of them are that, like, I mean, most of them are just 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Now we're up to 44. I have never been live, I don't think, for 44 warnings before. We got a new one near Louisville for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also got a damage report south of Louisville of trees. Our tree and power lines blocking are down on 6800 block near Rutledge Road. That's in Pleasure Ridge Park, Kentucky. 44 severe thunderstorm warnings. Do we have 45? 45. We got 2 minutes to get to 45.
I wish I could get on top of one of these little plateaus. Sandra, thank you for the super chat.
Bro's trying to get on the mountain.
One of these.
Oh, you will do it and you will like it.
Do we have 45? We got about 1 minute and 20 seconds to get to 45 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 45. Do we have 50? You, Tom, for the super chat, get the big highlighter out. It's impossible to cover 45 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm not gonna lie. This is a lot. I don't know if there's any other storm that's gonna get warned here in the next minute. We got about 65, or we got about 60 seconds now until some of them expire. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got about 7 or 8 that are expiring. There's still a chance that we could get to like 50 in this stream, which would be insane at one given time. We're up to 46. Holy crap. This is actually insane how many warnings we have. This is actually really crazy. You know, we have 47. We're going to almost get to 50. It might happen. We're at 47. This is insane. We have 47 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a severe weather outbreak if I've ever seen one. We have 47 severe thunderstorm warnings at one given time. I think we got about 15 seconds. I don't think we're going to make it, but we just got one for Chattanooga for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Do we have 50? Do we at least have 48? I think it's going to run out of time here. We got another chance, though. I mean, between 3:15 and 3:30, we could get there. We're back down to 36. Yeah, 47 is just crazy. We didn't get to 48, though, I don't think. Let's go back over to Connor. He still has a view of that large kind of raggedy wall clad, shelf clad. It's kind of messy right now.
I wish I got a better angle than this.
Plateau makes it a little bit harder to see here.
That's all I'm going to be able to do for you guys.
Current on your tolls, so they block you from registering your vehicles. Yeah,
I guess
one more reason
this
why
isn't too bad.
toll roads should be outlawed. Yeah, they're stupid, especially like
Nice
our
base behind the mountain.
Owned by some other country. So like, why are we paying another country to drive on our own roads? Stupid. The crazy thing is not knowing until you go to get your
Definitely
tags.
diving south.
Can't get tags until you go through.
Yeah, this thing is probably not a tornado producer, but could be a big hailer coming into Junction here soon. Don't hate the view, don't hate the view.
There was going to be an issue beforehand because then I would have handled it before I got here.
Back down to 34 severe
But
thunderstorm
I'm
warnings.
calling the place they're asking me to call, and it says my
We
wait
were
time
at
is 40 minutes,
47
so like, maybe I just need to call.
at our peak.
They close and
That's actually, again, I think that's the most we've ever had on a stream. I'm pretty sure that's the most I've ever had. Or we've been live for, at least. I don't think we've ever been live for that many. That's kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. Get those numbers up. Bro, I mean, we could make a run for it again. I mean, we're at 36 right now. We got about 13 minutes. Just got a new warning back over near Fayette and Haleyville. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is currently tracking towards Highway 5 and eventually Hanceville and Coleman. There's a little area of rotation. It's not much, but just east of Vernon. Maybe a little area of convergence trying to come together. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Mainly going to be a damaging wind threat, though. 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds will be a possibility. All right, Riley has an update regarding some stuff. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So 2 things here. I've just been looking at the satellite for today's event. Obviously, it's a very widespread with our almost 50 severe thunderstorms warnings that we just had concurrently. This is kind of a look at what our satellite looks like across the U.S. We can see a few different regions of storms in Ohio, and then basically just this giant line stretching multiple states. Somehow northern Kentucky, northeastern Kentucky, you guys are kind of getting shammed on the severe weather across the country today. Basically, everyone else is seeing some sort of precipitation outside of the western U.S., but that is our giant system today. You can really see how it stretches and turns across the U.S. This is going to move off to the east, obviously, over the next few days, and then we're basically all going to be in this giant ridge pattern that Max has talked about a few times, our omega block that results in almost no severe weather for quite some time. One other thing to note is we did get a new update. So on the 30th of April, we did kind of have a debate on whether or not there was a tornado on the ground near Foreman, Arkansas. And the NWS has gone out and surveyed this tornado. It was actually not a tornado. They instead confirmed a bunch of different points of straight line damaging winds. So every single dot you see on this is a different wind gust report, and we actually had winds of up to 90 miles per hour with this straight line damaging wind event.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we have a load of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're at 35. most of them in the Dixie Alley or Tennessee Valley. We have several back up in the Northeast. All of them, for the most part, are damaging winds and hail. I do want to update you guys, though, back over near Temple and Waco and Killeen. I am getting some reports of power outages in this area. We do have a straight line wind threat that is currently coming through. The Radar Omega camera here near Killeen actually went out, and this is a camera that we were viewing where the winds were getting pretty high. So I do think generally our threat here for severe weather is definitely more elevated. The warning right now is for 65-mile-per-hour winds. So this could definitely be knocking out some power. It's back over to Connor, who's on the storm back out near Junction, Texas. And again, there's a chance of a tornado if this storm can stay near our boundary. The velocities, again, very broad as of right now. The clouds are definitely pretty low, though.
That gear, they give it a 20 gifted.
We're keeping an eye on this.
Chonker update.
New Mexico.
Bro, what is that? There's no way that's real.
New Mexico.
What the heck? Was that a turtle?
The Mexico slabber. I mean, I could probably sneak over there if I just start talking gibberish.
Interesting.
Nope.
Supercell on I-10 further.
Was that a real
south
turtle?
actually does look a little bit.
That was not a real turtle. Is that a real turtle? Bro,
Dang,
there's
this
no way he
is
has a real
Supercell
turtle in his
just
car.
North of San Antonio, that's to be wrong. That actually looks kind of decent.
Animal stream, bro. We've already seen a peacock. Now we've seen a. Guessing that was not a real turtle, but.
I mean, this one's starting.
Back over northwest of San Antonio, we have our first severe storm of the day near Burn or Burn. I don't know how to say the name. That's mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Isn't far from our boundary, so I'll have to keep an eye on this thing. It is a discrete cell. Low tornado risk with this, just northwest of San Antonio, west of Austin. West of Columbus. Or sorry, not west of Columbus. West of Houston, near Columbus, Texas. This storm was trying to rotate at one point. It is much broader, more of a hail and wind concern at this point. Northeast of Houston, we are getting reports of quarter to $half sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds, also a possibility. Line of storms, once again, moving right along I-35 near Temple and Waco. So again, stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this area. And if you do, again, have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter with those at MaxVelocityWX. Again, we are getting some reports at least of some power outages in this area. But not seeing any really rotation as of right now. Should be mostly a wind threat, mostly outflow-driven storms. This is really cool. Let me pull this up. This is from L Code, I think, on Twitter in Owensboro. It's in Owensboro, Kentucky earlier. Look at this structure. Wow, that is crazy. Shelf cloud madness today here across the entire country, pretty much. That's a crazy view. That's also kind of scary. Or retweet that on Twitter. Actually, this is also another cool view. This is when the storm was actually moving through. Same thing from Elcott on Twitter. See the wind picking up some. It looks like some dirt right there. Wouldn't even rule out that's a gust and hail. It doesn't really look like it's spinning though. I don't think there's a whole lot of wind shear up there in Kentucky today, but definitely pretty cool. Dust being picked up. Probably around 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Or I still say Twitter. Who says Twitter and who says X? I need to know in the chat. It's gotta be Twitter. Ain't no way we're calling it X right now. It hasn't been called X for like 2 years.
Looking Supercell than mine right now, so I'm just irritated.
Thank you, Leslie, for the super chat. Alright, most of you guys are saying Twitter.
It's just really hard to figure out where to go, you know. Some of these days are just pick your poison.
Hey, Leslie, for the super chat. That is Conquers the Turtle. Lives on Connor's dash. Okay. I guess Connor has a pet turtle in his car now.
Bro, where's London, Texas?
I'm not logged into my account on there,
Last
Riley.
time in London. I'm not even close to London anymore. Gosh,
All right, well,
Venmo. Thank you for the Venmo, Lisa. This thing gets so.
let's we'll do a poll in the chat just to get a gauge. All right, there's a poll in the chat for you guys. Twitter or X? Just out of curiosity. Dumbest rebrand of all time? Are we talking about Connor's Turtle? I don't think that's a rebrand. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Back over in northwest Pennsylvania, we got some damaging winds and hail coming in towards Meadville. Oil City's in the path of this as well. With a $0.5 sized hail just south of Meadville. Actually, a big hail core here for Pennsylvania, too. About 80% of you, by the way, are saying Twitter. Storm going towards Pittsburgh is not really too concerning anymore. It's just mainly quarter-sized hail. Was producing up to tennis ball-sized hail. Actually, look at this. We did have a tennis ball-sized hail report Mount Pleasant, Ohio, along Buena Vista Drive. That's some of the largest hail that you'll really ever see in eastern Ohio. Also, a lot of wind damage reports back over near Louisville. There's a lot of trees down in that area. So if you are in Louisville, just heads up. Trees and power lines are all down here across areas like Louisville. New report also in Louisville. Tree fell onto 2 vehicles at the intersection of East Burnett Avenue and South Brook Street. We are getting some more significant wind damage or wind damage reports from trees falling even onto vehicles. We have pretty much widespread severe weather right now across Alabama and eastern Mississippi. An entire line of storms moving towards Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, near Huntsville, and Fayette for damaging winds. And a little bit of hail as well. Also, the storm back over near Bourne, or Bourne, I don't know how to say that name, northwest of San Antonio. This one's been trying to rotate. It is a little supercell here. We'll keep an eye on that as it goes towards Fair Oak Ranch. And then again, this is the storm that Connor is on, which we're keeping an eye on this one. Back up near Junction. This storm's been, again, trying to produce some level of severe weather here. The San Angelo radar site is actually gone out, it looks like. It has not updated in like half an hour. So our best view of this storm is going to have to be the San Antonio radar site. Bernie? Is it Bernie? Okay, it's it's Bernie, Texas. Mainly a threat of damaging winds with this storm right now. A little bit of ping pong ball sized hail. We will be watching for a potential tornado risk as well. Thank you, Lizzie, for the $10 super chat. Temple, Texas, looking gnarly right now. It should be mainly damaging winds at the 65 miles per hour. And this storm's been producing a boatload of small hail, too. This is from Matt on Twitter. This is back over near Temple, Texas. And as some of you guys are saying, it looks gnarly. And I agree. It does look kind of gnarly. Gnarly looking storm out here. By the way, the storm in Crawford County, Pennsylvania does have a tornado possible label on it. We got about 3 minutes to try to tie our record for today of 47 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're back up to 43 severe thunderstorm warnings. It is possible that we could get to 47. We're at 44 right now. We got about 2.5 minutes. Hey, Waco for the $5 super chat. Any tornadoes for Waco? At this point, no. The line of storms has already moved through. You have a new mesoscale discussion, I think. Yeah, we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We're back up to 45 warnings. We're getting close. This is going to be across eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and some hail are going to be possible. So be ready for that. All right, 45 warnings. We got 2 minutes to get to 47 again or higher. We're not far from it. What's the record? I have no clue what the record is, but this is a lot. I mean, we literally, like, if you look across the entire map here, there are so many warnings. They're mostly in the, I mean, they're basically everywhere. The enhanced risk of severe weather, I've got to say, has been pretty accurate, though. Like, I mean, this is literally pretty perfect. Debatable, you could even had an enhanced back up into Ohio. We're at 46. Do I have 47? We have 47. Can we get to 48? One more to hit. This would be our highest of all time, which would actually be crazy on a stream. We're already at our highest of all time at 47. We got about 45 seconds, I think. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Stuart, for the $5 super chat. How's Central Tennessee looking? Oh, we ran out of time. We're back down to 33. Central Tennessee, we got another line of storms coming in, but this thing's gonna be pretty weak. More gusty winds and small hail are possible. How have we hit 47 warnings 2 times in a row? Like, it's unbelievable. We hit it twice. If we hit it again for 3 times, that'd be crazy. We are getting a report in Vonero, Tennessee. There are several trees down south of Oak Ridge and south of Knoxville. Oh, like camera view on that storm as of right now. Got another damage report back up near Florence. There are trees down at Wheeler Dam. That's over in Rogersville, Alabama. By the way, huge shout out to Kimberly with a $50 Venmo donation. How's Franklin, Tennessee looking for tonight? Let me look at where Franklin is. We've covered Franklin before, and I don't know where it is. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Franklin, Tennessee, pretty much the same thing as what I just said with the Nashville. We got one more round of storms coming through central Tennessee, but this is not severe. This is just going to be strong. Low risk of any damaging winds with this. Might be a little pocket of higher winds actually coming into Franklin in the next few minutes, possibly up to 50 miles per hour, but the severe weather threat should be lower. So what it looks like in downtown Nashville right now on the radar mega cyclone port. We already had a strong line of storms come through here earlier, produced a little bit of wind damage with trees down. It's not looking too shabby though as of right now. It's back over to Connors, coming up on that storm in Texas, back over near Junction.
I'm gonna take a right here. Like I said, I'm gonna get in the path of this. Gonna get in the path of this, and we'll intercept whatever hail's in here too, assuming there's still a little bit of
Hey,
service.
Dana, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you also, Rye, for the super chat. Thank you, Jasper, for the $10 super chat as well. Appreciate you guys, the support.
Yeah, I kind of feel like being random, so I'm just gonna head towards Rock Springs from Sonora.
And it looks out like they're starting to go, and on the radar now.
It is interesting. Back over northwest of San Antonio, this storm is still trying to rotate. I don't think it's near our outflow boundary. I don't really see the clear outflow on radar right now, but if this thing can get kind of close to our outflow boundary, there's a chance that this thing could become tornadic here in Texas. It's once again near Bernie, Texas, coming up on Fair Oak Ranch. Has a hook gecko and an inflow. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on this. Is Temple, Texas getting a tornado? Just damaging winds and hail right now. They have downgraded the warning back to 60 mile per hour damaging winds, so it is a little bit lower than before. Still kind of windy here in Colleen. This is a live shot. Still a little bit windy here. Got a little bit of hail falling, some wind in the area. Winds have been pretty gusty this entire time. Hey, Colbat, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Really appreciate that. Would this be a derecho? This is not a derecho. This is way too... There are a lot of warnings. There are a lot of severe storms, but like this is just way too scattered for this to even be a derecho. We don't have anything organized. There's like no line of storms actually organized right now. So. Hey, Dana, for the 1 gifted membership. If you're over in Wheeling, West Virginia, get ready for ping pong ball sized hail. We again have a few other hailstorms also coming in the direction of Pittsburgh right now. We have so many damage reports right now in Louisville. So many. A lot of trees
Yo,
down.
the stupid-
No, I got my eye on this.
Connor has a decent view of this storm. There's a lot of hills in the way. We're going to go back to him in a second. Back over in Louisville, though, we have about a dozen damage reports, mainly from trees being down. Just a heads up, if you're over in Shelbyville or Eminence or Frankfort in Kentucky, be ready for damaging winds. Probably going to knock down some trees as this area of storms continues to push off to the northeast. Further down to the south in Kentucky, back over near Corbin, we have a couple hail windstorms as well near Monticello, south of Somerset, mainly for hail and wind. Then back over in eastern Tennessee, a slew of damaging winds and hail is continuing over in this area. Moving into Lenore City, going towards Knoxville, and as well as Clinton. Thank you, Luis, for becoming a member, and as well as Timothy. Welcome to the Velocities. Connor should have a better view of that storm here in a second. Huge shout out to Brent with the 10 gifted membership. Subs in the chat for Brent. Really appreciate that. All right, Connor's getting a little bit better view of this storm now near Junction, Texas. We had a wall cloud trying to form earlier. We have no radar coverage with this storm, by the way. Like, the radar coverage from San Antonio is gone. It's very poor radar coverage on this storm. This is basically our best visual of it.
So slowly heading for my road. Very slowly, but surely.
Just like the Peacock from earlier.
Does have a mezzo from one of the radars. Only one of them, though. Gonna cross my road. Right up here.
Very ominous looking.
At like 2 miles an hour. Maybe we'll get a view up here. I need a clearing in these little trees.
We might have back over in Louisiana right now. There is actually a small couplet that has just formed over the last couple minutes near Warmack. Might have something there. Off to the west of Castor. A little bit of rotation there. Go back over to Connor. Back over to your Castor, Ringgold, stay weather aware.
Hold on. I need to get a visual somewhere, but I think this thing has a cut.
Storm, we don't have really a good visual, but it does look decent for a
Actually see right here?
supercell. There's a view of the
See a
storm
little
here
cut on it,
near Junction. Hey, Aisley, I think, for becoming maximum velocity member. Rest of looking supercell here near Junction. We're back up to 41 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 8 minutes to get to 50. It's actually possible now. I mean, we just need 8 warnings. Or 7 warnings to get to 48. We got 8 minutes to do so.
Just kidding, I don't think it's outflow. It has a cut.
Am I looking at a wall cloud? Like, what is that to the west?
I am coming up from the south on 377. There is I see a cut. There is like a clear slot.
Might be trying to go tornadic. We don't have a good radar view, so
Yeah, there's like a random.
it's near Junction, Texas. Again, the storm that we're looking at here visually. Hey, Stuart, from becoming a moderate velocity member.
I think on a wall cloud.
It is 100% a wall cloud.
Well, that's a good start.
Can't see anything because there's freaking trees and canyons and plateaus.
Yeah, I know. I guess I'm not the freaking get the drone out.
Bro, this is like
Yeah,
class.
sucks about that area and most of these areas.
This is like a classic supercell structure. Dude, what the heck?
Bottom right of your screen is that storm. Again, this is near Junction, Texas. Definitely producing hail and wind. We don't have a good radar view on it because the San Angelo radar site's down. So,
If I could get a break in the trees right up here, it'd be perfect.
actually, there is rotation on the... This is the one that Connor was referring to. There's actually some sort of rotation right now coming up on Yates, Texas. So there could be a tornado trying to form out of this thing here soon.
Yes. I'm getting it.
G-skirts here. We're up to 43 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 6 minutes to possibly hit 50.
There's a full-blown, like, clear slot with this. This is crazy. I'm gonna turn this camera. Look at that thing.
Wow. That is huge. That's really low to the ground, too. These clouds are definitely very low.
I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of cool seeing the updrafts in Mexico.
Super low to the ground. And again, the lifting condensation level out here, which is where the clouds start to build up from, that's definitely low. Especially with how low the clouds are now. There are some hills here, which does give it a kind of a weird perspective, but...
There's a full-blown... This is a full-blown mesocyclone in front of us.
Might try to drop a tornado at some point. If it were to, it'd be going towards, like, Harper and Fredericksburg, Texas. That's the general direction it's heading. Could also change directions. Currently producing...
Look at that, meso.
Currently producing ping-pong ball-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
What the frick? You gotta be kidding me. Look at that thing. Bro, Corey, you should probably get the drone up on this thing. The cut is actually wild.
We're up to 44 severe thunderstorm warnings. Got 4 minutes to possibly hit 48 or more. The amount of warnings we have is insane. We have a new one for Chattanooga, Tennessee. More 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail near town. Look at this, by the way. This is over in Chattanooga right now. Look how low the clouds are. These are more scary-looking clouds, scud clouds. These can often be mistaken for like a tornado or something like that. And again, we don't have one here by any means, but clouds are definitely fairly low to the ground. The storm's moving towards Saudi Daisy right now, moving to the northeast. Got a bunch of storms all across Tennessee right now. A lot of them are wind and hail producers. And then also back over in Alabama, an entire line of storms currently ongoing, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern. Back over to Texas on Connor, your junction.
Look at that thing, guys.
Thank you, Bailey, for the $10 Venmo donation. I'll definitely check that out. Thank you, Bailey. Yeah, we have some of those in our program.
It's moving right at me.
Got a mesocyclone on this. Again, there's also a scatter spike, so this is definitely producing some large hail. And looks like you lost signal. It's at least producing some large hail right now, coming up just north of Junction near 1871 Road, south of Menard. The storm that's back over near Bernie is starting to fall apart a little bit because we got some activity coming in from the south, a couple little updrafts that are kind of merging into it, so the organization of that storm is not as good. This one, though, again, it's a pretty much discrete supercell out here. Like, this thing could definitely do something here over the next half hour to an hour with maybe a tornado being possible.
Meso. That is crazy. This thing's gonna
What's
go
a scatter
just my
spike? It's a
north
radar
leg.
signature that indicates that we have large hail falling. You can see it on the bottom right of your screen. I'm kind of outlining it. It's this right here. It's kind of popping out from the storm. Our radar beam's coming from the southeast, so.
It had some velocities.
We are back up to 45 severe thunderstorm warnings.
For a few minutes there, but since
We're getting close to 47. We got about a minute and a half to hit 47 again.
Right, I just the radar that I have is that's all I got.
Dude, look at that clear slot. That's wild.
Hey.
A new tornado warning
Okay.
has been issued.
Well, they have issued a tornado warning for Kimball County, Texas, which I think is this storm. So once again, tornado warning in Texas for Kimball County. That is this storm. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Connor's on it. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Once again, heading towards 1871 Road. This is now a brand new tornado warning. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just another note with this tornado warning. It is now baseball-sized hail on this warning. So a tornado and baseball-sized hail. Go ahead and take shelter.
Thank you, Riley. So yeah, this storm's not just producing, again, a possible tornado, but also producing destructive hail just off to the north of Junction. And this is currently heading to the east. Again, Connor is on this storm. This is... Oh, he is out of signal. We'll go back to once he has signal. There might be some low signal in this area, but right now along 377 Road is where we could have a tornado trying to drop, heading up towards Yates. He has now come back. I think he's still low signal. We'll go back to here. And main area of rotation right now, though, is tracking right towards 385. It's going to be heading in the direction of 87, just to the west of Llano, Texas, west of Fredericksburg as of right now. It's moving east at approximately 25 miles per hour. Moving at a decent pace right now.
It's going to be in a giant road hole. I'm just going to have to
Just back over to Connor.
watch it from like 10 miles away, I think.
This is again on our tornado warning storm.
There's more crossing the road in front of me now, I think.
Thank Tiffany for becoming a member and also
Off to my left
Pars.
is just RFD.
What the storm looks like right now. See if we can see anything. If we have a tornado, there's always a chance it could be rain wrapped too.
And Angelo radar just came back. I don't know if it has been down or not, but I just got an update. Yeah, I see that. The velocities need work, but at least the...
We're just waiting to see this cross the road right now, if there's anything. If we have a tornado, it would probably cross the road here. This is near 377. North of Junction, Texas. How many warnings did we get to, by the way? Was it 45?
Right in front of me, guys. The area of interest.
Is that what we just peeked at?
It's right in front of me.
Hey, Robin, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Once again, this is a tornado warning near Junction,
I don't
Texas.
see anything down in there, but
In Kimball County. That's what the storm looks like right now.
of course we found ourselves in a tornado warning.
Hit 46. So we've hit 47, 47, 46. 3 different times.
Gonna advance. Time to advance.
Connor's driving now towards the area of interest.
Onward. HP supercell, guys.
HP means high precipitation. It means PWatt values are greater than 1.75. Usually high precipitation supercells on radar have like a kind of kidney bean shape to them. That's what we have here. Yeah, a little bit of a sky spike as well near 83. Back to Cotter. Thank you, Stuart, for the super chat.
Right on this road.
My yard is flooded 10 minutes. Rain's going sideways and lightning and thunder is so loud in Madison, Alabama. Thank you for the report. Nobody in the chat understands that, by the way, the kidney bean thing. It's literally just a me and Riley thing. Hey, Lonely for the super chat. I was southern Indiana, 5 minutes north of Charleston, Indiana. I think it's kind of chill at this point. I think the severe weather's gonna be moving out of Indiana here over the next hour.
They're definitely my pick.
Connor's coming up into the area of rotation here in the next couple minutes. Again, this is also producing baseball-sized hail. It is a
The area of interest looks to be right in front of me.
possible tornado trying to drop on the right middle somewhere.
Big wrapping rain curtains right up here.
Hey, Matt, for the super chat. Jake, I'll check that out in a few minutes. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Calvin, for the $10 Venmo donation.
Gotta figure out my roads here really quick. I gotta go on 1871.
Connor's got to be slightly careful because he is going to be coming up towards, again, baseball-sized hail. Here near 1871 Road, just northeast of Junction.
Looks like 1871 might be a decent road.
If we have a tornado, it'll be somewhere on the right.
This thing just going due east. Like, does that any hope of turning southeast? Because I really need it to with how far back I am.
I can't really tell. Nice RFD surge on this. I think it's moving due east, but
well, here comes the rain. He's not far from the baseball-sized hail right now. He's already got a crack on his windshield, too. We're back up to 40 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got 10 minutes to go to almost 50, if that...
yeah, give me that hail.
He's willingly driving the hail.
Coming down, here we go. Gonna have some big old stones, I think.
San Angelo radar site's back up, by the way. There's definitely a mezzo on this. Big hail core right now, tracking over 377.
I got some ping pong balls.
Possible he might drive it like literally right into the hail core. I think he's going to intercept the hail core before he goes east. He's currently going north into the hail core on 377. Could have it up to base, up to the size of baseball as possible as he drives into this thing.
Thank you, Anthony, for the PayPal. I gotta take a right here.
With respect to the push of the storm, but that windshield's done. No, it's definitely done. Yeah, he already had a crack to begin with. He's now driving east, so he's driving away from the hail core. He's going to be driving towards the possible tornado right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, right as the San Angelo radar came back online, I knew this was a great opportunity to look at the 3D radar because we don't have to worry about that 10-minute delay because it's the only scan that's came through in the last hour. This is the supercell that Connor Croft is on, and you can almost see, like if it was a photograph, you can see the overshooting top of the storm, the updraft, and this looks like a picture, basically, the whole storm right here. This is your hail core. Connor's probably somewhere in here, right inside that baseball-sized hail, but this is definitely a strong and beautiful supercell, and I would expect it to last for quite a few hours. So if you're anywhere downstream of this thing, don't expect it to go anywhere.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update with the 3D radar. Once again, if you are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning north of Junction, Texas. It is producing up to baseball-sized hail of the town of Yates near London. Potential tornado risk also going down towards 1871 and 385. It will be just staying south of Mason over the next hour, maybe going towards Fredericksburg. So if you're in those areas, definitely stay weather aware. Again, we have 44 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we could hit 50. I'm not even kidding. There is a chance that we hit 50 severe thunderstorm warnings, which I don't know the last time that happened. But we are at 44 right now, and we got about 8 minutes for that to happen. We got a slew of them across Texas. We got a bunch across Louisiana. Almost everything is damaging winds across the board and large hail. Not really many storms higher than quarter-sized or 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's all pretty much in that ballpark. But we have an entire line of storms that is moving across both Alabama and Mississippi right now with a continuation of damaging winds. And then a bunch of severe storms also across northern Alabama and eastern Tennessee, which is also going to continue our damaging wind and hail threat. Kentucky is actually starting to pop off a bit more here in the last 30 minutes. A lot more hailstorms are popping up here, heading towards Berea, Richmond, and also near Lexington. And then we've had a pretty significant area of damaging winds that's heading in the direction of Cincinnati and Georgetown, with a little cluster of storms off to the east of Cincinnati. And then also, if you're back over near Pittsburgh, a bunch of little hail and wind storms are coming into your area, mainly half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back over New York, we even have a few severe warnings for both damaging winds and hail. This is
Right in front of me here,
this is
guys.
back to Connor. And he's on the tornado warning here in Texas. It's also producing up to baseball-sized hail.
Dang, this river is rising quick up here.
Right there on the right is where we're looking.
river's coming up fast. It's almost to the road.
It's definitely not a good sign, by the way. Flooding is...
Yeah, this is rough. You can see the rain in front of it. We're right where the tornado would be. Just in front of me, maybe. I don't see a ton of rotation, but we're in the right spot.
So this is moving over the river here near Yates. This is the Llano River or Llano River.
Why are you getting, bro? Look at the hail hitting the water.
Connor's... I don't know if Connor's going to stay here for that long, but he's not far from where the baseball size tail is going to be coming in from. If there is actually baseballs falling, which we don't know if there is yet, but at least ping pong balls have been falling. See the hailstone splashing in the water right there in front of you. The Llano River. We're up to 45 severe warnings. We got 5 minutes to get up to 50. There's once again our tornado warning here back over northeast of Junction. Warned right now for up to baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Tornado remains possible. Again, our rotation, it's going to be hard to see since we're in between two different radar sites, but there is definitely a little mezzo on this thing, which is going to be heading down in the direction of the Monument Mountain here in Texas, just to the southwest of Mason. Yeah, we're at 45 warnings. This is what it looks like across the board. It's hard to even put these all on the map here. 45 severe warnings. We could, nope, now we're down to 44. We could still get possibly up to, possibly could still get up to 50. It's still possible. What about Georgia? Georgia should be mainly a damaging wind threat. Let's see if Connor's back. He's in a kind of a low signal area. He's kind of underneath the hail right now. He's got kind of in the middle of the hail core. Look at all the hailstones splashing into the water there.
Come on.
Bro does not care. Bro does not care about his car.
Oh!
Here comes the big hail. Possibly up to the size of baseballs. And he's lost his signal there. We'll go back to him in a second. I think he came back. Big parts of the $5 super chat.
Oh, that was a big one.
There are some big hailstones right here.
Guys. Getting bigger. There goes a tennis ball.
And some tennis balls in here, possibly up to baseball size tail. Look at all the hailstones. They're huge coming down into the water. It's frequent too.
Oh!
No windshield cracks, I don't think, yet. Might not be far from it. Bro's having the time of his life under this hail core. Thank you, Hayden, for the $5 super chat. Denton, Texas, probably not going to see much tonight. See if this feed's any better. It's all kind of laggy right now. See all the hail though falling into the water here. It's big hailstones. Look at them bouncing too. It's a little bit of a low signal area, especially being under a storm here, but it's right in the dead center of our tornado warning. Crazy looking storm. This tornado warning has been condensed a little bit. It still does include Kimball County. It was downgraded to tennis ball size tail, but still significant. Near Yates, coming up on Monument Mountain near 1871 Road, so continue to stay in your safe place. Once again, at 45 severe thunderstorm warnings, we are currently, we got 2 minutes to get more. We're up to 46. There's a chance we hit 47 or 8 again. We could get there again. We've hit 47 twice and 46 once over the last hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning. This is for Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. That's interesting. Oh, that's back over here, I think. We're up to 2 tornado warnings now. We got 47 severe warnings again. But we have a new tornado warning for Kirbyville, just west of Bon Weir, Texas, south of Newton. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Connor's got a bunch of hail falling. Look at this. Oh, there you go. Look at all the hail. It's all falling into the water right in front of him. It's been low signal for this entire time, but there's a ton of hail falling. We're up to 48 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're almost up to 50. 49. We are about, we're about at 50 severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're back down to 39.
It's just pouring down golf balls with the occasional slightly bigger headache. But I'm right by a river, and it's hilarious watching the hailstones hit the river.
I mean, we could still hit 50. We got another 15 minutes to do so. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I mean, this rotation was maybe a little bit stronger a minute ago. This is kind of a weird tornado warning. There's really not much rotation here over Kirbyville, but if you're in this warning, seek shelter. I'm gonna go to this. Connor's a little bit less choppy on this view. See all the hail coming down right now, again, in the Llano or Llano River here. On the tornado warning, up to tennis ball sized hail's fallen. This is once again just off to the east of Yates. The worst of that hail now is coming up on Monument Mountain near 1871 roadway. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, south of that Kirbyville tornado warning, actually southeast of it, there's a storm that looks almost identical to what this one did, or the current tornado warning one did 4 scans ago. I would expect that they're probably just going to issue a tornado warning for this, just because they just did the same thing for the other storm, so probably expect another warning in the area of Kirbyville.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update.
It's been issued.
They just did it as you said that. So there is now a new tornado warning here in Louisiana for Burgard Parish, west of DeQuincy. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows. Lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation is just south of 389, moving up towards 27 right now. Again, a hook echo on this storm, and it's going to be tracking in the direction of 110 Road, southwest of DeRitter and south of Rose Pine. So we are now up to 3 tornado warnings. Again, we got 39 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a severe weather outbreak at this point, and there is a chance that we get some tornadoes. This rotation is definitely coming together a little bit. Area of convergence, and west of 109, south of 389, going up towards Fields and Mystic, and just south of Bivens. Tornado warning continuing for Kirbyville. This just got issued a few minutes ago. Honestly, there isn't really much here for Kirbyville. Probably could have got a warning earlier, but the rotation's gotten very broad, so I'm not as concerned about that storm as of right now. And this is our tornado warning back over in kind of central Texas to the west of Waco, northeast of Junction. This is just a big hailstorm right now more than anything. Connor's been on this entire time. This is what it looks like. Connor's driving through some of the biggest hail right now. He's been basically on a hail intercept here.
Sorry about the service back.
Currently up to tennis ball sized hail in this storm. See all the hail on the roadway too. I know the signal's kind of low here. It's a little bit choppy, but you can see all the hail on the bottom of your screen. There is a ton of hail that has fallen with this storm. He's driving back into the hail core on 1871 road here.
Get south out of this. I'm gonna take 385 south. Hopefully we get our service back. That was
Back to Connor in a second. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max. So actually, I think the reason that we're losing Connor's feed in and out is actually because of the hail. One thing that you will learn storm chasing with Starlink is because it's a satellite service, when you get below a storm with a very large hail core on it, you'll actually completely lose signal associated with the hail core. So it's been kind of funny to watch his feed over the past few minutes and see about 3 minutes before the big hail gets there, he'll start getting even choppier and we'll even lose him completely. So that's been one interesting thing. You kind of forecast the hail just by looking at the quality of his feed.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, Starlink, basically, the way it works is that, again, all the satellites are in space, so when they come down to the ground, like, they're interfered by the clouds and also the storm and the hail, so it's all, like, obstructions, essentially. So, again, severe weather can play a factor with, you know, Starlink and such. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion. This includes Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi, where large hail and damaging wind gusts will continue across the Severe Thunderstorm Watch 211 from Starkville, Mississippi, back towards Lufkin, Texas. So that is a new mesoscale discussion. We are back up to 41 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got about 11 minutes to hit 50. Again, I think 50 is entirely possible, to be honest. I think we might hit 50 severe thunderstorm warnings, which would be absolutely insane. Again, we hit 49. We nearly hit 50. Once again, tornado warnings are all mainly in this area here. We got 2 right now near the Louisiana-Mississippi border, or Louisiana-Texas border, and then we got 1 again back over near Junction, Texas. We got a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings across Kentucky, all the way back into Alabama and Mississippi. Got a bunch across the southern plains. Again, we can't narrow down every single warning, but generally everything is producing hail and wind. Probably the biggest curveball today is that we have a severe warning in New Jersey, back over near Surf City for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And guess what? They're not even in a general risk of storms today. There's no risk from the Storm Prediction Center at all for even a storm in Surf City. It can at least gives you an idea that, hey, there's something sparking that storm at least. But other than that, I mean, there's literally no risk of severe weather there, so, or even storms. So that's pretty interesting. But again, back over in Pittsburgh, I know we have some people watching from there. This is nothing like what we saw the other day. It's mainly damaging winds. There is a chance for some large hail as well as these storms move into the Pittsburgh area and as well as the suburbs over the next few minutes. And Kentucky's just dealing with a bunch of random storms right now, all hail and wind producers. Nothing tornadic really anywhere in any of these states right now that I'm seeing. For the most part, it's going to be damaging winds and hail. See if we have any live shot back over in Knoxville real quick. This is over in Knoxville, Tennessee right now. Got the crane up. Definitely kind of a concern. We are going to have some damaging winds up to 60, so definitely something to keep an eye on is that crane. Looks like there's some sort of outdoor festival happening right here. I don't know what's going on here, but those people are at risk here soon. I'm going to try to see if we can get this camera on one of our 3 cams. While I do that, we're going to go to Connor on the tornado warning. Let's see if we can get that camera on, though, because we might be able to see... Right, I need Hayden to send me the links. They're all can you, Brian, can you go into the UT cams in Knoxville, remove the dashes, because I cannot add them for some reason.
Gosh, there's just no service out here. This is terrible.
It's the 2 near Knoxville. All right, real quickly, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across Texas, so we are still expecting the potential for some pretty large hail over the next few hours, and generally speaking, we could see hail as large as the size of 3.5 inches in diameter. Additionally, there will be a potential for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour and potentially a couple of tornadoes. Generally speaking, the Uvalde area just to the west of San Antonio is our best chance for very large hail and also a tornado risk. Our greatest short-term threat of severe weather, though, is in this area from Junction, Texas, which is where we have a tornado warning, back towards Houston, LaGrange, Columbus, and College Station. We are up to 44 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got 8 minutes to hit. We're up to 45. We're gonna hit 50, guys. We're gonna hit 50 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's almost no way. We got 8 minutes to get 4 more. We need 4 more severe warnings. This is insane. Also, back over in southwestern Louisiana, we do have a couplet near Fields coming up on Mystic. So potential tornado trying to drop right now, heading up towards Mystic. Thank you, Hayden, by the way. I'll add that real quick. All right, we'll have a camera of that festival going on in Knoxville. Those people got to go inside, though, here pretty soon. We'll put that bottom, we'll put that instead of the train, I'll put that bottom left. Let's back over to Connor. We're at 46. We're at 46 severe thunderstorm warnings. The 2 tornado warnings in Texas have both been canceled.
Oh, 320. Yeah.
This is the one that was tornado warned.
It's not quite slickery.
Back to severe warning.
Back to live radar. Festival on the bottom left of your screen is going on in Knoxville. I do want to quickly full screen this just so you guys can see this better. Let's do 1. And let's do this. So this is what it looks like right now in Knoxville. And again, why we're looking at this is because there is a severe storm with damaging winds coming in. And you can see there is some sort of festival going on. I don't know if anybody's in Knoxville and knows what that is. If you guys know, let me know in the chat. But there's some sort of festival happening there in that park on the bottom left of your screen. And as always, it's a good idea to have warnings or ways to receive warnings and also make sure that you're staying weather aware. None of those people seemingly staying weather aware right now. They're all at the festival or tailgating, apparently. That's tailgating? Apparently that's tailgating. I don't know what for what. For a baseball game? Is there a baseball game in Knoxville? So apparently that's some sort of tailgating. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Let me check that out. So apparently there might be rotation up in New York. Let me check that real quick. I kind of doubt it, but let's see. There's like a little area near McLean or Olean, but it's not really much of anything south of Buffalo. I don't really think we're going to see any tornadoes up in New York today. And it's pretty much the same thing with Pennsylvania. We often get random tornado warnings in Pennsylvania, but I don't see anything here that is that concerning. It's mostly hail and wind. We are sitting, again, currently at 47 severe thunderstorm warnings. We could make history on this channel. And again, the highest we've had today is 49. We could get to 50. We got about 4 minutes left for that to happen. Not sure if it's going to happen, but it is possible. Hey, Tux for the $1 super chat. If you get 50 severe thunderstorm warnings, you should gift some memberships. Thank you, Caleb, for becoming a member. I don't know how many more warnings we can even get here in Alabama. Everything's pretty much warned right now. The storm north of Coleman is mainly wind, not really much of a tornado risk. Got a lot of wind ongoing across the board in Alabama and Mississippi. And for the record, this storm could probably be warned for wind. Let's see what this camera has right now. Just ominous skies. There are warnings literally everywhere. I don't even know if we could get that many more warnings here. I think everything's pretty much warned. I don't know. We got 4 minutes. It's gonna be close. Back toward tornado warning in Louisiana. Main area of rotation is near 389. It's gotten a little bit broader over the latest scan. Gonna be moving up to the north towards Maryville. All right, we're doing a quick poll in the chat. Make sure to answer the poll. Are we gonna hit 50 severe thunderstorm warnings? We're back down to 46. Got about 3 minutes to hit it, and we've not gone up in a few minutes. Let me know if you guys think we're gonna hit it. Thank you, Dominic, for becoming a member. Thank you, Duck Eagle, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And Biva also for becoming a member. Severe thunderstorm warning for Alaska? I kind of doubt it. Unless you're not kidding. There's no way we have a warning in Alaska, right? Oh, we don't. Okay. You made me look. I say it's like, we're barely in May. It's usually not even warm enough up there for storms in general. Hey, Ghost for the $20 super chat. Thunder is crazy in Clark range, shaking the entire Subway store. Stay safe, y'all. Probably shaking because they got rid of their $5 foot-long subs. Thank you, Q Balls, for the super chat. I don't think we're getting to 50, honestly. We're back down to 45. We only got 3 minutes. Might be another 15 minutes. Off to the north of San Antonio, we're not really seeing a whole lot of hail, or like really general right now. It's mainly just hail and wind, not really a whole lot of rotation as of right now. The storm that Connor's on was tornado warned. It is actually now warned for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and tennis ball sized hail. It's heading towards 783. Also, here we go. We're getting some wind now in Knoxville. We got that little tailgating thing going on at the bottom left of your screen. I don't know if people are still there. I can't really tell. No, there's still people out there. So the wind's starting to pick up here in Knoxville, where we do have a severe storm in the area. You got a little tailgating thing going on the bottom left. Got some people walking on the roadways too, in the middle bottom right of your screen. Hey, Tom, for the $10 super chat. Scrolling the warnings on radar scope is like spinning the wheel on Price is Right. That is a wild statement. I do appreciate the super chat. All right, we're at 46 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, I don't know if we're going to reach... I don't think we're going to reach 50 in this time. Let's see how many we have total here that are about to expire. We got a bunch expiring here in the next minute. We got about 10. I think we'll be back down to 36 again. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Back over in Louisiana, we still have a tornado warning. We've hit 47 again. We still have a tornado warning near Bancroft. And possible tornado continuing to move northeast. Still keeping an eye on it. All right, we're back down to 33. we've been near 50 so many times now. Bro, we're over in Knoxville. Look at that. Are there still kids on that thing? Does anybody in Knoxville know we got like a severe storm coming your way? It's not severe anymore, but it is at least producing gusty winds. People in Knoxville just have no clue, I feel like. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over near Albertville, near Guntersville, near New Hope as well in Alabama. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That's line of storms currently tracking to the east. Keeping an eye on this storm. Line of storms also moving toward Tuscaloosa. Actually, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds now happening near Jasper. It's paralleling I-22 right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds moving east. Also got a hail core just to the southeast of Haleyville. So potential even for some quarter-sized hail with the storms that moves down to the east and east-southeast. Keep in mind that all of these storms right now in Alabama are driven by an outflow boundary. So our threat of severe weather when it comes to tornadoes should be pretty low. Thank you, Ellie, for the super chat. It's getting bad here in Maryville, Tennessee. Already a tree down. We've had a lot of trees down, and that's very typical for lines of storms like what we're seeing. We are getting some more damage reports out of the southwest of Knoxville. Several trees down in Vonero in Tennessee, and then we also have several trees down in Tariffville, Tennessee. Also, just east of Chattanooga, more trees down. Unknown size, though, for hail. We still have a couplet in Louisiana. This has been a tornado warning cell for quite some time. Back over to the northwest of the Quincy. Rotation's gotten broader here over the last few minutes. It's near 389. If you are in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is a live shot back over in Tupelo, Mississippi. We've had already a line of storms come through. Still very ominous skies out here. Could get some more storms in Tupelo over the next hour.
I just want to get in the head of the hail core again.
This is back over to Connor, who's on that storm that's producing tennis ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Keep an eye on him. Let me check Twitter and see if we got any more photos. Any threat for severe weather in Ohio tonight? It's mainly eastern Ohio at this point for damaging winds. And a little bit of hail. This is over in Atascosa, Texas. Look at this storm. This is from Divine Inspiration on Twitter. Very ominous skies here. If we can zoom in a little bit here. Look at that. Very low clouds as well. Lifting condensation levels fairly low today. Near car wash as well. Another little shot of that here. Yeah, again, very low to the ground clouds. This is why we do have at least a tornado risk today. It's not very high, but we at least have a tornado risk. All right, Riley's going to have an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so got a few different things here. We did now get an official report of baseball-sized hail. This is probably honestly where Connor is parked. I feel like the National Weather Service was watching his feed because it's a storm chaser reporting baseball-sized hail, and Connor was the only person that I really saw get into the hail core, but that is official now. Also, this is our current significant tornado parameter across our tornado threat. Just because we have so many of you watching, we're going to go through and kind of take a look at our current tornado threat and what we can expect over the next few hours. Right now, basically, Texas, you are the area of interest. It's not like a very high tornado threat, that's for sure, but that is the most likely spot to see a tornado. There's a very, very marginal threat here in Louisiana into Alabama and Tennessee, but it is not very significant at all. Taking a look at the HRRR, we can see that looking at STP over here, we're basically peaked out on our values right now, and it seems like it's going to start to deteriorate as we go further into the night. So hopefully we're done with tornadoes today. I know there are still a few tornado warnings out there. Actually, that they might have just expired the tornado warning. We have either 1 or 0 tornado warnings right now, so hopefully we're going to be done with those pretty soon. And then I know we've been talking about how many severe thunderstorm warnings we have all day. This is the official list of all the information from the NWS. This list of of severe thunderstorm warning information is over like 40,000 lines of just random information right now. So yeah, definitely a lot of severe weather going on for the entire US right now.
That is a large list. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a lot of warnings. Again, we've had like, I don't know how many total severe warnings we've had today. I don't know if we can get a number on that, but I'm pretty sure we've gotten at least 200 total severe thunderstorm warnings at this point just today, just in the last like probably 6 hours, honestly. It's actually kind of crazy. Riley's going to look into that, so we'll have an update on that here in a few minutes on the amount of warnings we've had, but we've had a lot. Tornado warning in Louisiana. Rotation's gotten broader here over the last few scans. This tornado warning goes for 9 more minutes. It doesn't seem like this thing is going to produce anymore, but we'll keep an eye on it in case it does try to do something here. Generally speaking, though, the rotation's definitely gotten broader here over the last few scans. Thank you, Tina, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Glitchy, for the super chat. How's the weather looking in Massachusetts? Mainly an isolated wind risk. I don't really expect much else other than some wind. By the way, I didn't mention this earlier in today's stream, but I do want to mention that first off, on Monday, we do have a slight risk of severe weather. This is really our next potential live stream day, technically, if we were to go live. However, I have learned that my graduation is not on Tuesday. It's actually on Monday. It's breaking news to me because I actually had no clue. I was literally preparing to go to my graduation on Tuesday. So I could have actually showed up and nobody would have been there. So I'm glad I know it's Monday now. So we will not be live on Monday, but there is a risk for all hazards of severe weather on Monday, mainly near Lubbock, Odessa, and also back through Abilene. Damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes are a possibility. Tuesday looks like it could become an outbreak, but it's going to be a very conditional kind of potential there because it's just too early to tell. But if we have enough of a moisture pull, it's definitely possible. So we'll have to wait and see. It's not a slam dunk as of right now, though. Right now for Tuesday. So good thing I know when my graduation is. You're back over near Tuscaloosa. Be prepared for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Also, Hayden, all the cameras broke. Let me try to refresh the program, though. Here's the error. I don't know if you know, Hayden. Put in the thingy-mabobber. Yeah, if you're in Dayton, Ohio, you're chilling for right now. There are some storms down to your southwest. Actually, we got still damaging winds ongoing, upcoming towards Cincinnati. 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main concern with this area of storms as it approaches Dry Ridge. Dry Ridge is in the path of this. Thank you, Tammy, for becoming a member. Back over in western Pennsylvania, we are seeing a continuation of damaging winds and hail. Nothing too crazy, just, again, general severe weather right now. Stay away from windows if you're in these areas. We're going to have some cameras here in a moment that will hopefully be able to display that. We'll go back over to Connor. He's back on that storm in Junction, Texas. which is now back down to $half size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. 1 point, almost had a tornado.
I was really hoping this would become like a gigahailer, but it's just completely cut off, so it's probably dead. Looks like we'll be getting into Harper at about the same time, Storm Runner, and then I'm gonna just head towards Fredericksburg.
Thank you, MP, for the super chat. How does the weather for Columbus, Texas look this weekend? I definitely recommend watching our video for that type of stuff because we do general overviews, but I'd say generally it should be, like, decent. There might still be some pop-up storms down here in South Texas, but I think the risk of severe weather and whatnot is definitely going to be near zero for Saturday, Sunday. All right, we got a few more minutes until this tornado warning is done over here in Louisiana. I don't think they're going to reissue a tornado warning here. The velocities have been overall fairly weak, but we'll keep an eye on it in case something does happen. This is I'm going to put the camera bottom left of your screen, or maybe we'll do bottom right. Bottom right of your screen is actually not far from this. This is up near D radar on the bottom right of your screen, so not far from this tornado warning. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. I want to know what Riley thinks about boxer merch. We're not doing boxers. I don't think Riley has an opinion on that either. Back up in Shreveport, we actually have 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've actually, let me see if we have cameras here. Back over in Shreveport, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Had a little view of the damaging wind potential. We actually had this camera on our stream yesterday when we had a severe storm roll through. Or we did. Is the camera not on the program? What the heck? This is back over in Louisiana, back over where the severe warning is here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know what's up with this place, but I feel like every time I've ever looked at this camera, there's always a cop here. And I don't think that's intentional. I think that's some intentional thing. It was that police car was there yesterday. Evan asks, is San Antonio clear for the rest of the day? You are not clear. Back over just north of San Antonio, we do have a severe storm producing damaging winds around 60.5 size tail. We are still watching for more storms to initiate here, and then in a few hours, we are actually going to have a line of storms form, more than likely. It might not form over San Antonio, but would form a little bit further down to the south. This will be a line of storms producing damaging winds and a potential for also some large hail, low tornado risk as well. This will be reaching the Houston area by around 7 to 10 o'clock. And then we'll eventually go towards Corpus Christi in the overnight hours. And the line of storms also near Birmingham will probably fall apart in the next few hours. It'll probably stay strong up until about 6 to 7 o'clock, including Tennessee. And then it should weaken as it moves further east. I don't think it'll have enough energy to make it that much further east. So. But it's still going. I mean, it's still chugging along here. Still got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Jasper. So it is still intense enough to be producing some damage here across Alabama. Shout out to Duck with the 5 get to memberships. I really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Duck. How's Columbus, Texas? Columbus, Texas looking fine right now. It's just a strong storm over top of you. Flooding, rainfall, definitely a concern, by the way. We've had a lot of rain falling in certain areas in a short period of time, so be vigilant if you're on the roadways. We could have some flooding from Houston back up towards Fredericksburg and Kerrville over the next few hours.
Get me out of the hills.
There's hail in Harper.
It's back over near Junction, Texas. We're back up to 44 severe thunderstorm warnings. I didn't even notice that. Well, guys, we got 6 minutes to hit 50 again. Or sorry, 2 minutes. It's 50. We got 2 minutes. I didn't even realize we're back up to 44 again. It's actually kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie. We've been above 40 pretty much all stream long. We've been above 40 warnings. Nearly the entire stream. I don't know if we're really gonna get any more, though. Still have a lot of storms moving towards Centerville, Texas, Palestine, and Crockett with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is the latest NATO cast outlook for today. And again, I don't really think we're going to see much of a tornado risk, at least in Tennessee, because again, the line of storms has already moved through. Wouldn't rule out a quick spin up, though, back over near Pittsburgh over the next hour. And then our tornado threat, really, at this point, is mainly down near the Gulf Coast. That's where I think the bulk of our activity will end up lying for any sort of tornado risk. It's the latest NATO cast outlook, though, for today. Back up to 45. I think 45 is going to be the peak again. Once again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. See if we have any more. This is a storm that went through Bradford, Pennsylvania earlier. One moment. Dude, what the heck is going on with Twitter? I'll pull it up here. Are we in the sus hour? I think we already hit sus hour. Sus hour was reached like an hour ago. All right, we are back down to no tornado warnings. This is back. This is from Cody back over in Bradford, Pennsylvania. Pretty ominous skies here. Storm rolling over the mountains. One was producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and a little bit of quarter-sized tail as well. Hey, Trisha, for the super chat, boxers make great pajamas. It's what moms want for Mother's Day. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Alrighty then. I don't think we're doing boxers. I'm going to be honest. This is from James Hannum, who has been on our stream today already. This is some of his shots back over in northern Alabama. Really nice high contrast shot here of a shelf cloud rolling in northern Alabama earlier. It's also over a field. Pretty cool views. We've had him on a little bit here today. These storms over here near Fredericksburg, they've been kind of falling apart a little bit. There's one, though, southwest of Fredericksburg that might try to organize here. Not really much of a mezzo yet, but this one might try to become something here in the next hour if it can stay discreet. The one problem with today's storms here in Texas is that they are not very discreet. They are all kind of all over the place. They're very messy. So as long as they stay messy, the threat, generally speaking, of significant severe weather, when it comes to tornadoes at least, will be lower. The threat for hail and wind should be no matter what, pretty much, even though that they're messy. Back over in Chattanooga, look at this. We got some scary looking clouds. This is almost always going to be mistaken for a tornado right there. It's over in Chattanooga, though, on the radar mega cyclone port. That is just a lot of scud. It's honestly what we call a scud bomb. It's usually what we call that. I literally would look like a tornado, though, to any person that does not know anything about weather. If we go over to velocities, just for reference, there really isn't much rotation at all. If any. So this is what we call sus clouds. Definitely a large shelf cloud, though, coming over here in the horizon. Very low clouds. Once again, it all looks suspicious to be on this mountain range. I think we have it on cam 1 now. It's a shot there. The storm here near Chattanooga. We're back up to 39 severe thunderstorm warnings. We could make a run at 50 again. Thank you, Tom, for the $5 super chat. Sheriff NATO. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning is actually near Chickamauga, west of Dalton, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail in northwestern Georgia. Pretty sus storm here. Will any of this reach East Tennessee? It is all pretty much going towards East Tennessee. So what it looks like on live radar right now. We got the line of storms that is basically pushing north here. We got more storms off to the west. The one thing that'll probably help is that we have a lot of convection out in front of our line and our cluster. So the threat of severe weather will be a little bit lower as these storms move into areas like Jefferson City and Johnstown. I don't think we'll be talking about much of a risk of severe weather, but there could at least be a little bit of damaging winds with these storms. The threat of, again, anything significant is fairly low. Hey, Trisha for the super chat. We need to do a poll on boxers. We're not doing a poll on boxers. I'm not even kidding. I need to show you guys this. I'm not even kidding. Somebody literally fan mailed me, and this is a true story. Somebody fan mailed me max velocity underwear. Like, this literally happened last year. Somebody fan mailed me underwear with my face all over it. Not kidding. It's a true story. Thank you, Braxton, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And by the way, I have warned them before, if you're wondering. Actually, quite the story. We're not selling boxers though, or underwear or anything like that. There's no way. How much for them? I don't know how much they even cost. I don't think I could like source them for that cheap. I have no clue. I think I've looked into it before. Thank you, Mel, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Should auction those off. I'm not auctioning off underwear that I've worn before. That is so weird. Riley wants a pair? I don't think he said that. Houston tonight. Houston will be mainly a wind threat tonight. Some hail is possible. Back over here in northeast Alabama, east of Huntsville, we do have a more intense line of thunderstorms right now, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. This is honestly the most organized segment of our entire line of storms here across Alabama. You know, back over in Tuscaloosa, it's somewhat organized, but it's just more of a wind threat. I honestly wouldn't rule out a brief tornado out of this line that's just east of Huntsville right now. If we can get any of these storms along the outflow boundary, you can very faintly see the outflow boundary on the reflectivity here. Very faint. Currently moving to the east. Total warning for... Oh, this is our... Wait, can you... That's for the day? That's... How much time is that? Okay, so apparently we've had... I don't know how this is even possible. This is the code that shows how many warnings we've had today, and I just closed out of it. This is how many warnings we've had today on your screen here. We've had 1,059 severe thunderstorm warnings apparently today. I don't know if we can verify that number. I don't feel like that's accurate, but that might actually be... that sounds really high. If we've had 1,000 warnings today, that is berserk. I need Riley to verify that, because I don't know if that's actually right. If we've had 1,000, that's insane. We've at least had 200. We know that. There's at least been a couple hundred. I don't know about 1,000 though. I'm not 100% sold on 1,000. I want to make sure it recalculates it. I do not think 1,000 is accurate. We've been live probably for a couple hundred though, at least. 15 hour for 24 hours equals 1,000? Yeah. Also, the thing said 28 tornado warnings. We've only had like 4 today. So I think that might include yesterday too. Riley's going to look into it. Thank you, Space, for the super chat. Supercell boxers with a hook echo. I'll buy it right now. I don't even know. I don't know what they're even sourcing at. I don't think it's cheap for boxers to be custom. I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I don't think we've done it is because of that. Did Connor stop for Pokemon cards? Great question. He's actually driving. I don't know what he was stopped at. He might have been getting food or something. It was like a gas station. I think the camera was slightly behind.
I don't know what was different about my $3 cup of Starbucks black coffee today, but I feel like I could run through a brick wall right now.
Sir? Hey, by the way, if any of you guys ever look at Twitter, this is what Connor said earlier today on Twitter. Why are you charging me $3 for a small cup of black coffee? I didn't know who drinks black coffee, by the way. Like, bro, what? Who is getting black coffee from Starbucks, by the way, out of all places? It's like the place that you get like the fancy drinks, like, right? Not crazy. Bro, there's no way some of you guys drink black coffee. Connor's the only person that I actually know that drinks black coffee. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch in northwestern Georgia. This includes Dalton, Ellijay, Jasper, Cartersville, Calhoun, Rome, Somerville, and Trenton, and Lafayette. Scattered ping pong ball sized hail and damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour will be possible. Hey, Tina for the super chat. Bristol, Tennessee. Local says rain at 8:30ish near Johnson City. Right, there could be some rain. I think the severe weather risk will be low, though. Got a bunch of storms right now. Most of them are left splitting. We also got a line coming out of the east or west. I can't do directions. Moving towards McKee here in southeastern Kentucky. Damaging winds, hail should continue. Same thing over near Clinton and Knoxville. Over in Knoxville, we have had that little tailgate thing going on, and it looks like the tailgate is having some problems. They have shut down the little spinny wheel thing here in downtown Knoxville. Looks like everybody has their umbrellas out. Winds are actually picking up right now in Knoxville, Tennessee. Still some people walking out there. No severe warning here. Not really much lightning, luckily. What's the sus hour meaning? I don't know. We just made it up. There's really a whole lot of meaning to it. Shout out to Gwen with the $10 Venmo donation. Am I a tea or a coffee drinker? I'd love to send you some good stuff for that NOAA mug. I mean, I drink Snapple tea, like the raspberry zero sugar one. That's usually what I drink. Coffee-wise, I don't really drink coffee, to be honest. I do like lattes, though. I don't really have any coffee preference, though. Hey, Ryan, for the super chat. I don't think liking steak and liking black coffee is the same thing, I'm going to be honest. We're back up to 42 severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't think we're going to get to 50 again, but we got a few minutes to do so. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Centerville, Texas, I-45 for damaging winds around 65 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Also have a severe warning north of San Antonio. That is also mainly for damaging winds. And actually, we need to watch this a little bit. I don't think this is much of anything, but there's a little area of convergence maybe trying to come together near New Braunfels, or Braunfels, Texas. It's not really much. I don't think this is going to be tornadic, but it is something to look at because it actually does have a little bit of a look to it. More of a downburst area of damaging winds for sure, but maybe a little bit of rotation possibly trying to develop there. Apparently, we've at least had 450 severe thunderstorm warnings today. Hey, OCP for the super chat. Hey, Max, love the velocity. Looking to get my hands on one of your... Excuse me? Thank you, Danielle, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And thank you, Haley, for becoming a member. I'm glad I did not finish reading that. By the way, this is not ad, but this is the tea that I usually drink. It's pretty good. Or it's decent. Better than drinking soda, in my opinion. Basically the same crap, though. Connor's driving through a little storm up here near Fredericksburg. Producing some hail. You can actually hear it bouncing off his car. It's pretty small, though. Near TVville and west of Fredericksburg. Back to live radar. Is that another new windshield? He's gonna have to get another new windshield, bro. He like literally cracked his windshield again. I don't think it was from today though. I think it was from the other day. Thank you, RX, for the very generous $20 super chat. Keep on rocking. Love the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you for your super chat. North of San Antonio, we do have one severe storm again still ongoing. We likely have some pretty strong downburst winds right now coming towards New Braunfels. We don't actively have a warning for this area, which I don't know why we don't, but we probably have some pretty high winds right now coming in that direction. If I had to guess, this is probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Velocities are still measuring at least around 40 to 50 miles per hour, but I think it might be a bit higher than that. So if you're back over in New Braunfels, Texas, be ready for some damaging winds here over the next few minutes. Is Waco done with severe weather? Yeah, Waco's probably done. There's a few more storms that are trying to pop up still, but I think generally you'll probably be removed from the severe watch here soon. Hey, Tom, for the super chat. How on earth do you sit for so many hours at a time? That's a great question. I'm just built different. What can I say? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Birmingham, Alabama, Warrior, and Tuscaloosa. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is coming into your neck of the woods here soon. Hey, Rachel, for the super chat. Yeah, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the subscribe button down below. We do weather coverage like this all the time. Make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, make sure to like the stream. It helps get this out to more people that are in the path of severe weather. The storm in Chattanooga, we've kind of had a training area of storms here over the last hour in Chattanooga, which could lead to more flooding. But a lot of lightning, and we've actually had some wind damage recently of several trees down in Harrison, Tennessee. The storm over Chattanooga right now is consistently producing around 60 mile per hour damaging winds. So many severe warnings, but no tornado warnings. Yeah, I mean, we were at like 47 severe warnings, or 49, I think, at one point. We had no tornado warnings, so. Severe weather does not always mean tornado. Some days it's severe. Some days it's literally just, you know, wind and hail. Some days it's tornadoes. Some days it's a mix of both. Always varies. I've got to say, though, this week, like, aside from our tornado yesterday, it's been honestly kind of like... By the way, they did issue a warning for New Braunfels, or Braunfels. But overall this week, like, I feel like we've not had that many tornadoes. We've had days of severe weather, like, every day. We've had some tornadoes, probably 1 to 2 dozen, but we've really had a limited amount of actual tornadoes this week, which is pretty interesting. This has not really been a tornado week, if you will. It's not been much of a tornado week. So, pretty interesting. Thank you, Spanish Moss, for the super chat. Central Mississippi will be mainly a wind and hail threat for the next few hours. Again, a lot of our storms across the board are just popping up. It's nothing really that organized. The most organized thing we have is this line in Alabama. Other than that, there's not really much organized activity, so you could have a storm randomly pop up over you, and it could produce some hail and wind. That's kind of the day that we have today. Not really an organized synoptic scale system that's producing all this severe weather. The OCP for the super chat as well, looking to buy Twisters.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Texas. And Louisiana. This is a storm that has produced in the past, or tried to produce in the past. We actually have 2 rotating storms. One northwest of DeQuincy and the other one west of 109. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room. of your home or building. Whoever said we didn't have any tornado warnings with all these severe warnings, you basically jinxed it. Once again, for Newton County, Texas, and Beergard County in Louisiana, or sorry, Parish in Louisiana. No debris signature as of right now, but 2 different areas of rotation northwest of Quincy. There is a camera in DeRidder, but that's still a bit further off to the north. I do want to see if it at least has something that does. I'm going to try to put that on screen in a second. Now, one area of convergence northwest of Quincy. If this continues to move more out of the warning, because it is kind of going that direction, they may issue a new tornado warning. It's very slow moving. It'll be tracking up towards Highway 27 southeast of Maryville and our other area of rotation southwest of 39. I'm going to put the Ritter bottom right. The way you said Beergard, is it not Beergard County, Louisiana, or Beergard Parish? This is... Oopsie. This is it's a shot from DeRidder, Louisiana. This isn't far from our tornado warning. It's a little bit further off to the northeast. So we'll be keeping an eye on this storm. It's a very slow-moving storm, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So, I mean, if it ever got to DeRidder, it'd still be probably an hour away, but we just got a little shot of the storm from here. It's back over to Connor, who's right now near Fredericksburg, Texas. Multiple storms firing off over here. Low visibility on Route 290, north of I-10. Connor's going crazy. Thank you, Hashi, or Hashai, for becoming a member. It's officially the crazy hour. Hopefully we don't get copyright strikes for his terrible singing. Thank Jim for becoming a member. Two areas of rotation on our tornado warning right now, northwest of DeQuincy, in western Louisiana, and eastern Texas. Other than that, we have 33 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is a lot. Apparently, so far, we're trying to calculate how many severe thunderstorm warnings we've had so far today, and Riley's been doing some calculations. There's apparently 5 different numbers, and they've used 4 different approaches, so we don't know what the number is right now. It's definitely not 1,000. I know that for a fact. Because if we had 1,000 severe thunderstorm warnings, I feel like I would have lost my hair. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't think we currently have. Well, we've had 1,000 warnings today. The latest method that they've made, they've done, is showing that we've had 324 severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's along with. Trying to find tornado warnings here. 11 tornado warnings. I don't know if we've had 11 though today. I think we have, if we include Oklahoma ones last night. So I think we've at least had 300. I think 324 is probably pretty accurate. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Your hair is thinning a bit. My hair is beautiful. Thank you. It is phenomenal. A curiosity, is that festival going again? Or that tailgating thing? It's actually going again. Up to 33 severe thunderstorm warnings again. Back over here in Chattanooga. It's honestly kind of quiet in Chattanooga right now. This is what it looks like in Chattanooga. There is a severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Clouds are relatively low. Not really much happening here in Chattanooga. Mostly just wind in this little area of storms near Red Bank going up towards Saudi Daisy. A line of intense thunderstorms is moving across Alabama right now, especially back up near Scottsboro. I do think a localized area where we could see a tornado threat pan out would be back up here near Stevenson and Bridgeport. This line of storms could produce an isolated tornado. It's still outflow dominant, but if it's able to get closer to that outflow boundary, I do think there's a chance of at least an isolated tornado as this line moves to the east and northeast. And then back over near Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, we do have intense storms rolling through Tuscaloosa right now, but I do not really think we're going to be seeing much when it comes to the potential of tornadoes. Keep in mind that our tornado risk for today is a large pickle, and it does include a pretty large area. Anywhere in the green has a chance of an isolated tornado. So far, the greatest concentration has been in Texas and also in western Louisiana. We've had one warning so far today back over in Ohio, and that's really about it. There are some cameras in Tuscaloosa. I'm going to see if we have any view of anything. This is a live downtown shot view in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where there's some damaging winds, and it does not want to show on the stream. W. Apparently, this type of camera does not let, like, wait, what? Does that even show? That doesn't even show. What the heck? That's so weird. Alright, we'll figure that out. That's weird. Back over to Connor here in Texas. Or Fredericksburg. Thank you, Heidi, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Future, for the $10 super chat. You're good, dude. Bro just likes to jinx our warnings. This is our latest radar scan on our tornado warning. It's actually gotten a little bit more organized over the latest scan near 389, heading up towards 109. So, a little bit stronger of rotation here along the Louisiana and Texas border. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
All right, so Hayden and I both tried to make different programs to do the exact same thing. He used the NWS wire. I used the NWS API. We counted the amount of tornado warnings since midnight to see if these programs were accurate. The amount of tornado warnings we had was 10. My program shows 11 and his shows 9. So we took the next best option and just averaged out the amount of severe thunderstorm warnings between our two programs, and we end up with 300. It might be more than that. It might be less than that. We're still trying to figure out why nothing agrees, but somewhere around that 300 to like 350 mark. That's what it seems like we're at so far.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update on the amount of warnings that we've had today. Again, we've been near 50 warnings multiple times today across the board. So, pretty crazy stuff. I'm going to post that to Twitter. We'll go back to Connor here for a second. And Connor's losing signal. Alright, well, that is posted to Twitter and Facebook if you guys want to spread the word about the amount of warnings that we've had today. I don't know the last time that we've had over even 200 severe thunderstorm warnings was. I think it's been a while. The last time I think that we had that many warnings was probably on the March 15th outbreak, but I don't know if that was all severe warnings. I feel like that was probably the last time though that we had anywhere near like a couple hundred. So it's been a while since we've had this many warnings. And again, today was an enhanced risk day, and it still is, so still going. This is our latest radar scan here in Beauregard County in western Louisiana and East Texas near Newton County. And our main concern is this area of rotation here. It is very rain-wrapped. It is very stationary as well. It's been tracking slowly in the northeast, going towards 109, just west of DeQuincy. Also a little area of circulation just west of 27, but that one's been weaker. Greatest tornado threat right now is out of any discrete cells that fire off. Those are really the main two. I'm gonna look at Houston too if the radar loads. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. Is DFW in the clear? DFW is in the clear. We have some storms all around Houston right now. Again, the biggest concern if you're back over in Houston is going to be this big line of storms that is forming right now near College Station. Across the board, damaging winds being the main concern. There is a chance, though, that we could see a spin-up tornado out of that line as it drops down to the south. Back over north of San Antonio, we are talking mainly about a damaging wind risk right now near New Braunfels. There is a chance also for some ping-pong ball-sized hail. So again, if you are anywhere in this general vicinity, just make sure that you're protecting your vehicle if you can. Mainly going to be northeast of San Antonio, though. That storm's going towards Lowling as of right now. We also got a big special weather statement on the storm that Connor's on near Fredericksburg. If this thing can organize, which it doesn't look like it will, but if it were to organize, there could be a better threat there of severe weather on that storm. Let's go back over to Alabama. Yeah, for those that are in Alabama, I think I just saw somebody asking in the chat, but the tornado threat, again, very low right now in northeast Alabama. Not seeing much right now that is standing out to me as concerning. I think it'll be pretty chill. Mainly a wind risk across the board. Huge line of storms going to keep rolling through here over the next hour or two. Hi. The cat's just sleeping. Can you check Nashville? Nashville's done for the day. You guys you're done. A little bit of rain left over, a little bit of lightning, but you're done. Main concern right now is Eastern Tennessee. I'll kind of outline the area here, but it's honestly, I have to go to the full radar view here. It's such a large area. Literally, this entire, basically anywhere in here is where the main concern is from here on out. It's still massive, but it's at least not as large as before. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, which again, the next SPC outlook is until 8 o'clock tonight, which is in 3 hours Central Time. But generally speaking, the majority of our storms, at least in the Tennessee Valley, are outside now of our enhanced risk of severe weather, other than areas like Alabama. So we still have that damaging wind threat ongoing. The severe weather threat will continue even into West Virginia. Again, still a slight risk here. So scattered damaging winds should continue over the next few hours. And then back over in the southern plains, we are expecting the continuation of at least some scattered damaging winds and hail. We are at the lowest warning count I think we've had all day today. We're back down to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Because yesterday we were live with like, I don't even think we had that many warnings yesterday, but like there was very little warnings yesterday. We have a bunch of warnings today. Max likes Panda Express now. It wasn't bad last night, I'm not gonna lie. It was not bad. Can we use that, Riley? Say, this is a camera from Austin, Texas right now. It's actually pretty windy right now in Austin. I'd find a way to add that into the program, by the way. Some gusty winds in the area. Everybody tuning in from Austin? Where's everybody tuning in from today? Austin? You mean there's a city named after me? There are multiple Austins, I'm pretty sure, in the country. I could be wrong, but I think there's a lot of them. Try to add that to this. Let's see. See, all right, let's do this, and let me do, which one is it? 3? Do that, and then I'm gonna put Connor bottom left. Actually, I gotta do bottom right. D. Ritter goes bottom left. All right. Some Maryland, we got some Austin in the chat. We do have a few people from Austin in the chat. Seems like it's pretty windy right now in Austin. There isn't really even much happening in Austin. We just got a couple pop-up storms trying to form, maybe an outflow boundary moving through, and that's really about it. Just some gusty winds in the area. Over New Braunfels right now, we do have downburst damaging winds coming into town. Ping pong ball sized hail continues here. Tornado warning has been pretty broad here. Let's go back to Alabama. Line of thunderstorms currently rolling through Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, west of Gadsden, and near Scottsboro. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour will continue. The tornado risk has been fairly low across the board. Could get a spin up tornado somewhere up here in northeastern Alabama, but I think the odds of that are pretty low at this point. Go to South Carolina real quick. You know, it's actually crazy. Like, it might sound kind of crazy, but this storm over here near Trenton, South Carolina, is producing ping pong ball sized hail, 70 mile per hour winds, but I wouldn't even rule out an isolated tornado out of this. The velocity is not really that strong. Tiny little area of convergence there right over Trenton. I'll have to keep an eye on that. By the way, for those that are wondering, I am drinking cranberry juice. It is not, it's not with the glass I'm using. It is not wine. Just an FYI, I do not drink wine. Hey, Michael, for becoming a moderate velocity member. If there's any view of anything up here. This is at the Carolina Panthers Stadium back over in North Carolina. I think there's a Charlotte. One of the radar mega cyclone ports. Got a storm down to the south, a little bit windy there today. Could get an isolated pop-up storm out there in the Carolinas. You should drink wine, unclench, and hydrate. I don't know if I'm doing that. I probably will be, though, on graduation day. I'll be honest. After graduation, it might happen. I don't know. I don't know what's happening after graduation, but... I've tried wine, I think, once before, and it was terrible. So, I'm not really a wine person. Do have a little storm that's popped out in front of our outflow boundary. Probably not going to produce any tornado risk, but that's like kind of the storm. Sometimes with our environments, we have enough wind shear, those can sometimes produce a tornado
A
threat.
new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we have another tornado warning. This one's going to be for Kalispell and Beauregard counties, or parishes, excuse me, in Louisiana. It's just going to be a continuing tornado warning threat here. This one's going to be for DeQuincy. So our area of rotation is a large, broad, and kind of weak area of rotation. It's moving in the direction now more of DeQuincy. Long term, going towards the Gillis Natural Gas Trading Hub north of Lake Charles. So, I mean, this would probably be the storm if it... this would probably be the only storm right now, at least in Louisiana, that's trying to produce a tornado. So if you are in this warning... make sure that you are staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Tom, for the $5 super chat. Steak dinner on Monday night, sir. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner. I didn't even know my graduation was Monday until literally this morning. I thought it was like, I literally thought it was Tuesday. Thank you, Nico Mata, for the $10 super chat. If an area has a high significant tornado parameter values and a supercell moves without producing, does it use up that juice, push it along with the storm? It depends. If we have like significant tornado parameter values, let's say all in this area, and we got this supercell moving into the environment or whatever, usually that energy gets used up. We get rain, cool air, which will cool down the atmosphere, kind of stabilizes things usually. And so the only way those values go back up in that particular area for a supercell moving into an environment like that is if we have some sort of destabilization again from daylight heating or something along those lines, or a synoptic scale feature that, you know, makes things happen basically. So, but I don't even think, I mean, our STP values today are not even that high. It's like very low across the board. So like any storm that moves over the environment will drop the values pretty quickly. Like this is 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Our STP values, our significant tornado parameter values, they are almost zero across the board. They are very low. We have a small little area near Houston that gets a little bit higher around 5, 6 o'clock. But yeah, otherwise it's a very low threat at this point. It's not zero, but it's definitely low. This would be probably the storm that might actually try to do something. Actually has some decent spin here. Hey, Shillo for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Appreciate that. And Stock for the super chat. What about Eastern Kentucky? Mostly wind and hail. I sent a crazy video to your Twitter on the crazy wind in Andersonville, Tennessee. Let me see if I can find it. Once again, whenever you send something on Twitter, make sure you @ me. And don't message me. This is from Badger back over. This is actually a cool photo. This back over in Huntsville, Alabama from earlier. Nice little shelf cloud rolling right over this lake. Look at that. Sheesh. Really cool view of this storm here not too long ago. It's another view of this storm. Really, really good photos, by the way, from Badger here. Thank you for Badger for sending those in. Again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Hey, Eric for the $5 super chat. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want some cheese curds right now. Sounds really good. This is from Courtney, also in Huntsville. We have many people watching from Huntsville today. Another really cool view here of this shelf cloud rolling in. Looks like a tidal wave with a couple of IHOP pancakes at the top. I'm getting hungry for IHOP, I'm not gonna lie. IHOP sounds good. We actually got some pancake, kind of little pancakes up there at the top. I'm not even hungry. I'm just thinking about pancakes. Pancakes and cheese curds. What a combo. Let's see if there's any other photos or videos here. Honestly, I would say today, like the craziest storm that we've had so far, the Huntsville storm, probably top structure of the day, and then the worst storm in general for hail and wind was probably Waco and Killeen. Max is never gonna lie, bro. Can we stop? I'm not gonna lie. I say that a lot. Need a t-shirt that says I'm not gonna lie. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. This is over in Elmont, Texas. This is from Christian Collins. Look at all the hail, bro. It looks like it snowed. Look at all the hail. I mean, that does not even look like hail. Jeez. Thank you, Willie, for the super chat. I think the main area, if we get another tornado, would probably be somewhere west of Houston. I don't see much left, though, for Texas right now for a tornado threat. It was pretty conditional on storms being at least somewhat more organized. They've not been very organized, though, today. This is from Colton Cartwright, also on Facebook. This is from our tornado from last night back over near Killeen. It was kind of a... I think this was probably the end of it, or maybe the something like that, but a little photo there. We have not had any updates, by the way, yet. All right. I have news, but not for you guys yet. All right. Thank you, Zoe, for the super chat. Do you expect East Central Kentucky to see anything good? I don't know what you mean by good. Do you mean like cheese curds falling out of the sky and you being able to eat them? Because I don't think that's happening. But no, I mean, like, in general, it's just mostly scattered storms right now. The storms that are splitting here off to the north are mostly hail and wind producers. Everything else is just strong storms moving east. There isn't really a whole lot of a severe weather risk with the storms traveling east right now. I'm not gonna lie, somebody asking me, is there anything good coming to Kentucky? Like, I don't, that's so broad. I mean, you could define good in so many ways. We could be talking about literally anything. Heads up, if you're in Birmingham or right along I-2059 between Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, we got a significant round of damaging winds right now heading your direction. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is likely as this continues to push down to the south and east, going towards Alabaster, Vestavia Hills, and also just to the northeast of Utah. Lots of hail in Chattanooga. Is it hailing there right now? If you have any photos, let me know. This is what it looks like in downtown Chattanooga on the radar mega cyclone report. Not really much to see right now here. Just a little bit of drizzle. A little bit of drizzle to go on top of ice cream. Back over in Louisiana, we are actually starting to get a little bit of a hook echo on this storm now. Starting to organize just a little bit. Got a decent inflow. If this thing can clear out a little bit, which it's been disorganized, but if this storm can clear out, we could get a tornado risk out of this. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Huge shout out to Lisa with the $20 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. Thanks for all you do. Go get some cheese curds. I appreciate that. Thank you. I might actually get some tonight. We'll see. Tomorrow and Sunday look like good break days, by the way. I gotta say, it does not look like a stream day tomorrow or Sunday, which I need it. I think everybody does. So, good stuff. Thank you, T, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Tomorrow we will have severe weather. We'll have severe weather tomorrow and Sunday. Just generally speaking, tomorrow is isolated hail and wind along the East Coast. If there was a tornado threat, we'd probably at least be on standby, but looks quiet. Are you sure you're not going hungry? I'm not going hungry, trust me. I'm good. Obviously, I'm usually live for multiple hours on end this time of the year, but... You said the Q word? Oh man, we said quiet, didn't we? Quiet weather is coming up. Not really. It will be quiet though, like at least quieter than it's been the last few days, tomorrow and Sunday. Once again, our weather pattern next week is actually not really going to be quiet. It's just this weekend is going to be slightly quieter. We're going to have these two large low pressure systems, one in the Rockies, and then one back over in the Ohio Valley, and then our mega block right in the middle. And so this high pressure system is going to help to kind of create almost a blockade for at least some of our severe weather potential next week. However, our low level jet should be strong enough with our other low pressure system for there to at least be some severe weather on Monday and Tuesday. And the other low pressure system is going to fuel a lot of rain along the East Coast and cooler weather. So this should stick around for a little bit, and the weather pattern should be at least somewhat active next week. My pen just glitched out. Those are your two low pressure systems. Latest update on our tornado warning. Still some rotation coming together right now. Coming up towards the high school park into Quincy near Pine Acres and Hargrove. Again, we could have a tornado dropping in the next few minutes here in Louisiana. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Hey, Ty, for the very generous $10 super chat. Appreciate that. What happened to Riley? Bro is holding his cat right now. This is Riley's cat. There you go. Hey, stock for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning. This is for the same counties. Calceu and Beergard counties are included in this warning. It's the same exact area. Why do we have a new tornado warning? What? That is so strange. They issued a tornado warning for the same exact area. It didn't change anything. The polygon's literally the same exact thing. It's line for line what we just had. I don't know why we had a new tornado warning. It doesn't even expire for like another 11 minutes. We have 2 tornado warnings in the same area. One for 11 more minutes, the other one for 26 more minutes. So I guess they're giving you at least an extra heads up into Quincy, Louisiana. If you've not already, seek shelter, you know? Get away from windows. Is you know, they're at least giving you a double warning. It doesn't really happen that often. Must have been a mistake. They must have thought this warning was expiring sooner. I keep saying I know, I keep saying counties. I don't, dude, I keep saying counties. I never remember say parish. I say it sometimes. I just always forget. My apologies. That in the middle, or do that. Bottom middle of your screen. I'm gonna go full cam to it. This is a severe warning storm back over in Choctaw, Mississippi. Casino there in the middle of your screen. If you're familiar with the area. Might have a wall cloud rolling in here, or sorry, shelf cloud rolling in here soon. It's back over on Connor. He's back over in the Fredericksburg area of Texas. Got some low clouds out there on the horizon.
Welcome to Only Storms.
A lot of trees. Lots and lots of trees. Is Ding Dong doing okay? I think the Ding Dong was fine yesterday. Ding Dong, Texas. Thank you, Kirsten, for the $5 super chat. What do you think about that storm near Kansas City? There's a Kansas City storm? We actually have storms up in Kansas City. Do we even have a risk of anything up here today? That's a general severe risk area, or general thunderstorm risk area. I would say just gusty winds. There's a low chance of damaging winds up to 60. That's really about it. I didn't even know we had storms up here, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Dude. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Gadsden in Alabama. It's a live shot from the Bose Marshall thing. Let me get this on here. It's getting pretty windy right here, right now. Should see damaging winds around 60. Going towards Albertville, we have an outflow boundary that just came off the storm, so pretty windy right now if you're here in eastern Alabama. Let's see, what do we have for cameras right now? We can put this bottom left. Back to our 3-cam view here.
In Sonora, just kind of went down south of west towards Rolling Springs and came back.
This is, let's go to, I keep going back and forth, but this is back over to Choctaw, Mississippi. Got a shelf cloud rolling over right now. I almost just spilled cranberry juice on my keyboard. That would have been bad. Hey Tom, for another super chat. Fun fact: Fredericktown is a place, or is a German heritage town. A lot of German food and beer. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of German food, personally. Apparently, I'm a fan of Chinese food though. All of a sudden, because like Panda Express was pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie. I don't usually have Chinese food. Dude, this is not wine. This is literally, I don't know if you can tell, that's cranberry juice. I got the jug right here because I literally just finished it. It's cranberry juice. I want Chinese food now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want Panda Express again because I just had it last night, but it does not sound terrible. Once again, tornado warning for DeQuincy in Louisiana. I know it says 2 tornado warnings, but literally they issued 2 warnings for the same exact polygon. So just one right now. Thank you, Mighty, for another generous $20 super chat. First time tuning in when we were actually in our severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Yeah, we have that one storm. This is over west of Columbia. It was producing ping pong ball size hail. Now it's back down to the size of quarters. It's also producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I don't think this is going to produce a tornado for the record, purely because it's now off the outflow boundary, but damaging winds and hail should continue as that storm continues to track to the east. This is the main concern. We need max velocity bingo cards. Pretty sure we have somebody working on one of those right now. So I think we have actually somebody making a max velocity bingo card. Should be pretty funny. How is Sulphur, Louisiana doing? Are we in for a good afternoon? Sulphur is probably gonna just see, I mean, generally across all of Louisiana, if you're up here near I-20, I don't think we're going to see much more other than just a lot of heavy rainfall and flooding. If you're down south of this line, that's honestly the main area I'd be keeping an eye on for at least some damaging winds and hail, but it should stay isolated. So it shouldn't be a really big threat, in my opinion. Still have some high winds right now, right over near Seguin, near the New Braunfels area. 60-mile-per-hour winds being measured by radar all across this part of Texas, east of San Antonio. Another damage report just north of Jasper. Multiple trees and power lines down on Bayou Bend. That's in Hemp Hill, Texas. KGM asks if Conroe, Texas is clear with the $5 super chat. Let me look at Conroe, Texas. You are not clear. You got a line of storms coming from your north, but it's mostly going to be just isolated damaging winds. Actually, this entire line, surprisingly, it looks kind of scary on radar, but it's actually kind of falling apart. Like, it's still going to continue to produce at least some gusty winds, small hail, frequent lightning, possibly even some flooding rainfall, but it's actually gotten pretty disorganized here on radar. Here comes the shelf cloud here in Choctaw, Mississippi. Got a shelf cloud going overhead here over the next few minutes. Indy with the $5 super chat says the thoughts on the Pennsylvania severe warning. Well, near Puxawanatani, near Big Run, Pennsylvania, it is a supercell. It's producing $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I'm not seeing really any rotation. So they have a tornado possible label on it, but I'm not seeing anything that would prompt me to be concerned right now about a tornado out of the storm. Here comes the shelf cloud right overhead here. Boss Soul says, Chattanooga, Tennessee had quarter-sized hail about an hour ago. Thanks for the report. We're actually getting a little bit of rotation east of Chattanooga as we speak about that. They have put a tornado possible label on that storm going up towards Cleveland. Benton is in the general track of that too. Do you know the name of the groundhog? I do. For some reason, I forgot how to say it. Let me figure that out real quick. Thank you, Indy, for becoming a minimum velocity member. How do you say Puxawanatani in Pennsylvania?
It's pronounced Puxatawny.
Puxatawny. There we go.
You
Finally
got it. Nice. It's definitely one of those names.
Stop talking. Bye-bye. I got out of this. Thank you. We got it. Puxawanatani. Dude. I just dropped my water bottle onto my mouse, and I'm glad there was no water in it, because that almost would have been bad. Would have gotten on every cable I have in here if I had water in that. I fill up my water. This is a sus storm, by the way, out here in Mississippi. Am I good? I'm good. We're going through it right now. We're going through it. You're over in Birmingham, Alabama, or Tuscaloosa. Damaging winds rolling in right now. Tuscaloosa's kind of clearing out now, but a lot of lightning, a lot of rain. I don't even have the main screen on. Back over to Philadelphia, which is where that storm on the bottom middle of your screen is. Some sus clouds, but really more than anything, just damaging winds and hail for that general area in Choctaw, in Mississippi. Tornado warning still continues near to Quincy, but honestly, this does not look as healthy as before. It's become a broader area of rotation, heading in the direction of DeQuincy, Gillis Natural Gas Trading Hub, and of tracking eventually towards Reeves. Don't think that's going to be tornado warning for much longer. Then back over east of San Antonio, we have a more intense storm here, producing half-dollar size tails, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're definitely seeing some high winds right now near Seguin, on your I-10 just east of San Antonio, so definitely stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're in that warning. Hey, Razor for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shaq, for the super chat. We're not making a bot. It's kind of funny though. I gotta say, honestly, it can be funny. I don't even know what I would do with a bot, to be honest. I already know meteorology stuff and all that. I don't really need, like, I don't know. I just don't see much of a point in it. Maybe we'll make a Velociraptor bot though. Call it the Velociraptor. Hey, Sarah, for the super chat, is Rocky Mountain system next week going to hit Utah? In Utah? I don't think you're going to see much in Utah. You know what we should have, though, on streams? What we should do is we should have a Velociraptor bot, right? And it looks like an actual dinosaur. I don't know how to draw a dinosaur, but like something like this, you know? It's our bot, and it's gonna have like a little smiley face. I kind of look angry, like that. Boom. It's gonna talk some random stuff into existence. Don't these things have like claws too? Like we could kind of have like little claws sticking out or whatever. I don't know what I'm drawing anymore. I don't know how to draw, bro. I obviously went to meteorology school, not art school, but yeah. I'm not putting on a shirt, guys. We need to stop the shirt stuff. That's terrible. We're not doing a Velociraptor t-shirt. Screen grab that. Oh man, we're not doing more shirts. Are you sure you're drinking water? I am drinking water, guys. I'm not drinking alcohol. I have barely had alcohol in the last like year, or even in general. I hardly ever drink alcohol. It's very, very rare. Thank you, Franklin, for the super chat. I'm gonna call you Max Velociraptor. Thanks, appreciate that. Back up near Chattanooga, we still have a little bit of rotation east of Chattanooga. Not really much. More of a wind threat still continuing to move into northwestern Georgia right now. Connor has a decent view of a storm right now. I'm gonna go to Connor here. Connor's back over near Fredericksburg, Texas. Thank you, Virgil, for the super chat. Thank you, Goose, for the super chat. Velociraptor on the front and 8'7" on the back, bro. We're gonna do our 8'7" thing on like a different shirt.
I'm definitely not going all the way to Midland, Odessa, but yeah.
Columbus, Ohio, you're pretty much done, I think. I think there's just one storm over you, a couple storms. nothing severe here, just strong storms. Wouldn't really expect much severe weather out of this. Thank you, Texas, for coming to Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Madison, for the super chat. I buy a Velociraptor shirt so fast. That sounds terrible. This is what Riley's doing right now. This looks awful. This looks worse than mine, I'm not gonna lie. Rose drawing the legs. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Elf, for the super chat. Anything gonna happen in Buenoville? I don't know where that is. Well, I don't know what state you're talking about. This tornado warning in Louisiana goes for 10 more minutes. Will probably be canceled here in the next few minutes. The velocities are much broader. Back over near Charlotte, North Carolina, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds around 60, quarter-sized hail. This should just stay outside of the main downtown area of Charlotte. This is actually a live shot right now with this storm rolling in. It's actually pretty windy. You got a little bit of hail falling out of the sky, too. Probably right around quarter-sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as well. Oh my goodness. This is terrible. It got even worse. What the heck is that? That's terrible. It's back over near Charlotte. Looks like a little bit of hail's falling. It's, you can kind of see it bouncing a little bit off the ground. It's not much. It's pretty small hail, at least from this camera POV. Hey, Sarah, for becoming a member. Actually, look at this. This is from Charlotte on the Radar Mega Cyclone Report. You can actually see the supercell right here. It's actually pretty impressive. Pretty cool view here. This is from the Carolina Panthers Stadium. Actually see the storm here. Towering up. Big updraft. Connor's got some really ominous skies over near Fredericksburg, Texas. Storm might be outflow dominant now by the looks of it. Bro's pulling into the loves. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna put that other camera bottom. We'll put it bottom middle. Hey, Chaotic, for the $5 super chat. Most interesting camera shot from the Carolina Panthers Stadium in the last 10 years. What is this warning? Is this the same warning, or is this a different one? Oh, these are two different warnings. Okay. Got two new severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail in and around Chattanooga. I know Chattanooga's been pretty busy here over the last hour. We still got a continuing threat here of wind and hail. Tornado threat should stay low. We've had a little bit of rotation with our storm that's now near Cleveland, but I think generally tornado threat, again, very low here across the board, across Tennessee. And then back through Alabama, line of thunderstorms continuing to move into Birmingham, moving towards Gadsden as well. Damaging winds is the main main concern with this line, going towards Gadsden, eventually towards Rome, Georgia, pushing through Birmingham right now. We also just got a new warning just west of Johnson City. A little pop-up popcorn storm producing some damaging winds around 60 and quarter-sized hail just off to the west of Irwin and as well as Johnson City. Tornado warning still continues for another 6 minutes for DeQuincy in Louisiana. Also producing ping-pong ball-sized hail. It does look like this is more of a wind concern at this point, though. I am not seeing really much here that would convince me that we're going to be seeing a tornado out of the storm as it moves to the southeast. Again, going in the direction, though, of Lake Charles. It's a very slow-moving storm, but it will be heading towards Lake Charles in Louisiana here pretty soon. Back over in Texas, it's really only 3 warnings, I'm pretty sure, right now. We only got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's been pretty... Honestly, it's quieter than I expected here in Texas today. And much quieter. We just have a line of storms that's kind of forming. It's more of a cluster moving towards Gonzales, east of San Antonio. This storm has been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so definitely a bit more significant heading towards Gonzales and Smiley. And then back over near Columbus, a continuation of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds out of that storm. Highest winds right now are east of Seguin, moving in the direction of, again, Gonzales. I'm trying to go to the other camera. So it looks like in Boaz in Alabama. Got the line of storms roll through here over the last few minutes. Pretty much just high winds across the board here. This is back over in Charlotte. Got a supercell out to the east of Charlotte right now. This is from the Carolina Panthers Stadium. Hey, Sarah, for becoming a member. By the way, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning all the way back over to the west of Albuquerque. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is also some hail with this. Approaching Highland Meadows. Also getting a report in the chat from Sailor that there is currently hail falling in Birmingham, Alabama. Appreciate the report. Alright, apparently there's hail north of... not Cincinnati. North of Kansas City right now. This is from Jade back over in Odessa, Missouri right now. We got a big rainbow. PDS rainbow intercept back off to the north of Kansas City. Hey, Bear, for the super chat, watching from Central Texas. Appreciate you tuning in. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Houston. This is for Columbus. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail, the main concerns. The hail threat on this supercell near Gonzales has been observed, by the way. So we are at least seeing $half sized hail east of Seguin, moving towards Gonzales, just south of I-10. Also, significant damaging winds are going to be coming up here over the next few minutes, going in the direction of Gonzales. It's New York City's risk. New York City probably won't see anything tonight. Aside from isolated damaging winds if you get anything. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a minimum velocity member. You see anything happening with College Station? No, not really. Other than the Aggies losing. Looks pretty chill, though. I mean, there's just one storm overhead, not severe. Things will be winding down in College Station here soon. The severe thunderstorm watch for Waco and Killeen has been canceled. We actually had multiple reports of quarter-sized hail up there from earlier. But generally speaking, again, it's... I don't usually... I try to, like, be honest. Like, again, there's really just a lot of wind at this point. There's really not much of a tornado risk. So, we have one tornado warning, which should be canceled at any moment in Louisiana. It ends in 2 minutes. Thank you, Hyper, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Emily, for the super chat as well. Oh my goodness. We have it, guys. We have the Velociraptor drawing t-shirt now available at shopmaxvelocity.net, and Riley's drawing a terrible heart. That looks terrible. Go on, pick it up, shopmaxvelocity.net. One of the top links in the description. Again, one of the best ways to support our channel is either by getting merch or becoming a member of our channel. Really do appreciate everybody that supports our stuff and the terrible drawings that Riley makes too. By the way, we do have now just a drawing collection on shopmaxvelocity.net. It's a legit collection. Instead of it just being like a, I don't know, it has its own category basically now. I put the link is pinned in the chat. It'll also be the top link in the description. Top link in the description. You can also find it there. Might have to get a second fridge to put these on. Oh my goodness. There's no way we're putting these t-shirts on fridges. All right, tornado warning ends in 1 minute. Now we're going to be back down to 20-something severe thunderstorm warnings. We probably will be back down to... like 20 severe warnings. So the number should drop here soon. Possible wall cloud north of Kansas City? I kind of doubt we have a wall cloud. It might be a shelf cloud. Got a decent surge of wind going into Gladstone. Thank you, Fox, for becoming a member. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio, southwest of Columbus. That is for quarter-sized hail going towards Mount Sterling, west of Williamsport. All right, tornado warning has now ended. We're back down to normal warnings. Back down to 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. We still got plenty of warnings out there. Got one in Ithaca, New York, near Newfield. That's half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also off to the west of State College. This storm no longer has a tornado possible label on it, but we are still watching for hail and wind going into Atlanta, Kerwinsville, and Grampian. That'll eventually go towards State College. So if you're back over in State College, be ready for a potential threat of at least a little bit of large hail and damaging winds in about an hour or so. Overall, though, the rest of the storms near Pittsburgh have been kind of weaker here over the last little while. Back over in Kentucky, we still have a couple of severe storms, one of which will be canceled at any moment. There's nothing really left there. But the one that's moving into West Virginia is still producing hail and wind, moving towards 35. Big Creek and Chapman in West Virginia will eventually be in the path of that. Eastern Tennessee, we still have one little severe storm here near Tusculum. That's heading up towards I-81 south of Churchill, west of Johnson City. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. The one near Charlotte is also still going. This one's been kind of weaker here over the last few minutes. Bottom middle of your screen is a shot of that. That's also just producing our marginal wind and hail threat. No longer a severe warning west of Columbia, but we are still watching for at least some gusty winds if you're over there in western South Carolina. Could knock out some power in some areas. Rotation's been increasing just a little bit back over near Cleveland. I really would say that this is a very low chance of producing anything tornadic. There is just a little bit of rotation. Oski is in the path of that. Benton Springs, Reliance, near Old Fort, and eventually going towards Turtletown. You're in the path of this storm, producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and a very low tornado risk. Again, off to the east of Chattanooga. Back over in Chattanooga, we got another storm rolling in. This is like the 5th or 6th one now. That's what it looks like right now. You got the really kind of raggedy low clouds out just beyond the mountain. That would likely be our shelf cloud that's going to be rolling in here soon. I have a decent view of the storm rolling in here not too long from now. And then back over near Lafayette, west of Dalton. Line of storms continuing to push to the east. It'll be moving into northwest Georgia here soon with mainly a damaging wind risk. And then back over in Birmingham, Alabama, Gadsden. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour expected to continue. Around quarter-sized hail is also likely. And then near Philadelphia here in Mississippi, we are still watching for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. But generally speaking, and most of this is all marginal. Also, Lake Charles is now under a severe warning for 60 mile per hour winds. We'll have some cameras coming up in Lake Charles that should have a view of this. So should have that here somewhat soon. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll go over to Texas, by the way, in a second. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for Alabama and as well as northwestern Georgia. Damaging winds, large hail, and an isolated tornado will continue as the squall line continues to push east towards Alexander City, Gadsden, Rome, and Dalton. Back over in Texas, we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings west of Houston. A cluster of storms off to the north of Houston is kind of tracking more towards Beaumont. We actually could get, I wouldn't rule out actually a tornado warning on something like this here. And a little bit of rotation north of Conroe. It's kind of spinning. This entire like little storm complex north of Houston is kind of spinning like a little bit like that. And we could get maybe a brief spin up out of something like that going towards North Cleveland, Shepherd also. And then back over near Columbus and LaGrange, there is damaging winds around 60 and quarter sized hail happening there. Really our most significant storm right now is east of San Antonio moving towards Gonzales with 70 mile per hour damaging winds and $half sized hail. That is the, again, main concerns for right now. Drop a Velociraptor hoodie. Oh my goodness. There's no way we're doing hoodies too. Velociraptor t-shirt's already enough. Shout out to Roger with the Venmo donation. Had 2 teeth pulled while watching Max Velocity. Well, hopefully it's all. Hopefully you're all right. Appreciate the Venmo donation. Hopefully that all went well though. How do I show you pictures that are not on Twitter? You can at me, or you can message me on Facebook, or you can post them on Discord too. Oh, jeez. My cat is sleeping. You got to at least release stickers and shirts. Hey, Riley, you want to add a sticker to that? Put it in the drawing collection? I don't know if you can. I have to fill it if you do, somehow. I do actually like the stickers, though. Cheese curd t-shirts. We're going to do cheese curd merch at some point. At some point, we'll do it. I don't know when, though. Thank you, Mighty, for the super chat. What is the possibility of getting a Drunk NATO hoodie? We'll try to do that. We're supposed to have hoodies for everything. So we'll probably do that in, we'll probably do that in the future. I'll have to figure that out, though. Honestly, not really a big concern of mine right now, but we'll figure it out later. Any current concerns with the storms coming into southwest Texas? Honestly, I kind of forgot these were even happening. Back over west of Rock Springs, mainly ping pong ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Really isn't a whole lot else to these, though. I don't think the tornado risk will be that high with these. I think it'll be mostly just hail and wind. I think we have a chaser out here, but I could be wrong. Yeah, we actually, believe it or not, we have a couple chasers out here, so we'll keep an eye on and see if anything happens there, but it's mostly just hail and wind. Neither of them are on anything right now, but tornado threat's low. This would, again, be the stuff that actually tries to produce a threat of a tornado, I'd think. Might even have a little tornado trying to drop back over near La Argicola here in Mexico. A little supercell there. I'd say the tornado threat, though, is mainly going to be in Mexico rather than Texas. But again, a couple storms have fired out. I cannot speak. A couple of storms have fired off over here north of Brackettville. So keep an eye on them. What about the ramen noodles? Oh my goodness. We're not doing a ramen noodles drop. Any report in the chat? In East Chattanooga, there's some dime-sized hail, wind, and lightning. Thank you for the report. Honestly, I want a good dinner tonight. No more fast food. I need to figure out something good. Got a new warning in McMinn, Bradley, and Polk counties in Tennessee for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. And there's also a tornado possible label. So we're going to have I think that warning should be over here. Hasn't popped up yet. A little bit of rotation just southeast of Cleveland, Tennessee, near Oki, coming up on Eotah. Or Etowa. Early moving to the northeast. Low tornado risk still exists with this storm. It's a little bit more discreet, heading towards Coker Creek and Tellico Plains in southeastern Tennessee, just east of Chattanooga. This is near Reynoldsburg, Ohio. One of our Ryan, one of our viewers over in Ohio, seeing a little bit of hail up there. Not really anything crazy, but we had a lot more. We had a lot of that type of hail, by the way, back over in Waco and Killeen earlier, but it was just a lot of small hail. It was all stacked up. It was like literally we had so much hail in that one area in Waco earlier. I think we have photos on Twitter at Max Velocity WX of that. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Wolf Lee, Osley, as well as Brett County in Kentucky. Believe it or not, this storm that is, it's this right here, so near Boonville. It honestly is like almost no precip area of strong downburst winds. It's heading towards Bethany and Van Cleve, north of Jackson, going towards Trent, Kentucky. We just got a massive line of storms right now all across Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia. Texas barbecue brisket. I wish I could get Texas barbecue right now. Dude, Texas barbecue, so good. Like, you don't understand how much I miss Texas just for their barbecue. Dude, their barbecue there slaps. Some of the best food that you can get. What's the weirdest thing that somebody sent you? Probably the Max Velocity underwear, if I had to guess. All right, Riley has a I'm on the wrong screen. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I was just looking over our entire line and I was like, I wonder where the most interesting storm right now looks. So we obviously have a couple of storms up here in New York, but they didn't really pique my curiosity. Nothing really going on there. One in Pennsylvania too, but again, like we can do better than that. There's got to be something more interesting. Ohio's pulling in Ohio, and of course it's mid. Kentucky, you can't even see those storms. They're in the mountains. Tennessee, I mean, we did have a report of a brief funnel cloud in Tennessee near Knoxville, but all of this is linear convection. It's really not that fun. So let's bring it down to Texas, where we have a little bit more discrete storms. Let's see what we can find down here. This one, I mean, we got some interesting hail reports. And then I come down here and I start looking near the border between the US and Mexico, and I find this little small hailstorm right here. This thing is probably easy, or these two are probably both producing baseball-sized hail or bigger. And in fact, if I had to choose between one or the other, I'd almost guarantee you that these are producing larger than baseball-sized hail. If I turn on the 2 panel here, you can actually see that this storm does have decent rotation on it as well. So that's really interesting to me, because normally the better storms are obviously in the United States, just because we have more favorable environment. But we definitely have a hailstorm and severe storm outbreak going on down here in Mexico. These storms aren't expected to cross into the border as strong as they are now, but this is probably the region of highest interest for storms.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, big hailstorms over there. We got a huge line of storms. Some would call it massive, stretching from Tennessee back into central Alabama. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning, a couple of them. One east of Canton, that is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. And another one back over in Valverde County in Texas, and that is the storm over here that just got upgraded to golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, currently tracking towards Highway 163. Most significant storm that's ongoing, really, across the board is east of Seguin, Texas, east of San Antonio. This is producing some relatively significant damaging winds going towards Gonzales, Texas. Velocities on radar being measured around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So be ready for at least some significant damaging winds moving to the east-southeast, going towards 183. Hallettsville is also in the path of that. Off to the west of Houston, the severe warning there was just canceled for Columbus. So, and generally, it's, again, a lot of hail and wind right now. The severe thunderstorm watches, again, the worst of the severe weather between now and about 10 o'clock tonight will be mostly in Texas. And then other areas, we still have a continuing risk of this line of storms, probably for about 2 to 3 more hours. And then this should fall apart eventually, but it's definitely going to stay intense with at least damaging winds and a low tornado risk for the next couple of hours. So it's generally what we're looking at right now. Still a little bit of rotation near Cleveland, east of Chattanooga as well. But yeah, what we got going right now. Thank you, Hype, for the $10 super chat. Thanks to the streams. Ever play storm chasing simulators like Outbreak? I've never played any of those before, but I do want to try to play Outbreak at some point. Looks kind of cool. Kansas City's getting some pebble-sized hail. That's what we call cheese curd-sized hail on this channel. Got a couple little hailstorms. I mean, these are not severe by any means, but a little bit of small hail is possible in and around Kansas City. It's mostly to the south and north of Kansas City. I swear, every time we ever look at Kansas City, the storms are either north or south and never in Kansas City. It almost never hits them. It's so weird. So, same thing goes right now. We are back up to 30. Oh, never mind. We're back down to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. A bunch of them just got canceled. It is so Friday. It is Friday. And the good news is we will not be live tomorrow or probably Sunday. With the current look of our severe weather, it looks pretty low overall. I'll pull up the outlooks here in a second. Severe storm in Houston? Nothing severe in Houston right now. So this is our risk of severe weather for today. Once again, nothing changed so far because we have not gotten our new SPC outlook, which is in 2 hours. But we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather, stretching from Kentucky back into Texas. Most of this enhanced risk has already been used up, aside from northwest Georgia and Alabama, where damaging winds is continuing. If we go over to our risk of severe weather tomorrow, we have a large marginal risk of severe weather in effect from New England all the way back to Florida, where damaging winds and hail are a possibility. Slight risk from South Carolina back into Pennsylvania. And then also look at this over in Nevada. You could see some severe weather if you're back over along the West Coast. And then as we go into Sunday, our risk of severe weather is much lower. So again, both Saturday and Sunday look like break days. I don't think there'll be any live stream tomorrow unless for some reason the tornado threat looks more concerning. East Coast and also back into the high plains. A little bit of severe weather is possible. And then on Monday, of course, I'm graduating on Monday. Graduation day, we have severe weather possible. Go figure. This would be a day that we would usually go live for, but does not look like I'll be live on Monday because of graduation, because I'm graduating again with my bachelor's in meteorology, so almost no chance that I can go live on Monday. But if something does actually looks concerning on Monday, I think we'll have Riley live, not probably on this channel, but his channel. So stay tuned for that. We'll see what happens though. Thank you, Mighty, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Appreciate that. Can you go live after graduation? Almost undoubtedly no. There's almost no chance. I mean, I could probably try to do something, but it would be like late. It'd probably be too late, honestly, because the graduation starts late, and yeah, I don't think there'd be any chance. I'm not gonna lie though. I don't think. We'll quickly look at Monday. Or Sunday, I mean. Or no, it is Monday. On Monday. These are your significant tornado parameter values for Monday. I'm not going to lie. I don't really think we're going to get much of a tornado risk on Monday. Like, I think if we were to, it would probably actually start around, like, the nighttime. Like, I don't think this is really a daytime threat. Unless our low pressure system moves faster. Which, again, this is a really slow-moving trough. So, I'm thinking, like, on Monday, severe weather would probably be more of a concern during the very late afternoon and early evening. See some storms firing up here around 6, 7 o'clock, and then more round of storms after midnight, so. Tuesday could be some sort of small-scale outbreak. We'll see. It depends on the moisture returns and all that. And after that, we just have this big low pressure system spinning in the southeast all the way through the end of the week. I'm looking forward to at least somewhat of a break, though. It's been such a busy last couple months. After Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I think it'll be a bit quieter. Send Max Velocity a $1,000 graduation gift, and he may go live the day after. I mean, I'll probably be live on Tuesday if needed, but Monday it just doesn't look like it. I think we still have more graduation gifts for fan mail that I have to open. I don't have any of the graduation gifts for fan mail, but I'm pretty sure we have more. Whenever our next stream is, we'll open up the other graduation gifts that you guys sent. I know there was a lot of you guys that sent stuff, so whenever the next live stream is, which should be Tuesday, we should be able to open up a lot of that stuff. I need a Max Velocity I'm Not Gonna Live t-shirt, or lie t-shirt. It's a very high demand thing right now. Let's see, I think Lake Charles has a camera. I want to look at Lake Charles. Got damaging winds coming in here over the next few minutes. There are a couple cameras in Lake Charles. I want to check this out. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. As Mobile, Alabama for Saturday. Isolated wind and hail are the main concerns. Hey, Hayden, for some reason, some of the Louisiana cameras are not in my actual program. They're only on the map. For some reason, they don't connect. This is live in Lake Charles right now. We got damaging winds with the 60 that are going to be coming in here soon. This is a bridge that goes over the water, as you can clearly see. Generally, again, damaging winds the main concern here. Love how you can give us these camera views. This is actually a camera map program that we've been working on. To basically put all the cameras across the country. It's kind of cool. They're everywhere. All the blue dots are like different traffic cams. The orange dots are the virtual rail fan cameras. The gray dots are all the radar mega cameras, and the green ones are the has cams that we can use. So again, there's a lot of cameras. These are like a lot of the ones that we use. We're trying to add some more though, like Kentucky and a few other states, Alabama, Arkansas. The map is still far from done, but it's pretty helpful to have this. We're hoping to streamline it a bit more though, so like basically somebody else can just put the camera on the screen without me having to do it, because I have to do a lot of it on stream. Well, weak area of rotation near Kernan right now. Keeping an eye on that. Low tornado risk, but not zero. I don't even know if we have a... I think the only tornado possible label storm that we have right now is in Tennessee. The storm is still labeled tornado possible near Cleveland, Tennessee, but again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here. South of Chattanooga, we still have a significant line of damaging winds going towards Dalton and Calhoun. They're issuing severe warnings well ahead of our line as well, as a outflow boundary is definitely going to be producing a lot of the damaging wind potential out of this. We just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back up in New York. This is near Newfield and Candor for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Any more threats in Dallas? Not for today. Dallas is probably done until at least late Monday night, if not Tuesday. So you should have a little break in the action if you're back over in Dallas, or really anywhere in North Texas. Should at least get somewhat of a break. I got over the camera, never mind. Screech storm is rotating near Gainesville, Georgia. I don't really see anything on it. There's no mezzo really on radar. Could have a little bit of weak rotation aloft, but that's not really too concerning of a storm. Mainly small hail and gusty winds. These are pretty typical pop-up storms for spring. I don't think we're going to see a tornado risk that far to the east. I think generally, again, the tornado threat is pretty much near zero right now. I think it's really dropped off a lot. Not zero, but near zero. From our knowledge, though, let me check the storm reports. I don't think we've had a single tornado today. I could be wrong. I don't think we've had any. Well, we might have had one in Louisiana, but I don't think we did. So these are the storm reports. I'll do yesterday first because I have it open already. These are the storm reports from yesterday, which, again, yesterday was a pretty much just one... I mean, there's multiple storms out there, but there was really only one storm that we went live for yesterday, which was the one near Killeen, Texas, that produced a ton of hail, in addition to a large tornado on our stream yesterday. In case you didn't see that, you can go back and watch our stream from yesterday. There were some damaging wind reports as well yesterday, back over in the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. And then if we go to our storm reports for today... This is what it looks like across the board. No tornado reports today at all. Just a bunch of hail and wind reports from Texas all the way back up into the Northeast. About 230 reports already so far. Pretty much a severe weather outbreak today. I mean, again, we've had a lot of severe weather. 23 total warnings right now, too. We've had over 300 and about... I think we've had over now 350 total severe thunderstorm warnings just today, by the way. So we've had a lot. It has been active, to say the least. This is... Let me pull up the feed here. Maybe not. We could probably pull it up. Let me do this. I think it's this one.
Boom, right over the cloud.
This is Tornado Page. They're back over near the Mexico and Texas border. This is where we got some big supercells firing off. You can kind of see one out in the distance there.
Yeah, and I'm glad I got
the north of Brackettville.
Got through there before, because that was like terrain, so there was definitely gonna be
Have a cool little view there from the distance.
Yeah.
These storms are currently producing around ping pong to golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, bottom right of your screen.
I don't know.
What do you have to wear at graduation? That's a great question. No clue.
Yeah,
I have clothes. I don't know what they are, though.
There were two of them. They were running in the street, and like, I created a trap.
We'll, put her on the bottom somewhere. Put her bottom left. A Riley shirt. I'm not wearing anything max velocity related. Right over here near Gonzales, Texas. Not really rotation, but we still have a big surge of wind that's going right into Gonzales. Probably around 60-mile-per-hour winds right now, moving into Gonzales, Texas. If you are in Gonzales, get ready for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Bit more of a significant risk coming into your area right now. Hey, Nash, for the $10 super chat, please meow for the camera. Dude, I'm not meowing for the camera. That's the second time you've asked. No. I need a $500 super chat to ever do that. It's gonna have to be a it's gonna have to be like a large amount. Honestly, even then, I probably wouldn't do it. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, no, I would not do it. Don't do it. Don't super chat anything. I'm not doing it. Is Memphis good? Memphis is good. Memphis is good. Yeah, really the biggest concern for high populated areas would be the Austin area, Montgomery, Jackson, Meridian, San Antonio, kind of still, Houston. Guys, I'm not meowing. I'm not. No, absolutely not. No, thank you. Actually, back over in... Let's go to Winona. Do I not have the camera on here? Bro, why do we not have cameras? Some of the camera... I don't know where all the cameras went. We had some cameras on the program. They're just disappearing. Where is Winona? Where is Winona? Where's Winona, Mississippi? Winona, Mississippi. I-55. Oh, that's a new camera, that's why. There's a, and there's a new camera in Winona. On Hascams. See if I can find it. I think there's one at least. Okay, there's one in this place. Let me pull this up. Go one slot, we'll do full cam. It's back over in Kaisku, Mississippi. That's definitely not how you pronounce it. I don't even know if it's gonna load, but there is actually a shelf cloud here. And it's just not loading. W, we'll go back to Tornado Pagey. Hey, Wizard for the super chat. Thank you, Seth, for the super chat. Half-inch sized hail, strong winds and downpour here near Odessa, New York. Appreciate the report. See if that camera's loaded. Oh, I know why it hasn't loaded. I gotta fix this. Alright, now it should load. There we go. It's back over in Cosequeux, Mississippi. Little shelf cloud rolling over. Some gusty winds possible over the next few minutes. Hey, Timotheus for becoming a maximum velocity member. Yes, Aiden, I do. Try this. Winona. So it looks like in Winona right now. On the Mississippi Storm Chasers Hascam, large shelf cloud rolling in. Thank you, Ivy, for the super chat. Pretty cool view here of the shelf cloud rolling in Winona, Mississippi. This is, again, a strong storm, not severe. Pretty cool view, though. I'm not getting another cat. There's almost no way I'm getting another cat. I mean, I'm good with one cat. I don't need multiple. Two is plenty, or one's plenty. And they've just issued a severe warning on this one, so 60-mile-per-hour winds coming with this storm here near Winona, Mississippi. Honestly, again, a beautiful shelf cloud here. Also just got another warning in Georgia. Still at 20 warnings. Anything around Kansas City, just a couple strong storms, nothing severe. Is there a thunderstorm in Alaska? I keep seeing people talk about Alaska. What is going on up there? They know we were being serious. There's literally nothing up here. I don't see any lightning on anything. I mean, there are showers. There are some downpours. There's nothing severe, though, up there. Hey, Timotheus, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. People are trolling you and you're falling for it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, James, for the 12 months. I'm not saying whatever that says. Thank you, Melanie, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. The city of Alaska? I mean, it might be. I mean, there might be a city in Alaska that's under a warning right now. You never know. Here comes the shelf cloud right overhead. In Winona, Mississippi. Is it snowing in Dallas? It honestly might be. Is anybody in Dallas right now? Do we know if it's snowing right now? Dallas, Texas? You guys okay over there? We need to get the toilet paper meter out again. Thank you, Hugh, for becoming a minimum velocity member. It is not sus hour anymore. I don't know if we have to bring out the toilet paper meter there for North Texas. I don't know if we got a winter storm going on over there, but just in case, there might be some shortages. I think it was that a bird on the left side of the screen there a second ago? Looked like some sort of white bird. Oh, there's multiple birds. There's even more. They're flying. Got bird intercepts out here in Winona. Hey, Nash, for the super chat. I heard it's meowing in Dallas, in Alaska. The most movement I've seen on this camera so far are the birds. They are flying. There's another one up the top left, right of your screen. We got like bird intercepts happening right now here in Winona. Can Alaska go to sleep? Aren't people in Alaska waking up right now? Isn't it like a 7-hour time difference or something like that? Well, here comes the storm. Wind's picking up now in Winona, Mississippi. Got a large wall bird forming. Thank you, Tom, for another super chat. Starting to fill with moderate rain and gusty winds in Hockley, Texas area. Nothing too severe. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully it stays that way. Do you guys think I should grow out my hair or get a haircut? I'm curious in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's haircut time yet, or should we keep growing this thing out? Thank you, Scott, for the super chat. Well, with Avatar 3 around the corner, do you think these storms will impact Jake Sully? I've never watched Avatar, so. Okay, why did I get mullet like 4 times? Like, what? Dude, that's not the goal. We're not getting a mullet. Why is everybody saying mullet? Why? Like, it's like half of you guys saying mullet. I'm not getting a mullet. There's actually a bottom right of your screen. I'm gonna go full cam to this real quick. There's actually a little mezzo actually forming northeast of Gainesville in Georgia. I don't know if this storm is gonna have enough juice to actually produce a tornado, but there's actually like a little mesocyclone there. It's going up towards Cornelia and Demorst. I think that's the area it's going towards right now. A reverse mohawk? That'd be terrible. I'm gonna do a poll. We're not doing the mullet thing though. I need an actual poll. All right, polls in the chat. I'm not getting a reverse haircut or reverse mohawk. Back up to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of them again in Alabama and Alabama and Georgia right now. Other than that, we actually have a new area of warnings back over in eastern Kentucky, mainly for damaging winds coming up towards Louisa, near Paintsville, west of Chapmanville in West Virginia. Damaging winds around 60 are the main concerns near Chillicothe in Ohio. Same threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail continuing. Line of storms continuing anywhere from Chattanooga all the way back into southwestern Alabama with mainly damaging winds and hail. Back over to the east of Chattanooga, we've had a tornado possible label on this storm, but I'm, again, not really thinking there's much of a tornado risk here anymore. The radar site actually in Chattanooga has gone down, so we don't even have really a good view of the rotation, but it's been pretty weak here as of lately. So not too concerned about that storm. Mostly wind. Hello, Taper Fade. Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised. 65% of you said don't cut my hair, and 35% said yes. I kind of felt like the number of no's would have been higher. Hey, Wizard for the super chat. We are clear in Alaska. We are clear in Alaska. Chilling in Alaska, if you will. McDonald's logo haircut. That'd be kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. By the way, we will have a video tomorrow morning. We should have one on Sunday too. We're going to probably continue daily videos. So just for those that are wondering. Nothing really new there. But daily videos will continue. Back over to Winona, Mississippi. Got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming through this area. Just had a shelf cloud roll over the camera. Hey, royalty for the super chat. Still have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. Our most significant storms right now are back out near the Mexico-Texas border. There's actually a new severe storm back over near New Braunfels again. If you're back over New Braunfels or San Marcos, Texas, more hail and wind is coming your direction. Should be pretty marginal. Severe weather's not done there yet. Thank you, Jessica, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Friday night party with Max. I kind of want to get a good dinner. Like, I have not had a good dinner in a while. We've been live, I think, for 8 straight days now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the last 9 days we've been live, I'm pretty sure. I think that's correct. I think 8 of the last 9 days that we've been live in a row. There's literally been no break. I kind of want steak. Uber Eats is not good dinner. I do not want to DoorDash more food. It is so expensive. It's like $30 every time you DoorDash food. It's crazy. I'd rather put $30 towards like new equipment for the studio or something like that. We're going to be buying a bunch of more monitors. Goodness, we actually, it's kind of crazy, but we're going to be putting in like a lot of money into a new studio here in the next like 2 months. Like we have like we need to get like a full blown, like, I think we have to get, I think we have 5 right now. We need to get like 7 more monitors. We have to build another computer. We have to get like a full blown AC unit too, because there's just not enough cold air that goes into the room. Need to get a cat door. cat door for the cat so she isn't always in the studio. Like, so many things. It's actually gonna be pretty expensive. And also something to bond the internet so we don't have outages and stuff like that. That way we can just continue to stream as basically as long as we can without any sort of internet issues, which there shouldn't be, but it's always a precautionary thing. A lot of upgrades coming. Apparently people want a cat cam, which honestly is possible with the new studio. We'd have to figure that out, but we could figure it out. But it's going to cost a lot of money. It's probably going to happen in June, I think, if not July. So. But really the goal with, like, the new studio, it's not to, like, you know, be decked out with a bunch of stuff, but, like, legitimately I have 5 monitors right now. We really need 8 at the minimum just for what I'm doing, because, like, there are way more things in the background that I need to be seeing that you guys don't understand. Like, I right now have one computer that's on that only has 1 monitor, and Riley's able to, like, put stuff on there or whatever, and I have chat on it too, kind of just some minimal stuff. The main monitor is the radar, the one that you're looking at literally right now. We have a camera program, and it overlaps with a bunch of other programs that we have. I have Riley on, like, a Zoom call, which, again, that's also in another box. We have a warning overlay thing that I'm looking at too whenever a new warning gets issued. Chat and other Twitter stuff. Like, it's just, there really needs to be at least 3 more monitors just to handle some of this other random stuff. So it's actually a lot more intensive than you guys might think. There's a lot of, like, stuff that is on these monitors. It's not like I just need 12 monitors for nothing. The other 4 monitors would go to a different computer, and that one would probably, if we do end up doing a 24/7 stream of some sort, like a radar or something like that, that would probably be what it runs off of. But if not, it would be more for just, like, if Riley was in studio or something like that or whatever. So, or just for general other stuff. We do still have a tornado possible storm. It's back up in Tennessee, by the way. So that's why the tag is still on. But generally, I don't think this thing's going to produce a tornado. There's a little mezzo still on it near Ducktown, coming up on Turtletown. It's about to cross into North Carolina in the next few minutes. Got a long line of storms currently pushing in the direction of Atlanta here pretty soon. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the new studio stuff. It'll be fun. It's just gonna be expensive to make everything work. Hey, Grayson for the super chat. Do you know the Charles City F5 tornado had so many deep ground scouring had estimated wind speeds of 528, but it still went back down to 300? I did not know that. That is interesting though. We're at 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the lowest point that we've been at since we started today's stream. I don't know what we started today's stream at. We started at 19. We're back down to 14. And sooner rather than later, I don't think this number is going to be increasing that much again. It might increase a little bit over the next hour. But generally speaking, again, a lot of our severe weather has been kind of tame. There are a couple storms in Mexico that honestly look like they could be producing a tornado threat. We just don't have a good radar view of it. But one big storm heading towards Allen D. Thank you, Tom, for the super chat. You need to buy your own Doppler on wheels. We thought about it. We're thinking about, like, a non-profit to do something like that, but we'll see. Backup power bank? Yeah, we have a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing for that sort of stuff. Generator or something along those lines. Who knows? Anything for South Carolina? Isolated damaging winds and hail are the main concerns. Not really much else there for tonight. Tomorrow is a slightly better chance of severe weather. Yeah, we started today's stream at 19 warnings. 19 severe, 1 tornado warning, and then yeah, we peaked at 49. 49 severe thunderstorm warnings was the peak today. How much do Dopplers on wheels cost? Quite a bit. I'm pretty sure it's like almost $1 million for one. So, go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about the DAOs. So the main issue with the DAOs, there's really two of them. It's permitting and it's upfront cost. It's kind of hard to like do a nonprofit and be like, hey, the first thing we're going to buy for this nonprofit is going to be well upwards of $500,000. So that's like the main issue with it. But obviously, like there's ways you can work stuff out and figure something out. But the radar part of the car alone is going to be probably upwards of $300,000, or would be upwards of $300,000. And of course, you still need the power generator, all the equipment to actually read what the radar is looking at, and all sorts of stuff. Radars are expensive to maintain, and that's really the reason that we don't have more DAOs already, is just because they're so expensive. I think the new DAOs that Texas Tech got, I think OU got some new ones too, well upwards of $1.5 million just to buy the unit, and then upwards of $100,000 a year to operate them easily.
Yeah, so they're expensive. Thank you, Riley, for that. Also, thank you, Bethany, for the super chat. Cheese curd fund, or the curds cam fund. Appreciate that. Thank you, Grayson, for the super chat as well. You need more subscribers. I mean, subscribers don't equal money, but I mean, if we were to do a nonprofit, like that's not a bad idea. It's just, again, it's a lot of money to get like a Dopplers on wheel thing going. But it's honestly like, it's one of those things though, like it would actually help in a lot of instances. Like there's like, if we have a radar truck that is going around in like every severe weather risk on any given day, and we just have a radar, you know, that anybody can use literally, like, I mean, that would solve so many issues with our radar holes already. So yeah, unreasonable for the super chat. Yeah, maybe it's possible. Thank you, Savior, for the super chat. I know we are going to do it at some point. We're going to do a 8'7" t-shirt, or not gonna lie t-shirt, probably at some point. Thank you, Grant, for the super chat. Love your content. You see if that storm near Ducktown is going towards Violet, North Carolina. It is. I don't think it's gonna be producing a tornado. It didn't look overly healthy. There's like it's still a little mezzo on it. But yeah, it's going in that direction towards Murphy, North Carolina, and Andrews. It's a little bit of rotation heading in that direction right now. Was today a bust? Today was not a bust. Bro, what is up with people saying everything's a bust? The only day that was really a bust, I'm pretty sure, was Monday. I mean, if you consider like a tornado bust, I think definitely happened on Monday. Otherwise, I don't really think we've had any busts. Like, I think everything else has performed. Yesterday performed. Today is performed. I mean, we literally have had like not widespread, but at least scattered to numerous severe weather. The enhanced risk was perfect for today. I don't have any complaints with our risk for severe weather today. I think it's been pretty accurate. Ducktown and Turtletown being next to each other or something. Don't think they can be friends. People call everything a bust. Yeah, it's pretty typical. Has today been quiet? No. We had 50 severe thunderstorm warnings at one point, or nearly 50. We hit 49. If we had 50 severe thunderstorm warnings, I probably would just title the stream like the moment we hit 50 severe thunderstorm warnings at a single time. Like that's probably what the title would have been. In all honesty. Hey, Grayson, for the super chat, what EF do you think Lake City should be? I mean, it's all based off damage. I'm not gonna criticize the damage, like, because like the damage is what these ratings are based off of. But if you do it by wins, it was probably somewhere in the EF4 category. But again, that's based off of just purely wind. And again, they don't base the tornado ratings off purely wind. It's based off damage. The wedge that we had in Nebraska on Sunday, that was almost undoubtedly EF4 plus intensity, like just with wind. But again, it's all based off damage. So that is how everything's been rated. I know there's differing opinions on our, ratings and stuff. That's just how it is. Back over in Houston, nothing severe. I think it's mostly just gonna be strong storms for your area. Gusty winds coming up on Roman Forest. Hey, Melissa, for the generous $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do, Max. You're an outstanding meteorologist, and congratulations on graduating. I appreciate that. I will officially be able to call myself Meteorologist Max Velocity in about 4 days. I don't know what I'm even going to do with that title, to be honest, but probably nothing. It'll just probably be a thing. I know a lot of people always ask, like, what's your, what's your, like, credentials or whatever. We will officially have credentials. Hey, Jared, for the super chat, would you consider starting a Patreon? I don't do Patreon. I mean, I have one that's really old, but I don't use Patreon anymore. It's better if you just become a member on our channel. It's basically like Patreon, but you also get the YouTube content side of things. You get the perks that comes with it too. So if you want to become a member, you can click the join button down below, or it's the second to top link in the description below as well. That is personally what I'd recommend doing, though, if you want to support our page as like a Patreon, quote unquote. Thank you, Chase, for the super chat. Need a drive from Chattanooga to Fort Payne. Stuck on a trip from North Carolina. When should I be good to leave? Where's Fort Payne? Is that Indiana? Or is that somewhere else? It's Indiana. So, I mean, you could pretty much go whenever. If that's Indiana, then we're just talking about a lot of rain. That's really about it. Severe weather threat is pretty low. Latest radar scan still showing a mesocyclone here coming up on Coker Creek, about to cross into North Carolina. Storm's been tornado possible labeled for a while. They have actually now dropped the TP label from it, so it's back down to just a normal severe warning. But nonetheless, there is definitely rotation here. Probably more rotation aloft, but still rotation. Hey, Terry, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tiffany, for becoming a minimum velocity member, and Jim with the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for tuning in from West Virginia. Got one severe storm in all of West Virginia. It's mainly 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Louisa, south of Huntington. Otherwise, we're just watching for this line of storms that'll be coming up on the Atlanta Metro here in about an hour or two with mainly wind. Thank you, Bradley, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Grizz, for the super chat. Thank you, Emily, also for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Sipsy, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry, Chase. Chase with Fort Payne in Alabama. Yeah, if you're leaving from Chattanooga, I mean, you're probably still fine. The main round of storms is already passing you. Again, this radar site in Chattanooga is not updating, or the one, not Chattanooga, the one in northeast Alabama is not updating. So this line of thunderstorms moving down to the southeast, and then maybe another round of storms behind it, but that shouldn't be that significant. So if you're traveling down this highway, you're probably fine. Just a lot of rain. Definitely be careful of hydroplaning and stuff like that. We have no warnings anymore in all of Ohio. The severe thunderstorm watch here ends in 33 minutes. It'll probably be canceled before then up there. The severe watch in eastern Kentucky still goes for another hour and 18 minutes, which is until, I think, 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. We have one severe storm back over along the North Carolina and Tennessee border for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Line of storms continuing to roll across eastern Tennessee, but really across northwestern Georgia and central Alabama, with damaging winds continuing. That includes areas also near Tuscaloosa, another little line of storms that has formed going towards Selma and Montgomery. Severe thunderstorm watch here only goes for another hour, and the one up in Georgia goes for 3 hours. They probably will not issue a new watch on this, unless this line stays intense enough. They could extend it for another hour or two. I do think the line of storms will weaken again just after sunset tonight. The storms across central Mississippi are, for the most part, just going to continue to produce some gusty winds, isolated damaging winds as they move towards Starkville, east of Greenwood. Across most of Louisiana, I think we're mostly done with our severe weather risk. There will at least be a continuation of some damaging winds, maybe a very low tornado risk for the next hour or two. But I honestly don't expect there to be much of anything like out of the ordinary here. Back over in Lake Charles, I want to see if there's any wind here. There was a camera that had a view of something. This is actually a view in Lake Charles right now of the storm rolling in. So pretty ominous skies. Got a little shelf cloud out there on the horizon right over the bridge on I-10. It's kind of a little cool view here. And then back over in Texas, it is mostly hail and wind. The storms near Houston are kind of just, strong storms, lots of rain, low tornado risk. Actually interesting, the storm near Plum Grove is trying to rotate right now. We actually got 2 storms still trying to rotate here. 2 areas of rotation just north of Houston. I don't know if these are really going to do much, but let me look at the terminal radar site here. I'm not really seeing much of the terminal radar site. Might be more of a wind threat there near Patton Village. Not seeing a whole lot there east of the Woodlands. Near Hallettsville, we still have damaging winds and hail continuing with this storm. Main area of wind is associated in the brightest yellow for our velocities, moving towards 340 in Hallettsville over the next 15 to 20 minutes. No longer a severe warning near I-35 south of Austin, and then also half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are continuing just outside of Rock Springs in Texas. So that's basically the weather right now. Tornado threat very low at this point. Again, the only area that I would expect at least an isolated threat of a tornado would probably be these storms north of Houston. Hi. My cat keeps waking up. Hi. What's up? We definitely need a cat cam. That'd be pretty fun. Have a cat cam whenever my cat wakes up or whatever it is. Have her on, Kind of fun. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning back over near Ellijay and Blue Ridge in Georgia. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail are possible. Max velocity water bottle cam? We're not doing a water bottle cam. Cheese curd cam is like probably the only thing I'd actually do, but that would be kind of fun if we did that. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $20 super chat. No tornadoes Friday. Max streams are the best. Your Panda Express food review yesterday wanted me to go try that this weekend. Honestly, we should get sponsored by Panda Express. I feel like I put in a pretty good word for them on yesterday's stream. Thank you, Londa, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Moore's cheese curd? I don't know where she went. I'll try to get her if she comes back. She might be getting food. I'm hungry. I want food. You came back. I'll try to get her. Storm in New Hampshire? Look real quick. It's over in Franklin, New Hampshire. I actually wouldn't rule out this getting... I mean, we don't usually see storms like this in New Hampshire. There is actually a mezzo on this. Would not rule out a low tornado risk up near Franklin, New Hampshire. Believe it or not, there is actually like a little area of rotation here. There's a special weather statement on it for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It'd be the craziest thing if we got a tornado warning in New Hampshire. It'd be kind of crazy. Bro. Guys, I need to show you guys this. My cat is currently... I don't even know what she's on a random piece of paper. She just decided to sit down on the random piece of paper. I don't even know why there's a piece of paper there. It's just there. It's like a packet. Hey, Joanne, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I pick her up, but she's actually kind of like just chilling there. She's just vibing on the piece of paper. It's so random. Is Max fasting? What? I am not fasting. So watching the storm north of Houston, a little bit of broad rotation. Starting a water fast tomorrow, great for health. Yeah, I have no clue. I've never done really any fasting or anything like that. But I am getting hungry. I don't know what I'm gonna get for dinner. Anybody got any thoughts for dinner tonight? Any like good thoughts? Eat water. Thanks. Appreciate that. Bro said to eat water. Sushi? You know, believe it or not, I've never had sushi in my life. Might be surprising, but I've never had sushi. We had a bunch of little storms that have been firing up over here near Gainesville, Georgia. All these discrete. Little mezzo still in the one that's back over near Cornelia, but I still think the tornado threat's pretty low here. This is at a golf course where one of these storms is. I don't think they're out there anymore. I don't think anybody's golfing. Probably lightning in the area brought them back in. Pizza? Dude, I had pizza yesterday. For the record, I also had pizza for lunch today, so I don't really want pizza. Texas Roadhouse? I'm not gonna lie, Texas Roadhouse sounds good, but I don't feel like sitting down at a restaurant. Taco Bell? Tacos sound good, but they would actually have to be good tacos. Like, Taco Bell's just kind of whatever. Wow, look at this. This is a shelf cloud rolling in northwest Georgia right now. See the leading edge of it right here. Nice little curved structure, big tidal wave effect, essentially. Make some tacos? I don't have stuff to make tacos. Anybody else got any good ideas? These ideas are kind of mid. Sonic? Eh. Canes sounds like whatever. Canes doesn't sound terrible right now, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Maybe I get Canes. That actually doesn't sound bad. Cheesecake Factory? Bro, what? Hey, Colt for the super chat. How's Tennessee looking? Tennessee's pretty much just chilling. There's not much left. The only storm that has any potential for severe weather is down here, south of Athens. They have added the tornado possible label back to that storm, by the way. So, other camera have a view of this shelf cloud. This is a, oh, look at this. Wow, look at this shelf cloud here. The radar mega cyclone port. Big shelf cloud coming over here into northwest Georgia. Thank you, Lucas, for the super chat. Bosco sticks in the air fryer take 10 minutes. I don't know what that is. Panera Bread? Bro. Fun story. I actually used to work at Panera Bread. I got so burnt out of that food. Thank you, Wendy, for the super chat. What does a shelf cloud indicate? Pre-tornadic? Shelf cloud is usually just it's either an outflow boundary. That's typically what a lot of this is. I'm pretty sure this is an outflow boundary. We don't have like a radar view of it. It's like this right here. So that line that you can kind of see that I just drew, that's our outflow boundary. That's where the shelf cloud is. It's usually an indicator of one, outflow dominant storms, and then two, it's also an indicator of damaging winds. And my cat has now changed positions on the piece of paper. I gotta get a new photo. Peace, bird. Bro is like just looking at me on the piece of paper like, what are you doing? Hey, Cole for the super chat. What about McDonald's? Dude, McDonald's is so mid. Thank you, Hex, for the super chat. Zaxby's is actually not bad either, but I'd rather get Cane's. Hey, Waco for the super chat. Chick-fil-A? It's not bad. Not a bad idea. I don't know. Anybody else got food ideas? IHOP? I don't want to sit. I honestly don't want to do a sit down. Barbecue sounds so good. There's just no good barbecue. I want Texas barbecue so badly. I wish I lived in Texas still. PDQ is honestly like PDQ is like the best chicken place. I'm not gonna lie. This is so good, so good. If anybody lives in Florida or anywhere in general, and you know, PDQ is literally so good. They call for the super chat. Longhorn Steakhouse is good too, but it is a Friday. Get yourself some sushi. I've never had sushi before. What was that, Cam, in Georgia? It is the Bartow County Fire and EMS on the radar mega cyclone port. This is the other view from Jasper too. The Jasper one honestly looks crazy. This is Pickens County. I'm gonna try to get these on our camera views here. Hey Maggie for the super chat. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea either. Hey Cole for the super chat. I just don't know what I want to eat. I'm not gonna lie, I literally have no idea. Not in the mood for like anything in particular, other than not having pizza. Famous Dave's is really good barbecue. I don't think there's any famous Dave's in Florida. Could be wrong. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Wings? You know, Buffalo Wild Wings sounds good right now, but I also don't want to get Buffalo Wild Wings. Unless they have any deals. I almost just... Dude, I've almost dropped my water bottle 4 different times on the stream. Any good Chinese? I literally just had whatchamacallit last night. Panda Express. Hey Jerry for becoming a member. Once again, this is a shelf clad in northwestern Georgia. Really cool view here in Pickens County. If you're just tuning in, line of storms coming in here over the next little bit. Hey, Hex to the super chat. Zaxby's has new quesadillas. They do. They have quesadillas with their like Zax sauce or whatever. That actually might slap if they did. Also, thank you, Jordan, for the $20 super chat. Can you give your thoughts on the shortage of National Weather Service employees ahead of the severe weather season? I mean, severe weather season's already here, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to affect everybody. I mean, I've already talked about this in the past, but like with there not being as many National Weather Service employees and stuff like that, we are going to have, we've already seen it, but we're going to have warnings that are not issued for certain things just because there's less staff. I mean, like we have, I don't know what the exact number is for every National Weather Service office, but there are many offices that literally have barely anybody there. So it's not easy to control doing the warnings. And again, they do forecasts and stuff and all that. Like there's a lot of tasks that the National Weather Service employees do. So it's definitely a big hit. Thank you, Nico, for the super chat. I worked at that big red building on the Cartersville camp. It's a car museum. Oh, really? That's cool. Also, thank you, Dozen, for the super chat. Hailing in Delongia, Georgia. Peach Belt Conference softball tournament is delay. What's the risk of range weather? Where is Delongia? Also, give me 1 second. I gotta figure out, what was this camera again? I don't think I have the link to this. Give me 1 second. Pickens County. This is the only camera I have. Alright. Delongia. It's just, there's a couple storms in the area. The one just west of Gainesville actually has a tornado possible label on it. But generally, we're going to probably continue to see storms for the next couple hours out of these with lightning in the area, and then you got a line coming. So there's probably not going to be a whole lot of... I don't know if the tournament is going to be delayed or whatever, but it could be. It could be delayed even into tomorrow. I don't know how that exactly works, but the weather's not looking good for the next few hours. Doesn't look like anything will be better after, or sorry, before sunset. Hey, Timothy, for the super chat. Appreciate the history. Also, thank you, Troy, for the $10 super chat. Put some respect on Taco Bell's name. I've had Taco Bell. Like, it's not bad. Like, there are some decent things there. Like, I went to Taco Bell a couple days ago. It wasn't bad, but it's kind of whatever. You know, it's mid. Just doesn't taste fresh. Like, I like having like fresh kind of stuff. M3, honestly, Texas at this point is mostly hail and wind, so you're probably not going to see much. I think the risk is very marginal at this point for Texas. The new SPC outlook is going to be out here in an hour. Look at the shelf cloud rolling in. This is such a cool view of the shelf cloud rolling in here into northwestern Georgia. Huge tidal wave coming in. Tidal wave effect. Pretty cool here in Pickens County. Hey, DK, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Anything expected in New Orleans tonight? Shouldn't really see a whole lot in New Orleans tonight. I think the main concern for New Orleans, if anything happens, would be damaging winds. You'll probably see some storms. I just don't think it'll be that significant. I need some more food ideas in the chat. I know I've been asking, but like, I still need food ideas. I've read so many and none of them have really stuck out to me. Yesterday, for some reason, Panda Express just stuck out to me. None of the stuff that I've been seeing in chat sticks out to me. A Buc-ee's brisket sandwich? Dude, Buc-ee's sandwiches are so expensive. They've gotten so expensive, like they don't even come with a side or a drink or anything. They're just expensive. But honestly, Buc-ee's barbecue might be the move tonight. I'm not gonna lie, it actually doesn't sound bad. Jersey Mike's? I don't really want a sub. Peanut butter and tuna sandwich. That is such a weird combo. Popeyes? I've had Popeyes twice this week. Chipotle? Nah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I got food poisoning from Chipotle twice. Before live streams, by the way, like recently. Not recently, but like a few weeks ago. Just kind of only gone there very occasionally now, or rarely, I should say. Big shelf cloud again rolling over here in near Cartersville, Georgia. It's the leading edge of our outflow boundary. Wind should pick up as this thing rolls over. Hey, Carl, for the $10 super chat. Breakfast food for dinner. IOP sounds good still. Still sounds good. Olive Garden to go. I like Olive Garden. It's actually kind of nice when you go there. Me and Matthew Capucci, if you guys know who Matthew Capucci is, we've had him on stream before. We actually met up in Orlando at an Olive Garden. It was actually really good. It was like the best experience I've ever had at Olive Garden. Like, everything was good. I got this like vodka strawberry lemonade drink and it was so good. It was like crazy good. Like, their pasta was good. It was actually tasted good, which is kind of surprising. All right, shelf cloud is now rolled over. We'll see if the wind picks up at all. It looks like it's starting to get a little gusty. Chili's? Chili's doesn't sound bad. It just sounds kind of whatever, though. It's kind of mid. We are back down to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado threat for tonight, very low at this point. Hey, Katie, for the super chat, you should get Canes. I'm thinking about it. Canes or Buc-ee's is like what I'm thinking. But Buc-ee's, honestly, the problem is they don't have good sides. The sides are mid at Buc-ee's. It's the only problem. Quick little update on the Houston storm. Again, not really seeing a whole lot of rotation at this point. Should be mostly just damaging winds from here if any severe weather occurs. Very low tornado risk here around Houston for tonight. Hail and windstorms are continuing from New Braunfels all the way back towards Rock Springs. And then our line of storms will be falling apart in the next few hours, but should still stay severe. Or another hour or so, maybe 2 hours. Should stay strong enough through Atlanta. The bare minimum. See if we got another shelf clad view somewhere. Hey, Charlotte for the super chat. Lost power in central Louisiana. Hopefully it comes back soon. The storms haven't looked too crazy out there. The ones earlier were a little bit more concerning. They're not as bad now. So hopefully your power comes back soon. Was it a Moscow Mule? No. It was literally called strawberry lemonade with vodka or something. I do not want Panera Bread, I'm not gonna lie. Max says Taco Bell explosive details at 10 and 11, bruh. Little Caesars? I've never had Little Caesars either. I think it's either gonna be Buc-ee's or Cane's, I think. I'll make a poll on which one. What's another option? There was one more I was thinking of. Check out shelf clouds near Kansas City. I don't know if we have any cameras up here. I don't think we have any cameras up here. Alright, those are the only two I can think of. I'm gonna put the poll up. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to like the stream as well. Once again, if you have not already, make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Links are down below. And join our Discord server. Link is down below as well. Got 62% right now for Racing Canes. 38% for Buc-ee's. It's still shifting a little bit. Buc-ee's triple meat sandwich. Yeah, the problem is they just don't have, like... They don't have sides. That's the problem. Wish they had sides. If Buc-ee's had sides, it'd be a different story. They just don't have, like, the only thing they have is the chips, and the chips aren't even that good. They were good at first, and then they just kind of got mid. Thank you, Henry, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Buc-ee's as a company is not very fun to work for. I've actually heard that a few times. There's a tornado possible label on this storm. This is kind of from the backside of the storm here. I'm not seeing anything really rotating here. Just some low clouds. This is just off to the northeast of Atlanta near Chestatee Golf Club near Gainesville. Also, shout out to Jeff with the Venmo donation saying get some canes. I don't know, rude. Oh, sorry, cheese. I just dropped something on cheese curd and she was really confused. Nobody's getting a chicken sandwich from Raising Cane's. If you're getting a chicken sandwich from Raising Cane's, yeah, like what? There's no way anybody's getting that. Just no way. Oh, we got 57, 58% for Canes. It looks like it might be Canes tonight. Pulled pork sandwiches at Buc-ee's are amazing. They're pretty good. They're not like crazy good, but they're good. Just expensive. I think it's like $8 for one of those sandwiches. I could be wrong, or $7. Thank you, Dersh, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Getting a little windy over here in where was this? Was this Cam 1? Cam 2? Might have been Cam 2. Getting a little windy over in Cartersville, Georgia. Got the line of storms coming in. Not mean to go to Connor. There you go. I'm honestly in the mood for like some sort of Mexican food, but like, I don't know. Aren't very many options. Thank you, SoCal, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Officially a meteorologist here in a few days. Cannot wait. McDonald's double quarter pounder with cheese, where I'm not getting a double quarter pounder. All right. Well, I'm getting hungry. I want to go get food. Close to a Chewy's. I've not been to a Chewy's in years. Chewy's used to be pretty good. It kind of got mid after a while. Hey, Dave, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Alrighty. Well, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and raid Riley. Let him continue the coverage. He'll continue weather coverage for the next hour or so. Maybe a little bit longer, depending on how he feels and all that. So if you guys want to go check him out, we'll be redirecting you to his stream. I'm going to go get food, though. Again, the weather is not as bad as before. It's been pretty much just wind all day. It's been just kind of a typical severe weather day. I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary that happened today. Luckily, yesterday was kind of crazy there for like an hour. But as always, appreciate you guys all watching. Thank you all so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the support as well. If you become a member or donated, really do appreciate you guys a lot. Shout out to Mochi also for the super chat. I appreciate that. If you're a mod of the channel as well, I really do appreciate you guys. Again, next live stream probably Tuesday. Monday, again, I'm graduating, so probably no live stream on Monday, but Tuesday is likely the next stream. All right, you guys don't have to go anywhere. Just stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to Riley's stream. He'll continue his continue the weather coverage here for the next hour. And yeah, thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Bye-bye.